»Das ist unmöglich«, brüllte Huntsmann, »aber wenn es sich nicht vermeiden lässt, dann leg mal los, ich habe heute ohnehin nichts Dringendes zu tun.« »Gut, dann sage ich es euch. Bethod hat keine große Lust, Zeit, Schweiß und Blut damit zu verschwenden, eure kleine Goschhaufenmauer zu stürmen. Er hat mit den Südländern noch ein Hühnchen zu rupfen, und das möchte er zügig erledigen.«
Huntsman saw it hit a Shanka behind the trench, splattering his brains everywhere, staining the stones red, before the boulder rolled on and hit a few others. The Shanka pressed against the rampart, spreading along its entire length, and some of them sent spears up to the men on the parapet or clumsily shot arrows. Now they began to climb. Their claws dug into the scarred stone, and so they pulled themselves up the wall. In most places they made slow progress, and were dragged back down by the stones and arrows flying from the parapet. On the far left, however, it went a little faster, where they were furthest from the huntsman and his boys, and where Black Dow stood guard. It went even faster around the gate, where a little ivy still clung to the stones. "Very, these jerks can really climb," hissed the huntsman, pulling out the next arrow. Grim grumbled. The Shanka's hand slapped onto the parapet, a twisted claw scraping over the stones. Logen watched an arm follow, ugly and bent, covered in bristly hair and thick tendons. Now came the flattened tip of the bald head, the protruding broad brow ridge, the large, gaping maw with sharp teeth glistening wet with saliva. The deep-set eyes met his gaze. Logen's sword split his skull down to the flat, blunt nose, so that an eye popped out of its socket. Men shot their bows, and quickly ducked when arrows flew past their ears and bounced off the stones. A spear whizzed over Logen's head. From below he heard the Shanka scratching and tearing at the gates. They worked the wood with clubs and hammers, screaming in rage. Shanka hissed and chattered as they tried to climb the parapet, and the men hacked at them with swords and axes and pushed them off the wall with spears. He could hear Espe roaring, "Get them away from the gate! Get them off the gate!" Men cursed. A carle who had leaned over the parapet staggered back, coughing. He had been pierced by a Shanka's spear just below the shoulder, and the tip made his shirt stick out a little at the back. He blinked at the twisted shaft and opened his mouth to say something. Then he groaned, took a few uncertain steps, and behind him a large flathead pulled himself over the parapet, his arms stretched over the battlements. The maker's sword cut deep into the flesh just below the elbow, splattering sticky drops onto Logen's face. The blade struck stone and made his hand vibrate, and that made him stumble long enough for the Shanka to climb the wall, even though its forearm was hanging only by a thin thread of skin and sinew, and dark blood gushed out in a thick stream. The creature attacked Logen with its other claw, but he managed to grab its wrist, kick it sideways against the knee, and throw it to the ground. Before it could get up again, he had inflicted a gaping wound on its back, from which small pieces of white bone protruded. It writhed and thrashed so that blood spurted, and Logen caught it below the throat, lifted it over the parapet, and threw it down. It fell, taking a second Shanka with it, who was just about to climb up. Both landed sprawled in the ditch, and one rolled around with a broken stake in its throat. A young lad stood next to him staring, his bow hung limp in his hand. "Didn't I tell you to stop shooting? For goodness sake!" Logen thundered at him, and the boy blinked and, with a trembling hand, knocked an arrow before hurrying back to the parapet. Men fought, roared, shot their arrows, and swung their swords. Logen saw 3 carles pierce a flathead with their spears. He saw Espe deliver a blow to another Shanka's back, blood spurted in a dark gush into the air. He saw a man smash a flathead's face with his shield, barely after it had climbed the wall, and hurl it into the air. Logen struck at a Shanka's hand, slipped in a pool of blood, and fell, almost impaling himself. He crawled a step or two on his knees before laboriously getting back up. He chopped off the arm of a Shanka that had already been impaled by a carle's spear, and then cleanly sliced through the neck of another as it peered over the battlements. He pursued it and looked down over the parapet. A Shanka was still on the wall, and Logen was just pointing at the creature when an arrow from the tower struck it in the back. It plunged into the ditch and got stuck on a stake. Those who had tried to storm the gate were all dealt with, crushed by stones or riddled with broken arrows. That's how it looked in the middle, and on Redcap's side, everything was already clear too. On the left, some were still hanging on the wall, but Dow's boys were almost done with them. Even as Logen watched, a few blood-soaked Shanka flew into the ditch. In the valley they began to waver, retreating, screeching and chattering, and arrows from Huntsman's archers still rained down on them. Apparently, the Shanka had finally had enough. They started to run and entrenched themselves again behind Bethod's ditch. "We've finished them off!" someone barked, and then they all cheered and shouted. The boy with the bow swung the weapon over his head and grinned as if he had defeated Bethod all by himself. Logen wasn't in the mood for celebration. He looked with a frown at the large army of carles behind the ditch, over which the banners of Bethod's troops fluttered in the wind. This had been short and bloody, but the next time they advanced, it would be less short and much bloodier. He forced himself to loosen his painful grip on the Maker's sword, leaned against the parapet, and clasped one hand with the other to stop it from trembling. Then he took a deep breath. "Still alive," he whispered. Logen sharpened his knives, and the firelight gleamed on the blades as he turned them this way and that, stroking them with the whetstone, occasionally wetting his fingertip with his tongue, rubbing away a spot, and making them neat and clean. You could never have too many knives. That was just how it was. He grinned as he remembered the answer Pharaoh had once given him. "Unless you fall into a river and drown because all the iron pulls you to the bottom." He briefly wondered if he would ever see her again, but that was hardly likely. One had to be realistic, and at the moment, surviving the next day was challenge enough. Grim sat opposite him, smoothing some straight branches to make arrow shafts from them. When they had settled together by the fire, the last glimmer of twilight had still been visible in the sky, but now it was pitch dark, apart from the glow of the veiled stars, and neither of them had said a word the entire time. That's just how Harding Grim was, and Logen liked that very much. He always preferred a comfortable silence to an uncomfortable conversation. But nothing lasts forever. From the darkness came the sound of angry footsteps, and Black Dow approached the fire, followed by Tull and Crummock. Dow wore a face as grim as his name, and he also had a dirty bandage around his forearm, adorned with a long trail of dried blood. "Did you get a scratch?" Logen asked. "Pah!" Dow dropped down next to the fire. "Just a scratch. Gosh, flatheads, I'll burn them all." "What about the rest of you?" Tull grinned. "My palms are terribly rough from carrying stones, but I'm a tough dog. I'll get through it." "And I still haven't had terribly much to do," said Crummock, "with my little ones taking care of the weapons and cutting arrows from the dead. That's good work for children. They learn not to be afraid of corpses. The moon wants to see me fight, oh yes, and I want to." Logen sucked at his teeth. "You'll get your turn, Crummock, so I wouldn't worry about it. Bethod has enough for all of us to do, I think." "I've never seen the Flatheads attack like this," Dow mused. "Charging a well-defended wall like that, without ladders, without weapons? They're not particularly clever, these Flatheads, but they're not stupid either. They like ambushes. They like to stay hidden, conceal themselves, and sneak up."
They can be incredibly fearless when there's no other way, but to attack like this, of their own free will, that's not natural. Crummock chuckled roughly and deeply. That Shanka fight for one group of humans against another isn't natural either. We live in unnatural times. Perhaps Bethod's witch has devised a spell to incite them so. Perhaps she has instilled an incredible amount of hatred for us in these creatures with magic chants and some rituals. She probably danced around a green fire, performing all the necessary rituals, I'm sure," said Toole. "The moon will help us to victory. Don't you worry about that." Crummock rattled the bones hanging around his neck. "The moon loves us all, and we cannot die as long as it. Tell that to those who turned to mud again today." Logen gestured with his head towards the fresh graves at the back of the fortress. You couldn't see them in the dark, but they were there. About 20 spots with raised and retrodden earth. But the thick mountain man only smiled. I'd say they're the lucky ones, don't you think? At least they each got their own bed. We'll be lucky if we get a pit with a dozen others when things get rough. Otherwise, the living won't have any place to sleep. A pit for 20 men? Don't tell me you haven't experienced that or dug such holes with your own pretty hands. Logen stood up. Maybe so, but I didn't like it. Of course it did, Crummock roared after him. Don't pretend, Bloody Nine. Logen didn't look back. Torches were stuck in the wall, about one every 10 paces, glowing as bright flames in the darkness, around which insects circled like white dots. Men stood in this light, leaning on their spears, bows held firmly in cramped hands, and swords drawn, looking out into the night, always wary of surprises. Bethod loved surprises, and Logen assumed they would experience one or two more before the whole thing was over. He climbed onto the rampart, placed his hands on the damp stone, and looked with a frown at the fires glowing in the blackness of the valley. Bethod's fires far away in the darkness, and their own, the fire pits they had erected and lit directly in front of the wall to prevent any clever lads from sneaking up. They cast flickering bright circles over the shadowy rocks, here and there interrupted by the twisted corpse of a flathead that had been stabbed or thrown from the wall or pierced by arrows. Logen felt someone step behind him, and his back tingled. His eyes darted from side to side. Espe, perhaps, who finally wanted to settle their old score and simply push him off the wall. Espe, or one of the 100 others who held a grudge against Logen, the reason for which they had long forgotten, but would always remember. He made sure he had a blade within reach, bared his teeth, and prepared to spin around and strike. "We held our own well today, didn't we?" said Huntsman. "We didn't lose more than 20 men." Logen's breathing steadied again, and he let his hand drop. "We defended ourselves well, but Bethod is just getting started. He's poking around a bit to find our greatest weakness and to wear us down. He knows that time is the key. In war, there's nothing more valuable than time. A day or two is worth more to him than a pile of flatheads. If he can wear us out quickly, then he'll accept the loss, I suppose. Then we'd best hold our ground, wouldn't we?" In the darkness, Logen could hear, distant and echoing, the clattering and booming of smiths and carpenters at work. "They're working down there. They're building all the stuff they need to storm our wall and fill the ditch. Lots of ladders and all that other gear. Bethod will try to take us down quickly, but if he has to, he'll take his time." Dogman nodded. "Well, as I said, we'd best hold our ground. If everything goes according to plan, the Union should be here soon." They should be. Plans often dissolve into thin air when you have to rely on them. Sweet suffering. His Grace, the Grand Duke of Austria, continues to hope for the very best relations. Jezzel could do nothing but sit and smile, just as he had done all day. His face and the rest of his body ached from it. The envoy chattered on incessantly, emphasizing his words with expansive gestures. Occasionally he interrupted his flow of speech so that his interpreter could translate all the platitudes into the common tongue. He could have saved himself the trouble. "The magnificent city of Austria has always felt honored to count itself among the closest friends of your illustrious father, King Guslav, and it wishes for nothing more than the maintenance of the old friendship with the government and people of the Union." Jezzel had sat and smiled all through the long morning, on his jewel-encrusted chair on the high marble dais, listening to the envoys who had come to deliver their flattering greetings. He had sat there as the sun climbed higher and higher, burning mercilessly through the tall windows, and shimmering on the gilded stucco that trimmed every inch of the walls and ceiling, breaking on the large mirrors and silver candelabras and precious vases, and making the gently chiming crystal drops on the 3 enormous chandeliers sparkle with multicolored fire. The Grand Duke once again expresses his fraternal regret concerning the small incident last spring, and assures you that such a thing will not happen again, provided that the soldiers of Westport remain on their side of the border. He had sat there all through the endless afternoon as the hall grew warmer and warmer, and he had squirmed in his chair as representatives of the world's great statesmen entered with bows, delivering the same empty congratulations again and again in a dozen different languages. And he had sat there as the sun set and hundreds of candles were lit, winking at him from the mirrors and dark windows and the highly polished floor. He had sat there, smiling, listening to the praise of envoys from countries he had barely heard of before this endless day began. His Grace further hopes and trusts that the hostilities between your great nation and the Gorkal Empire may soon come to an amicable end, and that trade around the sea will flourish again. Both the envoy and the interpreter paused politely, and Jezal seized this rare opportunity to rouse himself to a listless reply. "We harbor the same hope. Please convey our thanks to the Grand Duke for the wonderful gift." Meanwhile, 2 lackeys dragged the enormous crate aside and placed it with the other tasteless presents Jezal had received that day. Again a new torrent of Styrian chatter poured into the room. "His Grace conveys his most heartfelt congratulations on your upcoming marriage to Princess Therese, the jewel of Talons, surely the greatest beauty in the entire wide world." Jezal struggled to maintain his strained grin. That day, the connection between him and Therese had been mentioned so often as a foregone conclusion that he had lost the will to clarify this misunderstanding. By now, he almost considered himself engaged. He had only one thought left, that the audiences might soon end, so he could perhaps steal a moment to rest a little. "His Grace has further instructed us to wish your exalted Majesty a long and happy reign," the interpreter declared, "and many heirs, so that your line may continue undiminished in glory." Jezal forced himself to smile even wider and inclined his head. "I wish you a good evening." The Austrian envoy bowed with a theatrical gesture, pulling the enormous hat from his head and enthusiastically swirling its multicolored feathers through the air. Then he moved backward across the gleaming floor, constantly leaning forward. Somehow he managed to exit into the corridor without falling backward, and the large gold-adorned gates closed silently behind him.
Jezal tore the crown from his head and threw it onto a cushion beside the throne, rubbing the pressure marks on his sweaty scalp with one hand and tugging at his embroidered collar with the other. Nothing helped. He felt weak, and he was still dizzy and far too warm. Hoff was already pressing against Jezal's left side. "That was the last envoy, Your Majesty. Tomorrow belongs to the nobility of Midderland. They are eager to pay their respects." "Lots of respects and hardly any real support, I'd wager." Hoff let out a chuckle that dripped with suffocating falseness. "Ha ha ha, Your Majesty. They have been requesting audiences since dawn, and we wouldn't want to offend them by—" "They can really bother me," Jezal hissed, jumping up and shaking his legs in a futile attempt to loosen his trousers from his sweaty buttocks. With a tug, he pulled the crimson sash over his head and threw it aside, then tore open his gold-embroidered coat and tried to quickly take it off, but his hand caught on a cuff, and he had to turn the very thing inside out before he finally freed himself from it. Gosh! With that, he hurled the garment down the marble dais and was almost resolved to stomp on it until it was completely frayed. Then he pulled himself together. Hoff had taken a cautious step back and made a face as if he had discovered that his newly acquired country estate was infested with rot. The servants, pages, herald knights, and knights of the watch all studiously looked in another direction and did their best to appear like statues. In a dark corner of the room stood Bayaz. His eyes were in shadow, but his face was grim and stony. Jezal blushed like a naughty schoolboy who had been called to order and placed his hand over his eyes. A terribly exhausting day. He hurried down the steps of the dais and left the audience chamber with his head bowed. A belated and slightly crooked fanfare followed him into the corridor, as, unfortunately, did the first of the Magi. "That was not particularly friendly," Bayaz said. "Rare outbursts of anger make a man seem dangerous. Regular ones, however, make him seem foolish." "I'm sorry," Jezal growled through clenched teeth. "The crown is a heavy burden." "A heavy burden and a great honor. We have already discussed, if I recall correctly, that you should try to prove yourself worthy of it." The Magus paused meaningfully.
Perhaps you should try a little harder." Jezzel rubbed his aching temples. "I just need a moment to myself, just a moment." "Take all the time you need, but tomorrow morning state affairs await your majesty, affairs to which we must urgently attend. The nobility of Midderland will not want to wait to congratulate you. I will see you tomorrow at sunrise, and then you will surely radiate energy and enthusiasm." "Yes, yes," Jezzel snarled over his shoulder. "I will radiate." He stormed into a small courtyard, enclosed on 3 sides by a shaded cloister, and paused in the cold evening air. Then he shook himself, squeezed his eyes shut, leaned his head back, and breathed deeply and slowly. A minute alone. He wondered if it might be the first he had been granted apart from peeing or sleeping since that crazy day in the prince's round. He was the victim, or perhaps the beneficiary, of an incredible oversight. For some reason, everyone considered him a king, when he was obviously just a selfish, clueless fool who had barely thought more than a day ahead in his life. Every time someone addressed him as Your Majesty, he felt more like an imposter, and with each passing moment, it surprised him more that he hadn't been exposed yet. As he walked across the perfect lawn, he let out a long, self-pitying sigh. It caught in his throat. Beside a door on the opposite side, a watchman stood, so motionless that Jezzel had barely noticed him. He cursed under his breath. Couldn't he be left alone for 5 minutes? As he approached, he frowned. The man seemed somehow familiar. A tall, uncouth fellow with a shaved head and no discernible neck. "Bremer Dan Gorst!" "Your Majesty," said Gorst, his armor clattering as his heavy fist struck his polished breastplate. "It's a pleasure to see you." Jezzel had detested the man from the first sight, and having been shown up by him in the fencing ring hadn't exactly improved his opinion, whether he had ultimately won or not. But now, any somewhat familiar face was as welcome as a glass of water in the desert. Jezzel even found himself shaking the man's large hand as if they were old friends, and he had to force himself to let go. "Your Majesty honors me beyond measure." "Please, you don't have to call me that. How did you end up in this house? I thought you belonged to Lord Broxgard." "I didn't like the post there," said Gorst, in his strangely high, squeezed voice. "I was lucky and found a place with the watchman a few months ago, Your—" He broke off hastily. A thought occurred to Jezzel. He looked over his shoulder, but no one else was nearby. The garden was as silent as a graveyard, and the shadow-shrouded cloister as still as a tomb. "Bremer, I may call you Bremer, may I not? I think my king may call me as he pleases." "I wonder if I might ask you a favor." Gorst blinked. "Your Majesty only needs to say the word." Jezzel spun around as he heard the door open. Gorst stepped into the corridor with a slight clatter of weapons and armor. Silently, a figure hidden under a cloak and hood followed him. He again felt the old excitement as she threw back her hood, and the light from a window above them illuminated the lower part of her face. He saw her bright, curved neck, the corner of her mouth, the outline of a nostril, the glimmer of her eyes in the shadows, and that was all. "Thank you, Gorst," said Jezzel. "You may leave us now." The burly man struck his chest and stepped back into the archway, then pulled the door shut behind him. Of course, it was far from the first time they had met in secret, but now it was quite different. He wondered if it would end with kisses and tender words, or simply an end. The beginning, in any case, was far from promising. "Your Exalted Majesty," Ardee said, with the bitterest irony she was capable of. "What an overwhelming honor! Shall I throw myself on my belly before you, or will a curtsy suffice?" However harsh her words, the sound of her voice took his breath away. "Curtsy?" he managed. "Do you even know how to do that?" "Honestly, no. I wasn't raised for courtly society, and that oversight is causing me incredible trouble now." She stepped forward and cast a gloomy look into the garden. "As a little girl, my wildest dreams were about being invited to the palace, as the king's personal guest. We ate the finest pastries and drank wonderful wine, and had marvelous conversations about important things late into the night." Ardee placed her hands on her chest and fluttered her eyelids.
Thank you for making one of a poor girl's pathetic dreams come true, if only for a brief moment. The other beggars won't believe me when I tell them. We were all more than a little shocked by the turn of events. Oh yes, we really were, Your Majesty. Jezzel twisted his face in agony. Don't call me that, not you. What should I call you then? By my name, Jezzel, I mean, as you always have, please. If it must be. You promised me something, Jezzel. You promised me you would never abandon me. I know I did, and I wanted to keep my promise, but it's just how it is. King or not, he searched for words just as he always had, and finally they burst out of him in a clumsy torrent. I can't marry you. I certainly would have, if not. He raised his arms and let them fall again, disheartened. If all this hadn't happened, but it has happened, and I can't do anything about it. I can't marry you. Of course not. Her mouth twisted into a bitter line. Promises are for children. I didn't think it was very likely before, even in my most unrealistic moments.
Now the idea seems absurd to me. The king and the peasant girl. Not even in the most hackneyed novel should something like that happen. But it doesn't mean we'll never see each other again. He took a hesitant step towards her. Things will be different, of course, but we can still find time, he continued, hesitant and uncertain, time when we can be together. It's not my fault. Tears burned in his eyes. From pain or relief, he couldn't say. A bitter mixture of both, perhaps. It's not my fault. Of course not. I don't blame you. I blame myself. I used to think I was just unlucky, but my brother was right. I make bad decisions. She looked at him with the same judgmental expression in her dark eyes as at their first meeting. I could have found a good man, but instead I chose you. I should have known better. She reached out and touched his face, then wiped away a tear with her thumb, just like their first farewell, back then, in the park, in the rain. But back then, there had been hope that they would see each other again. Now there was no hope left. She sighed, let her arm drop, and stared sullenly into the garden. Jezzel blinked. Could that really be all? He longed to say at least one last tenderness to her, a bittersweet word of farewell, but his mind was swept clean. Were there even words that could change anything now? They were done with each other, and if they kept talking, they would only rub salt in each other's wounds. Wasted breath. He pushed out his jaw and wiped the last damp traces from his face. She was right. The king and the peasant girl. What could have been more absurd? "Ghost," he barked. The door opened with a squeak, and the muscular guard stepped out of the shadows, his head bowed submissively. "Escort the lady home." Gorst nodded and stepped out of the dark archway. Ardee turned and walked towards it, pulling her hood back over her head, and Jezzel watched her. He wondered if she would pause at the threshold and look back, and if their eyes would meet one last time, and if there would be one last connection between them, if he would hold his breath one last time and feel that tug in his heart. But she didn't look back. Without the slightest pause, she stepped into the darkness and was gone, as was Gorst, who followed her, and Jezzel remained in the moonlit garden, alone. Der Schatten. Pharaoh sat cross-legged on the warehouse roof, squinting against the bright sun. She looked over at the ships, watching the people streaming ashore. She was looking for Yulway. That's why she came here every day. War raged between the Union and Gurkul, a senseless war with much talk and little real fighting, and so no ships sailed for Kanta. But Yulway went where he pleased. He would take her south again, so she could take her revenge on the Gurkish. Until he came, she was stuck with the Rosigs. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, making a grimace at her own helplessness. She was so bored, and she was wasting her time. She should have prayed to God for Yulway to finally come, but God never listened. Jezzel Dun Luthar, stupid as he was, had been crowned king for reasons she didn't understand. Beaz, who Pharaoh was convinced was behind the whole thing, now spent every hour with him. He was probably still striving to make a good leader out of him. He had tried that on the long journey across the plain, without much success. Jezzel Don Luthar, King of the Union. Ninefingers would have laughed long and loud if he could have heard that. Pharaoh smiled when she thought of his laughter. Then she realized she was smiling and forced herself to stop. Beaz had promised her revenge and hadn't kept that promise. Instead, she sat idly here. There was no reason to smile. So she squatted there, searching for Yulway with her eyes. She wasn't looking for Ninefingers. She held no hope of seeing him come ashore. It would have been a foolish, childish hope, belonging to the foolish child she had been when the Gurkish had enslaved her. He wouldn't change his mind. He wouldn't come back. She had made sure of that. Strange that she still kept thinking she saw him among the many people at the harbor. The dock workers knew her by now. For a while they had shouted remarks after her. "Come down here, my beauty, and give me a kiss," one had roared, and his friends had laughed. Then Pharaoh had thrown half a brick at his head, and he had fallen into the water. After the others had fished him out, he never said anything to her again. None of them had uttered a word since, and that suited her well. She sat there and looked over at the ships. She sat there until the sun stood low over the horizon, sending bright rays through the clouds below, until the lapping waves sparkled, until the crowd gradually thinned, no more wagons drove, and the shouts and commotion of the harbor gave way to a dusty calm, until the breeze with cool fingers touched her skin. Yulway would not come today. She climbed from the roof of the warehouse and made her way through the small alleys to the city's main street, and as she walked along the middle path, casting angry glances at the people she met, she noticed it. She was being followed. He did his job well and was very careful. Sometimes he came closer, sometimes he fell back. Although he always stayed out of her line of sight, he didn't hide either. Finally, she made a few turns to confirm her suspicion, and he remained on her heels. He was dressed entirely in black, had long straight hair, and wore a mask that partially covered his face. All in black, like a shadow. Like the men who had followed her and Ninefingers before they set off on their journey to the old empire. She watched him from the corners of her eyes, but never looked at him directly, not letting him suspect that she knew. He would realize it soon enough anyway. She turned into a dilapidated alley, stopped, and waited around the corner, pressing herself tightly against the greasy masonry and holding her breath. Her bow and sword were far away, but the shock would be enough as a weapon. And of course, her hands, her feet, and her teeth. She heard his footsteps. They padded carefully along the alley, so light they were barely audible. She realized she was smiling. It felt good to have an enemy, a target. That was good, and she had missed it for a long time. It filled the emptiness within her, if only for a brief moment. She bared her teeth and felt the anger welling up in her chest, hot and exciting, safe and familiar, like the kiss of a familiar lover she had long had to do without. When he came around the corner, her fist had already gathered momentum. It struck his mask with force, making him stagger. Pharaoh then stepped closer and hit him with both hands, left and right, in the face, making his head fly back and forth. His hands fumbled for a knife, but he was slow and dizzy from the blows, and the blade was barely out of its sheath when Pharaoh already had his wrist gripped. Her elbow threw his head back, hitting his throat and eliciting a gurgle from him. She tore the knife from his limp hand, spun around, and kicked him in the stomach, making him double over. Her knee struck his mask, and he fell backward to the ground. Pharaoh jumped after him, clasping his hips with her thighs, pressing his chest down with one arm, and holding his own knife under his chin. "Well, look at that," she whispered to him. "I picked up a shadow." "Gluch," came from behind the mask. His eyes were still rolled back. "It's not easy to talk with that thing in front of your face, is it?" With that, she quickly cut the straps of his mask. The blade left a long scratch on his cheek. Without the thing, he immediately looked less dangerous, much younger than she would have expected, with a few pimples on his chin and light stubble on his upper lip. He shook his head, and the look in his eyes sharpened again.
Then he hissed and snarled and tried to shake her off, but she had a firm grip on him, and a small touch of the knife to his throat quickly quieted him again. "Why are you following me?" "I'm not, gosh." Pharaoh had never been a particularly patient person. Sitting astride her shadow, she could easily raise herself a little and hit him in the face with her elbow. He tried to ward her off, but her full weight was on his hips, and he couldn't move. Her arm pushed his hands aside and crashed into his mouth, his nose, his cheekbones, slamming his head back onto the slippery pavement. After 4 such blows, the fight had gone out of him. His head slumped back, and she leaned over him again, pushing the knife to his throat. Blood seeped from his nose and mouth, running down the sides of his face in dark rivulets. "Are you following me now?" "I'm just watching." His voice came muffled from his bloody mouth. "I'm just watching. I don't give the orders." The Gurkish soldiers hadn't given the order themselves to kill Pharaoh's family and enslave her. That's why they weren't innocent. That's why they weren't safe from her. "Who gives them then?" He coughed, and a muscle twitched in his face. Blood sprayed from his swollen nostrils. Nothing else. Pharaoh frowned. "What?" She now placed the knife at another spot and lightly pricked his thigh with the tip. "Do you think I've never cut off a body part before?" "Glokta," he mumbled and closed his eyes. "I work for Glokta." Glokta. The name meant nothing to her, but it offered a starting point. She let the knife slide further up again, to his throat. His Adam's apple rose and fell, lightly touching the blade. Pharaoh gritted her teeth, tightened her grip on the knife's handle, and looked down grimly. Tears had formed in the corners of his eyes. It would be best to get it over with quickly and disappear. That was safest. But her hand wouldn't move. "Give me a reason not to." The drops swelled and ran down the sides of his bloody face. "My birds," he whispered. "Birds? No one will feed them. I deserve it, certainly, but my birds, they haven't done anything." She narrowed her eyes as she looked at him. Birds. Funny, the thing some people live for. Her father had kept a bird. She remembered it. It had sat in a cage hanging from a pole. A stupid creature that couldn't even fly, just perched on a branch. Her father had taught it to speak. She remembered him feeding the bird when she was a child. A long time ago, long before the Gurkish came. "Sss," she hissed into his face, pressing the knife against his throat until he curled up smaller and smaller. Then she pulled the weapon away, stood up, and glared at him. "The moment I see you again will be your last. Get out of here to your birds, Shadow." He nodded, eyes wide, and she turned away and walked down the dark alley, into the twilight. As she crossed a bridge, she threw the knife away. It disappeared with a splash, and circular waves spread across the surface of the slimy water. It was certainly a mistake to leave this guy alive. Mercy was always a mistake, at least in her experience. But apparently she was in a merciful mood today. Questions. Colonel Glokta was, of course, an excellent dancer, but now that his leg felt so stiff, it was hard for him to truly shine. The incessant buzzing of flies also distracted him, and his partner was no help at all. R.D. West certainly looked very good, but her constant giggling was starting to get on his nerves. "Stop!" hissed the colonel, spinning her around in the Adeptus of Medicine's laboratory, the specimens in the jars pulsating and wobbling to the rhythm of the music. "Partially eaten," grinned Condalau, one eye enormously magnified by his monocle. He pointed downwards with his tongs. "This here is a foot." Glokta pushed aside the bushes, a hand pressed to his mouth. There lay the mutilated corpse, glowing red and barely recognizable as a human body. R.D. laughed and laughed when she saw it. "Partially eaten," she giggled at him. Colonel Glokta found this matter not amusing at all. The buzzing of the flies grew louder and louder, threatening to completely drown out the music.
And worst of all, it was now terribly cold in the park. "How careless of me," a voice said behind him. "What do you mean?" "To just leave him lying there? But sometimes it's better to be quick rather than too careful, isn't it, cripple?" "I remember it," Glokta murmured. It had grown even colder, and he shivered like an aspen leaf. "I remember it." "Of course," whispered the voice. It was a woman's, but not Ardie's. A deep, hissing voice that made his eye twitch. "What can I do?" The colonel felt his stomach turn. The wounds in the red flesh gaped wide open. The flies were so loud he could barely understand the answer. "Perhaps you should go to the university and ask for advice." Icy breath brushed his neck, giving him goosebumps. "And while you're there, you could also ask about the seed." Glokta stumbled down the steps and, after a small turn, crashed against the wall at the bottom of the stairs. His breath hissed over his wet tongue. His left leg trembled and his left eye twitched, as if the two were connected by a path of pain that ran through his buttocks, his entrails, his back, shoulders, neck, and face, contracting further with every movement, no matter how small. He forced himself to stand still, to breathe slowly and calmly. Then he laboriously steered his thoughts away from the pain and onto other things. For example, on Bayaz and his failed search for this seed. His Eminence is waiting, after all, and he is not exactly known for his patience. He bent his neck once to each side and felt the bones crack between his twisted shoulder blades. Then he pressed his tongue against his gums and shuffled away from the stairs towards the cool darkness between the tall stacks of books. Little had changed down here since last year, probably not for a few centuries. The vaults smelled of decay and age and were lit only by a few flickering, soot-blackened lamps. Sagging shelves stretched everywhere, far into the wavering shadows. Time to rummage through the dusty refuse of history once again. The Adeptus of History also seemed to have changed little. He sat at his stained desk, studying a moldy-looking stack of papers in the light of a single unsteadily burning candle. As Glokta limped closer, he squinted. "Who's there?" "Glokta." The superior cast a suspicious glance at the ceiling. "What happened to your crow?" "Dead." The ancient librarian grumbled sadly. "She's history, one might say." The old man didn't laugh. "Well, that happens to all of us eventually. To some sooner than others. I have a few questions for you." The Adeptus of History craned his neck forward and peered at Glokta with cloudy eyes, as if he had never seen a human before. "I remember you. Ah, so miracles do happen after all. You asked me about Bayaz, the first student of the great Juven, the first letter in the alphabet of the—" Yes, we've been through all that before." The old man looked at him sullenly. "Did you bring the scroll back? The maker fell, burning, and so on. No, I'm sorry, the Archlector has it. Pah, I hear far too much about that man these days. Those up there are always talking about him. His Eminence did this, His Eminence did that. It's driving me crazy. I can certainly relate to that. Everyone is turning and twisting these days. There's unrest everywhere. There are a lot of changes up there. We have a new king. I know that. Guslov, isn't it?" Glokta let out a long sigh and slumped into the armchair on the other side of the desk. Yes, exactly him. Let's not count the paltry 30 years that have passed since then. I'm surprised he doesn't think Horrid the Great is still on the throne. What do you want this time? Oh, just fumbling around in the dark, looking for answers that always seem just out of reach.
"I want to know something about the seed." No reaction showed on the wrinkled face. "About the what?" "It was mentioned in your precious scroll, that thing that Bayaz and his wizard friends sought after Canedia's death in the House of the Maker, after Juven's death." "Pah!" The Adeptus made a dismissive gesture, and the flabby flesh under his wrist wobbled.
Secrets, power, that's just a metaphor. Beyaz apparently doesn't believe that. Glokta pulled his armchair closer and spoke more quietly now, although no one here could overhear us or would even be interested in our conversation. I heard it's a piece from the other side, left over from the old time when devils still walked the earth. Magic in its purest form, made tangible. The old man shook with brittle laughter, offering a glimpse into his rotten mouth, which contained fewer teeth than Glokta possessed. I didn't take you for a superstitious man, Superior. I wasn't the last time I came here with my questions. Before my visit to the House of the Maker, before my encounter with Yulwei, before I saw Shickle smile as she was tortured with hot irons. What happy times those were, before I ever heard of Beyaz and things still made simple sense. The Adeptus wiped his tearing eyes with his lame hand. Where did you hear that? Oh, from a wayfinder with his foot on an anvil. That's none of your business. Well, you apparently know more about it than I do. I once read that stones sometimes fall from the sky. Some say they are fragments of stars. Others believe they are splinters hurled from the chaos of hell. It is said to be dangerous to touch them. They are terribly cold. Cold? Glokta almost felt the icy breath on his neck, and he shifted his shoulders uncomfortably, forcing himself not to look around. Tell me about hell, although I believe I know more about this subject than most other people. What? About hell, old man, about the other side. It is said that all magic comes from there, if one believes in such things. I've learned to be quite open-minded about the subject now. An open mind is like an open wound, susceptible to. I know that saying, but we're talking about hell now. The librarian licked his slack lips. According to legend, there was a time when our world and the underworld were one, and devils roamed the earth. Then Uz drove them out and issued the first law by which he forbade everyone to touch the other side, to speak with devils, or to meddle with the gates between both worlds. The first law, aha. His son Glustrad hungered for power and ignored his father's warnings. He sought out the secrets, summoned the devils, and sent them against his enemies. Allegedly, his folly led to the destruction of Ulcus and the fall of the old empire, and when he destroyed himself, he left the gates wide open. But I am no expert in that field. Who then? The old man grimaced. There were books about it down here, very old ones. Beautiful books from the time of the Master Maker, books about the other side, about what separates both worlds, about the gates and the bolts, books about the betrayers of secrets and how to summon and send them. A bunch of made-up stories, if you ask me. Myths, pure invention. There were books about it? They've been missing from my shelves for some years now. Missing? Where are they? The old man frowned. Strange that you, of all people, should ask me that. That's enough. Glokta looked around as quickly as he could. Silver, the university steward, stood at the foot of the stairs, and his rigid face was filled with surprise and the strangest horror, as if he had seen a ghost. That's really enough, Superior. We thank you for your visit. That's enough? Glokta now frowned himself. His Eminence will... I know very well what His Eminence will or will not be. An unpleasantly familiar voice. Superior Goyle slowly made his way down the stairs. And I say, that's enough. We thank you kindly for your visit. He leaned forward, and his eyes bulged wildly. Make sure it's your last. In the great dining hall, much had changed since Glokta had gone down to the cellar. Before the dirty windows, darkness had fallen, and the candles in the tarnished candlesticks had been lit. And then there is also a selection of about 24 inquisitional practicals in this room. 2 slit-eyed men from Suljuk stared at Glokta over their masks. They resembled each other as if they were twins. Their feet, clad in black boots, rested on the ancient dining table, and before them on the wooden surface lay 4 scimitars in their sheaths. 3 dark-skinned men stood beside a dark window, with shaved heads, each with an axe in hand and a shield on their back. A tall practical lurked beside the fireplace, long and thin like a birch tree. Blonde hair hung into his masked face. Beside him stood a small one, almost a dwarf, whose belt bristled with swords. Glokta recognized the huge Northman, whom they called the Stonebiter, from his last visit to the university. However, it looks as if he has tried to actually bite some stones since our last meeting, which has not done his face any good. His cheeks seemed crooked, his brows dented, the bridge of his nose had a distinct bend to the left. The ruined face was almost as terrifying as the gigantic warhammer he carried in his powerful fists. Not quite as much, perhaps. And so it continued. A more menacing collection of murderers could hardly have been imagined, and they were all heavily armed. Apparently, Superior Goyle has restocked his cabinet of curiosities a bit. Amidst this illustrious company stood practical Vitari, who seemed to feel perfectly at home there. She pointed here and there and gave orders. One wouldn't think she had maternal instincts, seeing her like this, but probably we all have our hidden talents. Glokta stretched his right arm into the air. Whose necks are we going for? All eyes turned to him. Vitari strode towards him, her brow furrowed above the bridge of her nose. What in the world are you doing here? I could ask you the same. If you know what's good for you, don't ask anything here at all. Glokta gave her his empty smile. If I knew what was good for me, I wouldn't have lost my teeth, and now I have nothing left but questions. What is there in these dusty halls that would be of interest to you? That's none of my business, and certainly none of yours. If you're looking for traitors, maybe you should clean up your own house first. And what is that supposed to mean? Vitari leaned towards him and whispered behind her mask. You saved my life, so I want to do you a favor. Get out of here. Get out and stay away. The Adeptus shuffled down the hallway to his heavy front door. As for Beyaz, we know no more than before. Nothing that would bring a rare smile to his eminence's face. Summon and send out, gods and devils, and always new questions. Impatiently he turned the key in the lock. He longed to sit down and relieve his trembling leg. What is Goyle doing there at the university? Goyle and Vitari and 24 practicals, armed to the teeth, as if going to war? He took a painful step over the threshold. It must be a... Gah! He felt his stick snatched away, and then he stumbled hard to the side and grabbed at the air. Something slammed against his face, filling his head with blinding pain. And then the floor hit his back, pressing the air from his lungs. He blinked and drooled, his mouth tasting salty with blood, and the dark room spun wildly around him. Oh my gosh, a punch to the face if I'm not mistaken. Something like that never fails to have an effect. A hand grabbed his coat collar and pulled him up. The fabric cut into his throat, making him squeak like a strangled chicken. The second hand grabbed his belt, and then he was dragged away. His knees and the tips of his shoes scraped limply over the floorboards.
Reflexively, he weakly resisted, but achieved nothing more than a sharp pain shooting through his back. The bathroom door crashed against his head and then against the wall, and he was helplessly dragged through the darkened room to the tub, where the dirty water from the morning still stood. "Wait!" he croaked as he was pushed over the edge. Bleh. The cold water closed around his head, and air bubbles rose before his face. He was held like that while he thrashed wildly and opened his eyes wide underwater in terror and fear until his lungs threatened to burst. Then he was pulled up by his hair again, and water flowed from his face and dripped into the tub. A very simple technique, but undoubtedly highly effective. It really threw me off balance. He gasped for air. "What do you want?" Again into the darkness, and the little air he had been able to inhale bubbled into the dirty water. "Whoever it is, they're letting me breathe. I won't be murdered. I'm just being softened up. For questions. The absurdity of this situation should actually make me laugh, if I had enough air." He pushed against the tub and thrashed in the water. His legs kicked senselessly, but the hand gripping his neck was like steel. His stomach clenched, and his ribs rose in a desperate effort to get air. "Don't breathe, don't breathe, don't breathe." Just as he got the first mouthful of dirty water into his lungs, he was pulled up again and thrown to the floor, where he lay, coughing, gasping, and vomiting simultaneously. "You're Glokta."
A woman's voice, short and gruff and with a harsh Cantic accent. She squatted before him on the floor, balancing on the balls of her feet, her forearms resting on her knees and her long brown hands hanging down. She wore a man's shirt, which sat very loosely over her meager shoulders and had rolled up the wet sleeves over her bony wrists. Her black hair was cut short and stood in greasy tufts from her head. She had a thin, pale scar across her hard face, a contemptuous expression on her narrow lips. But it was primarily her eyes that were repulsive, glowing so yellow in the faint light that shone in from the hallway. No wonder Severot wasn't thrilled when he was supposed to follow her. I should have listened to him. "You're Glokta?" There was no point in denying it. He wiped the bitter drool from his chin with a trembling hand. "I am Glokta. Why are you having me shadowed?" He painfully pushed himself into a sitting position. "Why do you think I would have anything to say about that?" Her fist hit him on the tip of his chin, snapping his head back and eliciting a gasp from him. His jaws clapped together and a tooth bit into the underside of his tongue. Limply he sank against the wall, the room spinning around him and his eyes filled with tears. When he could see somewhat clearly again, she stared at him with narrow eyes. "I will keep beating you until you answer me or until you die." "Thank you very much." "Thanks? I think you actually loosened my neck a little bit." Glokta smiled, showing her his bloody teeth. "For 2 years, I was a prisoner of the Gurkish. 2 years in the Emperor's prisons. 2 years of being cut and chiseled or seared. Do you think the prospect of a slap or two scares me?" He hurled his bloody laughter at her. "It hurts more when I pee. Do you think I'm afraid to die?" He grimaced in pain as he leaned towards her, a stab shooting through his spine. "Every morning that I wake up alive is a disappointment to me. If you want answers, you'll have to give me some. One hand washes the other." She stared at him for a long time, without blinking. "You were a prisoner of the Gurkish?" Glokta gestured with a hand movement to his mutilated body. "They did all this. Then the Gurkish took something from both of us." She sank into a cross-legged position. "Questions. One hand washes the other. But if you try to lie to me—" "Good, then questions it is. I would violate my duties as a host if I didn't let you go first." She didn't smile, but she doesn't seem to be a humorous person either. "Why are you having me shadowed?" I could lie to her, but what good would that do? I might as well tell her the truth. "I'm observing Bayaz. You seem to be friends, and Bayaz is hard to catch right now. That's why I'm observing you." She frowned. "He's no friend of mine. He promised me revenge, that's all. He hasn't fulfilled his promise yet. Life is full of disappointments. Life consists of disappointments. Ask your question, cripple. As soon as she has her answers, we'll go bathing again. Perhaps for the last time, in my case." Her flat yellow eyes revealed nothing. Empty, like the eyes of an animal. But what choice do I have? He licked the blood from his lips and leaned against the wall. "At least I'll die a little wiser. What is the seed?" Her expression darkened a little more. Bayaz said it was a weapon of very great power, strong enough to turn all of Shafa to dust. He thought it was hidden at the end of the world, but he was wrong. He wasn't happy that he was wrong. She frowned briefly. "Why do you follow Bayaz?" "Because he stole the crown and placed it on the head of a spineless worm." She snorted. "At least we agree on that. There are people in my government who are worried about the direction he will lead us. Great worries." Glokta licked a bloody tooth. "Where is he leading us?" "He tells me nothing. I don't trust him, and he doesn't trust me." "We agree on that, too." "He wanted to use the seed as a weapon. Now he hasn't found it and must use other weapons. I suspect he is leading you to a war against Khalul and his eaters." Glokta felt a shiver of twitches run across his face, making his eyelid flutter. "Very treacherous slime." Her head snapped around. "You know about them?" "I once ran into one." "Oh, what the heck. I captured him in Dagaska and then questioned this creature." "What did it tell you?" "It spoke of righteousness and justice.
two things I have never truly experienced. It spoke of war and sacrifice, two things I have seen far too much of. It said your friend Baaz killed his own master. The woman didn't bat an eyelid at that. It said his father, the prophet Kalul, still craved revenge ever since. Revenge, she hissed, and her hands clenched into fists. I will show them what revenge is. What did they do to you? They killed my people. She uncrossed her legs. They enslaved me. Now she stood up gracefully and looked down at him. They stole my life. Glokta felt one corner of his mouth turn up. One more thing we have in common, and I have a feeling my borrowed time is now used up. She stretched out her hands and grabbed his wet coat again. Then she lifted him from the floor with terrible force, and he felt his back slide up the wall. Corpse found in the bathtub. His nostrils flared, the air hissed hard into his bloody nose, his heart pounded with tension. Undoubtedly, my crippled body will resist as best it can. From an irrepressible reflex in the face of air scarcity. Undoubtedly, I will writhe and kick, just like Tulkas, the Gurkish ambassador, when they hanged him and ripped out his entrails for no reason at all. Now that he was standing, he did his best to stand on his twisted legs and straightened himself as much as he could. After all, I was once a proud man, even if that was so long ago. It's hardly the end Colonel Glokta had hoped for, drowned by a woman in a dirty shirt in the bathtub. Will they find me hanging over the edge of the bathtub with my rear in the air? But what does it matter? It's not how you died, but how you lived. She let go of his coat and smoothed its front with a slap of her hand.
And what has my life been like in recent years? What is there that I would truly miss? Stairs? And what has my life been like in recent years? What is there that I would truly miss? Stairs? Soup? Pain? Lying in the darkness, tormented by memories of past deeds? Waking up in the morning to smell the stench of my own mess? Will I miss my tea time with Artie West? Perhaps. But tea times with the Arch-Lector? When I think about it, I wonder why I didn't do it myself years ago. He stared into the eyes of his killer, hard and bright like yellow glass, and he smiled, a smile of pure relief. I am ready. For what? She pressed something into his limp hand. If you have more to settle with Baaz, then leave me out of it. Next time I won't be so friendly. Slowly she retreated to the door, a bright rectangle against the shadow-dark wall. Then she turned, and the sound of her boots on the corridor grew fainter. Apart from the soft, dripping sound of water running from his wet coat, everything was finally still. And so it seems, I have survived, once again. Glokta raised his eyebrows. Perhaps the trick is not to want it. The fourth day. This Easterner was an ugly jerk, a huge, broad fellow, clad from head to foot in stinking, half-tanned furs and a bit of rusted chainmail, which served more as adornment than actual protection. Greasy black hair, held together here and there with roughly forged silver rings and soaked by the thin rain. A large scar ran across one cheek, a second across his forehead, and they were surrounded by countless nicks and craters of smaller wounds and boils he'd had as a boy. His nose was flat and bent to the side like a twisted spoon. He squinted his eyes with effort. His yellow teeth, two of which were missing from the front, were bared. He had pressed his gray tongue into the gap. It was a face that knew nothing but war. A face that lived by the sword and axe and spear, and considered every day it remained alive an unexpected gift. For Logen, it was almost as if he was looking into a mirror. They embraced like two clumsy lovers, oblivious to what was happening around them. They swayed back and forth, staggering like two wrestling drunkards. They tugged and pulled, bit and stabbed, grabbed and shoved, tense with wild fury, and blew sour breath into each other's faces. An ugly, tiring, and deadly dance, and all the while the rain fell incessantly. Logen received a painful kick to the stomach and had to twist and turn to lessen a second. In return, he tried a half-hearted headbutt, but only managed to graze the jerk's face with his forehead. Then he was almost knocked over and stumbled, and he felt the Easterner shift his weight, trying to find a good stance to properly take him down. But finally, Logen managed to ram his thigh into his groin before the other could do the same, and that was enough for the grip to briefly weaken, allowing him to place his hand on the jerk's throat. With force, Logen pushed his hand further up, a painful inch after the next, and his outstretched index finger crawled over the Easterner's scarred face, while the man watched with a squinting gaze, trying to turn his head away. Quickly, he now painfully hard grabbed Logen's wrist and tried to pull it away. But Logen had slightly tilted his shoulder and used his weight correctly. The finger pushed past the distorted mouth, past the upper lip, and into the jerk's bent nose, and Logen felt his broken fingernail dig into the flesh on the inside. He bent the finger, bared his teeth, and twisted his opponent's nose as best he could. The Easterner hissed and kicked with his feet, but he was stuck. He had no choice but to grab Logen's wrist with his other hand, and thus pull the probing finger from his nose. But with that, Logen now had a hand free. Quickly, he tore out the knife and gasped as he stabbed. His arm twitched back and forth. Quick blows, only this time with a steel spike. The blade penetrated the Easterner's belly, his thigh, his arm, his chest, and blood gushed forth in thick streams, staining them both and running into the puddles beneath their boots. When he had stabbed often enough, Logen grabbed his opponent by the coat, tore him up into the air with clenched teeth, and hurled him with a loud roar over the battlements. He plunged down, limp as a corpse he would soon be, and crashed to the ground among his countrymen. Logen leaned over the parapet, gasping in the damp air, and raindrops flew around him. Hundreds swarmed in the mud at the base of the wall, at least it looked that way. Wild men from the other side of the Crinna, where people couldn't even speak properly and no one cared about the dead. They were all soaked and splattered with dirt, hiding under roughly hewn shields and wielding crudely forged weapons, brutal and barbed. Behind them their standards stood, fluttering in the wetness, bones and frayed furs that looked like ghostly shadows in the pouring rain. Some of them now dragged wobbly ladders forward, or picked up those that had already been knocked over, looking for a secure footing in front of the wall and trying to set them up, while stones, spears, and soaked arrows rained down on them. Others were already climbing up, shields raised above their heads. There were 2 ladders on Dow's side, one by Redcap and one directly to Logen's left. 2 large savages swung heavy axes against the scarred gates, hacking wet splinters from the wood with each blow. Logen pointed at them and roared something senselessly into the damp air. No one heard him, and no one could have heard him, so loud was the pounding rain, the crashing, banging, scraping of blades on shields, of arrows penetrating flesh, of battle cries and screams of pain. He picked his sword out of a puddle on the rampart. Water drops shimmered on the dull gleaming metal. Close by, one of Espe's carls was engaged in a fight with an Easterlander who had climbed one of the ladders. They exchanged a few blows, axe against shield, then a sword hissed through the air. As the Easterlander's axe arm rose again, Logen hacked off his limb at the elbow and threw him roaring to the ground. The carl finished the rest by striking the opponent on the back of the head and then pointing with the bloody sword over Logen's shoulder. There, another Easterlander with a large hooked nose climbed over the ladder and leaned over the battlements, his arm with a spear at the ready. With a wild roar, Logen lunged at him. The Easterlander's eyes widened and the spear began to waver. He no longer had a chance to thrust. He tried to dodge, clinging to the wet wood with his free hand, but this only caused the ladder to slip, scraping a bit along the parapet. Logen's sword caught him under the arm, and he flinched back, gasping, dropping the spear behind him. Logen stabbed at him again, then slipped and fell too far forward, almost into his opponent's arms. Hooknose grabbed him and tried to pull him over the battlements. Logen smashed his face with the sword hilt, and the head snapped back. A second blow took out a few teeth. The third knocked the man unconscious, and he fell from the ladder, dragging one of his comrades with him into the mud. "Give me the pole," Logen roared to the carl with the sword. "What? The pole, you jerk!"
The carle grabbed the wet piece of wood and threw it to Logen through the rain. Logen dropped his sword and wedged the forked end against one of the ladder rungs, then pushed as hard as he could. The carle joined him and also pushed, and the ladder creaked, wobbled, and finally tilted back. An Easterlander's face appeared over the battlements, taking on a surprised expression. Then he saw the pole. He saw Logen and the carle pushing it, and then he plunged down as the ladder toppled, falling onto the heads of the unpleasant individuals below. Elsewhere on the wall, a ladder had just been re-erected, and the Easterlanders climbed up, shields raised above their heads, while Redcap and his boys pelted them with stones. Others were already climbing up, shields raised above their heads. There were 2 ladders on Dow's side, one by Redcap and one directly to Logen's left. 2 large savages swung heavy axes against the scarred gates, hacking wet splinters from the wood with each blow. Logen pointed at them and roared something senselessly into the damp air. No one heard him, and no one could have heard him, so loud was the pounding rain, the crashing, banging, scraping of blades on shields, of arrows penetrating flesh, of battle cries and screams of pain. He picked his sword out of a puddle on the rampart. Water drops shimmered on the dull, gleaming metal. Close by, one of Espe's carles was engaged in a fight with an Easterlander who had climbed one of the ladders. They exchanged a few blows, axe against shield, then a sword hissed through the air. As the Easterlander's axe arm rose again, Logen hacked off his limb at the elbow and threw him roaring to the ground. The carle finished the rest by striking the opponent on the back of the head and then pointing with the bloody sword over Logen's shoulder. There, another Easterlander with a large hooked nose climbed over the battlements, his arm with a spear at the ready. With a wild roar, Logen lunged at him. The Easterlander's eyes widened, and the spear began to waver. He no longer had a chance to thrust. He tried to dodge, clinging to the wet wood with his free hand, but this only caused the ladder to slip, scraping a bit along the parapet. Logen's sword caught him under the arm, and he flinched back, gasping, dropping the spear behind him. Logen stabbed at him again, then slipped and fell too far forward, almost into his opponent's arms. Hooknose grabbed him and tried to pull him over the battlements. Logen smashed his face with the sword hilt, and the head snapped back. A second blow took out a few teeth. The third knocked the man unconscious, and he fell from the ladder, dragging one of his comrades with him into the mud. "Give me the pole," Logen roared to the carle with the sword. "What? The pole, you jerk!" The carle grabbed the wet piece of wood and threw it to Logen through the rain. Logen dropped his sword and wedged the forked end against one of the ladder rungs, then pushed as hard as he could. The carle joined him and also pushed, and the ladder creaked, wobbled, and finally
Others had managed to overcome the wall at Dow's section, and from there Logen heard roaring and the sound of killing. He chewed on his bloody lip, wondering if he should rush over and support the men, but he decided against it. Sooner or later he would be needed here. So he took the Creator's sword and nodded to the carle who had helped him, then straightened up and took a deep breath. He waited for the next assault of the Eastlanders, while all around him men fought, killed, and died. Devils in a cold, wet, bloody hell. It had been going on for 4 days now, and it felt to him as if he had always been here, as if he had never left this place. Perhaps he never had. As if Dogman's life wasn't hard enough, it also had to rain. Nothing an archer fears more than wetness. That's just how it is. Well, except maybe being trampled by cavalry, but that was unlikely on a tower. The bows were slippery, the strings stretched, the fletchings were wet, and all of this resulted in very low accuracy. The rain took away their advantage, and that was a problem. But it could take even more before the day was over. 3 wild, unpleasant individuals were busy at the gate, 2 hacking at the softened wood with axes, and the third trying to force a crowbar into the gaps to pry the individual planks apart. "If we don't get them, they'll smash the gate to pieces," Dogman roared hoarsely into the damp air. Grim said, nodding his head, water droplets flying from his shaggy hair. All sorts of shouting and pointing from him and Tool were necessary,
But then, Dogman had lined up a row of his boys on the slippery rampart. 3 times 20 wet bows lowered all at once, were drawn with a creak and now pointed at the gate. 3 times 20 men, aiming with grim faces, dripping wet and getting even wetter. And fire! The bows were fired almost simultaneously. The arrows hissed downwards, bounced off the wet wall, stuck in the raw wood of the gate, were everywhere in the ground where the ditch had been before it turned into a mud pit. The shots were quite inaccurate, but there were a great many arrows, and where great accuracy is not possible, sheer quantity can often compensate. The Eastlander on the right side dropped his axe. 3 arrows were stuck in his chest, 1 in his leg. The one on the left slipped and tilted sideways, then, with an arrow in his shoulder, sought cover. The fellow with the crowbar dropped to his knees, flailing, and desperately reached behind him where an arrow had struck him in the back, just above the tailbone. "All right, good," Dogman roared. None of the others seemed particularly keen to work on the gate, and for that the defenders could be grateful. There were still enough men trying with the ladders, but they couldn't easily deal with them from up here. It would have been too easy to hit their own boys on the parapet in this weather. Dogman gritted his teeth and fired a harmless arrow that sailed down in a wide arc towards the attackers. They could do nothing. Espe, Dow, and Redcap took care of the wall. Logen took care of the wall. A crash sounded as if the sky wanted to collapse. The world suddenly became dazzlingly bright and thick like soup, while the noise echoed from everywhere. Logen stumbled through this dreamscape, the sword slipping from his clumsy fingers, and he staggered against the wall. Hastily, he tried to grab the weapon as it twisted in his hands, and he tried to understand what was happening, but he didn't have the slightest idea. 2 men wrestled with each other for a spear. They fought and pushed each other, and Logen couldn't remember why. A man with long hair parried a slow club blow with his shield. A few splinters flew around. Then, with bared, gleaming teeth, he swung an axe, struck it into the legs of a wild-looking man, tearing him off his feet. Men were everywhere, wet and wild, dirty and blood-smeared. Perhaps it was a battle? Whose side was he on? Logen felt something warm dripping onto his eye, and he touched it with his hand. Then he looked uncomprehendingly at his red fingertips, which turned pink in the rain. Had someone hit him on the head then, or was he just dreaming all this? Perhaps it was just a memory of long-past things. He ducked away, just in time before the club crashed down and would have cracked his head like an egg, and with both hands he grabbed the wrists of the hairy, unpleasant individual who was swinging the club. Suddenly, the world was fast and loud, and pain throbbed in his head. He leaned against the parapet and stared into a dirty, bearded, angry face that pressed close to his own. Logen let go of the club with one hand and reached into his belt to pull out a knife. He found none. He had spent so much time sharpening the very things, and now that he needed one, he had none at hand. Then it became clear to him. The blade he had carried in his belt was stuck in the ugly, unpleasant individual lying somewhere in the mud at the base of the wall. He groped for the other side, still trying to hold on to the club, but since he only had one hand free for it, he gradually lost that fight. Little by little, Logen was pulled over the parapet. His hand felt the hilt of a knife. At that moment, the hairy Eastlander snatched the club back and raised it over his head, then opened his mouth and let out a stinking scream. Logen stabbed him in the middle of the face, and the blade went into one cheek and out the other, taking a few teeth with it on the way. The hairy man's roar turned into a high shriek. He dropped the club and stumbled away with bulging eyes. Logen slid to the ground and hastily picked up his sword, which had almost gotten under the feet of the 2 fellows fighting for the spear. He waited until the Eastlander had come closer again before thrusting the blade into his thigh from behind, felling him with a scream. Then he left him to the carle. The hairy man still had blood running from his mouth, and he had placed a hand on the hilt of the knife, which he now tried to pull from his cheek.
Logen's sword tore a gaping red slit in the wet furs over his hip, and he fell to his knees. The next blow split his head. Not 10 paces from him, Espe was in great difficulty. 3 Easterners attacked him, and another was just swinging down from the ladder. Espe's men were all caught up in their own fights. He flinched as the hard blow of a warhammer struck his shield, and the axe fell from his hand, clattering across the stones. Briefly, the thought crossed Logen's mind that he would probably be much better off if Espe's head was bashed in. But, as things stood, he would probably be next. So he took a deep breath and charged, roaring. The first turned to him, just in time for his face, not the back of his head, to be split. The second raised his shield, but Logen ducked and cleanly struck through his shin, causing his opponent to fall screaming onto his back, blood streaming from the wound into the puddles of water on the battlement. The third was a big jerk, whose red hair stood out in all directions from his head. Before him, Espe had slumped, stunned, onto the rampart, blood welling from a cut on his forehead. Red Hair raised a large hammer to finish the job. Before he could, however, Logen stabbed him from behind. The long blade slid to the hilt into the flesh. Never attack a man from the front if you can kill him from behind, Logen's father had always said, and he had always tried to heed that advice. Red Hair kicked and shrieked, and even in his last breaths he thrashed wildly, dragging Logen with him, who still clutched the hilt of the sword. But it wasn't long before he fell. Logen tucked Espe under his arm and pulled him up. The young man frowned, and his eyes gradually cleared. Then he saw who was helping him. Quickly he bent down and picked up the axe that had fallen from his hands.
Briefly, Logen wondered if he would now get it in the skull, but Espe just stood there, and the blood from the cut on his forehead ran down his face. "Behind you," Logen said, gesturing with his chin over his shoulder. Espe turned, Logen did the same, and they stood back to back. 3 or 4 ladders now leaned against the wall near the gate, and the fight on the battlement had split into several smaller, bloody skirmishes. More Easterners climbed over the battlements, uttering their senseless chatter, and they came at Logen with hard faces and hard weapons, as more and more of them overcame the wall. Behind him, he heard the clash of metal and the gasping of Espe's fight, but he paid no attention to it. He could only deal with those in front of him. One had to be realistic about such things. He stumbled back, and the exhaustion he now showed was only half feigned. But when the first attacked, he bared his teeth, sprang forward, and struck his opponent's blade across the face. The man cried out and pressed his hand to his eyes. Logen lunged at the next and received a heavy blow with a shield to the chest, the edge catching him on the chin, and he inadvertently bit his tongue. Logen almost fell over the outstretched corpse of a dead carl, but he managed to catch himself just in time. He wildly swung his sword around, hitting nothing, letting himself be carried away by his own movement, and noticed something stinging his leg. Gasping, he hopped on, lost his balance, and hacked with his sword left and right. Then he jumped towards a moving fur, but his leg gave way beneath him, and he collided with someone. Together they crashed to the ground, and Logen's head hit hard stone heavily. They rolled back and forth, and Logen finally managed, roaring and drooling, to work his way up, where he clawed his fingers into the Easterner's greasy hair and slammed his face against the stones, again and again, until his skull felt soft. He dragged himself to the side, heard a blade strike the battlement where he had just been, and laboriously got to his knees, the sword loose in his sticky hand. So he knelt there, water running down his face, gasping for air. More now came towards him, and he could no longer evade. His leg hurt, and there was no strength left in his arms. His head felt light, as if it simply wanted to float away. No strength left for a fight, at least barely any. More and more enemies came towards him. At the very front, one with thick leather gloves, holding a large club whose spiked head was red with blood. It looked as if he had already bashed in several skulls with it, and Logen's was now to be the next. And then Bethod would finally have won. A coldness shot through Logen's gut like a stab. A hard, empty feeling.
His knuckles cracked as the muscles of his hands stiffened and gripped the sword painfully tight. "No," he hissed. "No, no, no." But he might as well have hurled his no at the rain. The cold feeling spread, reached Logen's face, and twisted his mouth into a bloody grin. The gloved man came closer, his club scraping over the wet stone. He looked over his shoulder. Then his head split open and blood spurted out. Crummock of Fail roared like an angry bear, the finger bones around his neck swaying back and forth, and he swung the heavy hammer in wide circles around his head. The next Easterner dodged and raised his shield. Crummock now swung the hammer two-handed, swept his legs out from under him, threw him to the ground, and hurled him belly first onto the stones. The thick mountain man sprang onto the battlement, agile as a dancer despite his bulk, and delivered a blow to the next attacker's stomach that sent him spinning through the air and collapsing with twisted limbs before the battlement. Logen watched, panting, as a few wild men killed each other, and now Crummock's boys, whose face paint had been blurred by the rain, roared and bellowed. They swarmed the wall, hacking at the Easterners with their crude swords and gleaming axes, driving them back and pushing away their ladders, hurling their corpses over the battlements into the mud at the base of the wall. He knelt in a small puddle, leaning on the cold hilt of Conadius's sword, its tip dug into the battlement. Breathing heavily, he leaned forward, his cold stomach expanding and contracting, his mouth tasting salty, and the stench of blood in his nose. He barely dared to look up. Instead, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and spat bitter saliva onto the stones. Then he pushed the cold feeling back in his stomach, and it disappeared, at least for the moment, leaving only pain and exhaustion within him. "Looks like these jerks have had enough now," Crummock's laughing voice echoed through the drizzle. The mountain man threw his head back, opened his mouth, and stuck out his tongue to the rain, then licked his lips. "You did good work today, Bloody Nine. Not that it wasn't a particular pleasure for me to watch you, but I'm glad I could do my part too." He weighed his mighty hammer in one hand and then twirled it around like a thin willow branch to look at a large bloodstain on the hammerhead, to which hair still clung, then grinned broadly. Logen looked up at him, barely feeling enough strength to lift his head. "Oh yes, good work. But tomorrow we'll be in the second row, won't we, if you're so keen on this spot? You can have the gosh darned wall." The rain had eased a little and was now falling as a thin drizzle. A glimmer of fading sunlight broke through the low-hanging clouds and fell on Bethott's camp, his muddy trench, and the standards and tents scattered across the valley. Huntsman squinted and thought he saw a few men standing in front of the camp, watching the Easterners flee. The sun's rays glinted on something down there. Perhaps on a spyglass, like the Union used, usually to look in the wrong direction. Huntsman wondered if Bethod was down there, watching what was happening. It would have been entirely Bethod's style to now be in possession of a spyglass. He felt a large hand clap him on the shoulder. "We gave them a good thrashing, Chief," Toll rumbled, "and what a thrashing!" There was no doubt about it. Many dead Easterners lay in the mud at the base of the wall. Several were wounded, carried away by their comrades, or slowly and painfully dragged themselves behind their own lines. But there had also been a lot of losses on their side. Huntsman saw a whole pile of muddy corpses piled up in the rear of the fortress, where the dead were buried. He could hear someone screaming. They were harsh and ugly screams, like a man makes when an arm or leg has been removed, or has just been removed. "Yes, we gave them a beating," the dogman muttered, "but they also gave us a good thrashing. I'm not sure how many more such beatings we can endure." The barrels holding their arrows were at most half full, and they had hardly any stones left. "Better send a few men out to strip the dead," he called over his shoulder to some men. "Let's salvage what we can while we can." "In such a time you can never have enough arrows," Tull said. "Today we took out a lot of these Krynna jerks. We probably have more spears tonight than we did this morning." The dogman managed a grin. "It's nice of them to bring us some weapons." "Yeah. Besides, they'd probably get pretty bored if we ran out of arrows," Tull laughed, slapping the dogman on the shoulder harder than ever, so hard his teeth rattled.
We did well. You did well. We're still alive, aren't we? A few of us. The dogman looked at the corpse of a man who had died at the top of the tower. An old warrior with almost completely gray hair, an arrow stuck in his throat. It was bad luck to get an arrow on such a wet day, but in a battle like this, you don't just have good luck, you also have bad luck. He looked down into the valley, over which darkness was gradually falling. Where in the world are the boys from the Union? At least the rain had stopped.
One had to be grateful for the small things in life, for example, for a smoking fire after all the wetness. One had to be grateful for small things when every minute could be the last of one's life. Logen sat beside the meager flame, gently rubbing his right palm. It was sore, chafed red, and stiff from clutching the rough hilt of the maker's sword all day, and blisters showed on his knuckles. He had injuries almost everywhere on his head. The stab wound in his leg burned, but he could still walk reasonably well. It could have been much worse. By now they had buried 70 men, and they had indeed laid them in graves of a dozen each, just as Crummock had predicted. 70 and more had turned back to mud, and twice as many were injured, some of them severely. Over by the big fire, Dow could be heard, telling in a rumbling voice how he had rammed a knife into an Easterner, and then Tull's booming laugh rang out. Logen barely felt he belonged with them anymore, not now. He wondered if he ever had. A group of men he had fought and defeated. Lives he had spared, though there was no reasonable cause for it. Men who had hated him more than death, but who were bound to him in allegiance. They were hardly more his friends than Asp. Perhaps the dogman was his only true friend in the whole world, and even in his eyes, Logen could from time to time see traces of that old doubt flare up, traces of the old fear. He wondered if he could see them now, as the dogman stepped out of the darkness. "Do you think they'll come tonight?" the dogman asked. "Sooner or later he'll try it in the dark," Logen said, "but I suspect he'll wait until we're a bit softer." "Can we be any softer than we are now?" "Well, find out, I suppose." Logen grimaced as he stretched his aching legs. "But somehow it seems as if all this mess used to be easier." The dogman made a snorting sound. Not a laugh, not really. More like he just wanted Logen to know he'd heard him. "Memory sometimes plays tricks on you. Do you remember Carleon?" "Sure." Logen looked at his missing finger, and he clenched his hand into a fist so it looked like it used to. "Funny, everything used to be simpler somehow. Who you fought for and why. I never used to think about things like that." "I did," the dogman said. "Really? You should have said something. Would you have listened?" "No, probably not." They sat in silence for a minute. "Do you think we'll get out of this alive?" the dogman asked. "Maybe, if the Union shows up here tomorrow, or the day after." "Do you think they will?" "Maybe. We can at least hope." Just because you hope for something doesn't mean it will happen. Usually the opposite happens. But every day we survive brings new hope. Maybe it will work out this time. The dogman looked at the dancing flames with a grim face. "There's a lot of maybe involved. That's war. Who would have thought we'd have to rely on a bunch of Southerners to solve our problems, eh? I guess you always solve your problems with the means at hand. You have to be realistic. So, let's be realistic. Do you think we'll survive this?" Logen thought about it for a while. "Maybe." Boots stepped with a squelching sound on the soft earth, and Asp approached their fire silently. A gray bandage was wrapped around his head, over the cut he had sustained, and his hair looked damp and greasy beneath it. "Chief," he said. The dogman smiled as he stood up and clapped him on the shoulder. "It's all right, Asp. That was good work today. I'm glad you joined us, boy. We all are." He gave Logen a long look. "All of us. I think I'll rest for a moment. We'll see each other when they attack again. That's probably soon anyway." He disappeared into the darkness, leaving Asp and Logen alone, staring at each other. Logen probably should have put his hand on one of his knives and watched for sudden movements and such, but he was too tired and too battered for that, so he just sat there and looked at Asp. He pressed his lips together and sat down on the ground on the other side of the fire, slowly and hesitantly, as if he had to eat something he knew was spoiled. "If I had been in your place," he said after a while, "I would have watched those jerks kill me. I certainly would have done that a few years ago. What's changed?" Logen thought about it with a frown. Then he shrugged his tense shoulders.
I'm trying to be better today than I was then. Do you think that's enough? What else could I do? Asp looked grimly into the fire. I wanted to say. He pushed the words around in his mouth and then spat them out. That I'm grateful, yes. You saved my life today. I know that. He wasn't happy when he said it, and Logen knew why. It's hard when a man you hate does you a favor. It's so much harder to hate him afterwards. Losing an enemy can be worse than losing a friend, at least if you've had him long enough. So Logen just shrugged again. No big deal. Just what a man should do for his people. I owe you a much greater debt. I know that. What I owe you, I'll never be able to repay. No. But it was a start, I'd say. Asp stood up and took a step. Then he stopped, and the firelight flickered across one side of his hard, angry face. It's never so simple that a man is only good or only bad, is it? Not even you. Not even Bethot. Nobody. No. Logen sat there, watching the dancing flames. No, it's never that simple. We all have our reasons. Good men and bad men. It's all a matter of your own point of view. The perfect pair. One of Jezal's countless servants crouched on a stepladder, his face strained as he carefully lowered the crown onto his head. The single, enormous diamond on it shimmered incredibly precious. The servant adjusted the crown ever so slightly, and the fur-trimmed edge pressed into Jezal's skull. Then the servant climbed down, folded the ladder, and surveyed the result, as did a dozen of his colleagues. One of them stepped forward to check the precise fit of Jezal's gold-embroidered sleeves. Another, with a frown, flicked an almost invisible speck of dust from his gleaming white collar. "Very good," said Bayaz, nodding thoughtfully. "I believe you are ready for your wedding." Now that Jezal had a rare moment to think about it, he found one thing truly comical. He had never, at least not as far as he could remember, agreed to this wedding. He had neither proposed nor accepted such a proposal. He had never really said yes to anything of the sort. And yet here he stood, preparing to be married in a few hours to a woman he barely knew. It had not escaped his attention that the initial preparations had apparently been set in motion before Bayaz had ever spoken of it, for otherwise all this could not have happened so quickly. Perhaps the first steps had even been taken before Jezal's coronation, but presumably that was not even surprising. Seit den Thron bestiegen hatte, war hilflos von einem unbegreiflichen Ereignis zum nächsten gestolpert, wie ein Schiffbrüchiger, der weit draußen vor der Küste versucht, den Kopf über Wasser zu halten und der von unsichtbaren, unüberwindlichen Strömungen hin und her getrieben wird. Allerdings war dabei wesentlich besser angezogen. Allmählich begann zu begreifen, dass ein Mann immer weniger Freiräume hatte, je mächtiger wurde. Hauptmann Jezal Danlutha hatte essen können, was wollte, schlafen können, wann wollte, treffen können, wen wollte. Seine erhabene Majestät König Jezal I. hingegen fesselten die unsichtbaren Ketten der Tradition, der Erwartungen und der Verantwortung, und sie legten jede Einzelheit seines Daseins fest, so klein sie auch sein mochte. Bayaz trat mit kritischem Blick noch einmal vor. Vielleicht sollte der oberste Knopf doch besser geöffnet. Jezal fuhr verärgert zurück. Die Aufmerksamkeit, die der Magus jeder Kleinigkeit in seinem Leben zollte, wurde allmählich mehr als nur ein wenig lästig. Es schien, als könne er kaum noch die Latrine aufsuchen, ohne dass der alte Jürg später in dem Ergebnis herumstocherte.
»Ich weiß, wie man einen Mantel zuknöpft«, blaffte er. »Werde ich sie etwa auch heute Nacht hier vorfinden, wenn ich meine frisch vermählte Gattin ins Schlafgemach geleite, damit sie mir Anweisungen geben können, wie ich meine ehelichen Pflichten am besten angehe?« Die Diener hüstelten, sahen bemüht in andere Richtungen und zogen sich möglichst unauffällig in die Ecken des Zimmers zurück. Bayaz Gesicht zeigte weder Belustigung noch Verärgerung. »Ich stehe Eurer Majestät jederzeit mit meinem Rat zur Verfügung, aber ich hätte gern angenommen, dass es sich hier um einen Bereich handelt, in dem Sie auch allein zurechtkommen. Ich hoffe, Sie sind für unseren kleinen Ausflug gut vorbereitet. Ich habe mich schon den ganzen Morgen…« Arde erstarrte, als sie aufblickte und Gloktas Gesicht sah. »Was ist denn mit Ihnen geschehen? Was? Sie meinen das hier?« Er deutete mit der Hand auf die vielen schillernd blauen Flecken und Schwellungen. »Eine Kantesserin ist des Nächtens in meine Wohnung eingebrochen, hat mich wiederholt geschlagen und beinahe in der Badewanne ertränkt. Ein Erlebnis, das ich niemandem wirklich weiterempfehlen würde.«
Offenbar glaubte sie ihm nicht. Was ist wirklich passiert? Ich bin die Treppe heruntergefallen. Ah, Treppen, die können richtig hässlich sein, wenn man nicht fest auf seinen Beinen steht. Sie betrachtete ihr halbvolles Glas und ihre Augen waren leicht verschleiert. Sind Sie betrunken? Es ist doch schon Nachmittag, oder nicht? Ich versuche immer, um diese Zeit schon betrunken zu sein. Wenn man sich erst einmal einer Aufgabe verschrieben hat, dann sollte man dabei auch sein Bestes geben. Jedenfalls hat mein Vater mir immer so etwas gesagt. Glokta sah sie mit zusammengekniffenen Augen an, und sie begegnete seinem Blick ganz ruhig über den Rand ihres Glases hinweg. Keine zitternde Unterlippe, kein tragischer Gesichtsausdruck, keine Spuren bitterer Tränen auf ihren Wangen. Sie wirkte kaum weniger glücklich als sonst. Oder vielleicht sollte man sagen, auch nicht weniger unglücklich. Aber der Hochzeitstag Jetzaldan Luthers kann für sie kein Freudentag sein. Niemand findet es angenehm, wenn er zurückgewiesen wird, egal unter welchen Umständen. Niemand wird gern verstoßen. Wir müssen nicht hingehen, wissen Sie? Glokta zuckte gequält zusammen, als er erfolglos versuchte, durch Strecken wieder etwas Gefühl in sein taubes Bein zu bekommen. Und das Zucken wiederum ließ neuerlichen Schmerz durch seine gespaltene Lippe und über sein zerstörtes Gesicht wandern. Ich werde es mit Sicherheit nicht bedauern, wenn ich heute keinen Schritt mehr gehen muss. Wir können auch hier sitzen und uns über Politik oder irgendwelchen anderen Unsinn unterhalten. Und die Hochzeit des Königs verpassen, rief Arde aus und legte sich in gespieltem Entsetzen die Hand auf die Brust. Aber ich muss doch sehen, was Prinzessin Therese trägt. Es heißt, sie sei die schönste Frau der Welt und selbst Abschaum wie ich braucht jemanden, zu dem er aufsehen kann. Sie legte den Kopf in den Nacken und stürzte den Rest ihres Weins hinunter. Die Tatsache, dass ich mit dem Bräutigam intim war, ist für mich keine Entschuldigung, um der Hochzeit fernzubleiben. Das Flaggschiff des Großherzogs Orso von Taliens pflügte langsam, unaufhaltsam und majestätisch durch die Wellen. Nur ein Viertel der Segel waren gesetzt und über ihm kreiste eine Schar schreiender Seevögel am strahlend blauen Himmel. Weder Jelzal noch sonst jemand in der großen Menge, die sich am Kai zusammengefunden hatte und die Dächer und Fenster der umliegenden Häuser belagerte, hatte je ein Schiff von dieser Größe gesehen. Es war aufs Beste herausgeputzt. Bunte Wimpel flatterten von der Takelung und die 3 hochaufragenden Masten waren mit leuchtenden Flaggen geschmückt, die den gekreuzten Säbel von Talins und die goldene Sonne der Union zeigten, angesichts des freudigen Anlasses nebeneinander gesetzt. Aber dennoch wirkte es nicht weniger bedrohlich, sondern vielleicht ähnlich wie Neunfinger Loder im Anzug eines Modegecken. Es war unübersehbar ein Kriegsschiff und sah mit dem grellen Putz, den es offensichtlich eher unwillig trug, eher mehr denn weniger kampfeslustig aus. Angesichts der Tatsache, dass dieses mächtige Schiff eine einzelne Frau, noch dazu Jezals zukünftige Braut, nach Adua bringen sollte, vermittelte es keine besonders beruhigende Botschaft. Es deutete an, dass er mit Großherzog Orso einen Schwiegervater bekam, der andere ohne Schwierigkeiten einschüchtern wusste. Nun sah Jezal auch die Seeleute, die zwischen den unzähligen Seilen herumkletterten wie Ameisen auf einem Busch und dabei den halben Morgen Segeltuch in wohlgeübter Geschwindigkeit einholten. Dadurch pflügte das gewaltige Schiff nun mit eigenem Schwung weiter durchs Wasser, und sein großer Schatten fiel über den Kai und tauchte die Hälfte der Willkommensgesellschaft in Dunkelheit. Dann wurde es langsamer, und die Luft war erfüllt vom Knarren der Spanten und Taue, bis seine Bewegung endgültig gebremst wurde und es die winzig wirkenden Boote, die an seiner Seite lagen, so hoheitsvoll überragte, wie ein Tiger einen Wurf junger Katzen. Die goldene Galionsfigur, eine Frau von doppelter Lebensgröße, die einen Speer gen Himmel schleuderte, schimmerte bedrohlich hoch über Jetzals Kopf. In der Mitte des Kais, wo der Hafen am tiefsten war, hatte man für diesen Anlass eine riesige Rampe gebaut, und über diese sanfte Neigung betraten nun die königlichen Besucher aus Talins den Boden von Adua, wie Besucher von einem weit entfernten Stern, wo jeder reich, schön und offensichtlich glücklich war. Auf beiden Seiten begleitete sie eine Reihe bärtiger Wachleute, die gleich aussehende schwarze Uniformen trugen und ihre Helme derart poliert hatten, dass sie hart wie Spiegel strahlten. Zwischen ihnen ging in 2 Sechserreihen ein Dutzend Kammerfrauen, die in roter, blauer oder leuchtend purpurener Seide gekleidet waren und selbst schon so strahlend wie Königinnen aussahen. Aber unter den ehrfürchtig staunenden Menschen am Kai hegte niemand den geringsten Zweifel daran, wem wirklich alle Aufmerksamkeit gebührte. An der Spitze glitt Prinzessin Therese dahin, groß, schlank, unvorstellbar königlich, so geschmeidig wie eine Zirkustänzerin und so stattlich wie eine Kaiserin aus den alten Legenden. Ihr rein weißes Gewand war mit funkelndem Gold bestickt, ihr schimmerndes Haar hatte die Farbe polierter Bronze und eine Kette aus gewaltigen Diamanten leuchtete und blitzte auf ihrer bleichen Brust im hellen Sonnenlicht. Dass man sie das Juwel von Talins nannte, schien in diesem Augenblick vollkommen zu ihr zu passen. Therese wirkte so rein und überwältigend, so stolz und strahlend, so hart und schön wie ein makelloser Edelstein. Als ihre Füße das Pflaster berührten, brach die Menge in laute Beifallsrufe aus, und aus den höher gelegenen Fenstern der umliegenden Gebäude wurden nun in wohl einstudierten Kaskaden Blütenblätter geworfen. Und so trat sie in all ihrer herrlichen Pracht auf einem weichen Teppich und durch einen süß duftenden rosaroten Blütenschauer vor Yetzal hin, den Kopf befehlsgewohnt erhoben und die Hände stolz vor dem Körper ineinander geschlungen. Es wäre eine Untertreibung größten Ausmaßes gewesen, hier von einem atemberaubenden Auftritt zu sprechen. »Euer erhabene Majestät«, sagte sie leise, und irgendwie brachte es sie fertig, dass er sich wie derjenige fühlte, dem hier eine große Ehre erwiesen wurde, als sie vor ihm in den Hofknick sank. Ihre Hofdamen machten ihr nach, und auch die Wachleute verbeugten sich mit vollkommen übereinstimmenden Bewegungen. »Mein Vater, Großherzog Orso von Talins, lässt mit großem Bedauern ausrichten«, begann sie und nahm wieder eine makellos aufrechte Haltung an, als würde sie von unsichtbaren Schnüren in die Höhe gezogen, »dass dringende Geschäfte in Styrien leider verhindern, dass er unserer Eheschließung beiwohnt.«
»Sie sind alles, was wir brauchen«, krächzte Jesal und verfluchte sich sofort, als ihm klar wurde, dass er keine vernünftige Anrede verwendet hatte. Angesichts der Umstände fiel es ihm schwer, klar zu denken. Therese war sogar noch atemberaubender als damals, als er sie vor einem Jahr oder noch länger zum letzten Mal gesehen hatte und sie bei dem Fest, das man zu Ehren des Prinzen gegeben hatte, so heftig mit Ladisla gestritten hatte. Die Erinnerung an ihre schrillen Worte war nicht gerade dazu angetan, ihm Mut zu machen, aber andererseits wäre Jesal auch nicht glücklich gewesen, wenn er Ladisla hätte heiraten sollen. Der Kerl war schließlich ein echter Trottel gewesen. Jesal hingegen war ein völlig anderer Mensch und konnte daher auch eine andere Reaktion erwarten. Jedenfalls hoffte er das. »Bitte, Euer Hoheit«, sagte er und hielt ihr seine Hand hin. The soft light gleamed on the silver bowls and on the guests' jewelry, reflected by the dark walls to sparkle in the distant, blurred distance a million points of light, like stars in the dark night sky. A dozen of the Union's finest musicians played subtle, enchanting music, mingling with the tapestry of contented conversation, the clinking and rattling of old money und neuer cutlery. It was a joyous celebration, the most beautiful day of their lives. Für die Guests, für Jesal etwas anderes, und was, er war nicht sicher. Er hatte einen Sitz an einem gildeten Tebel eingenommen, his queen beiseite hin, surrounded von einem Haushalt von Dienern, outnumbering them 10 to 1, in full view des entire company, als if sie wären der most exciting animals in einem Zoo. Jesal saß slightly dazed und awkward in einem dreamlike silence, occasionally flinching like a sick rabbit, wenn ein Foodmann startelte ihn mit einem Plat von Vegetables. Therese sah zu seiner Rechte, occasionally spearing eine tiny bite with her fork, lifting it to her mouth, chewing and swallowing with elegant precision. Jesal wouldn't have believed it was possible to eat so elegantly. Now he realized the mistake he had made. He could barely recall the echoing words of the crown judge, thus, he assumed, had bound them together forever. Something about love und der Nationssicherheit vaguely came to mind. But he now saw the ring he had numbly presented to Therese in dem prinzlichen Circle, its blood-red stone shimmering on her long middle finger. He chewed on a piece of the finest roast, and it tasted like straw. They were husband and wife. He now realized that Bayaz had been right, as always. People longed for something higher and greater than themselves. Perhaps they didn't all have the king they wished for, but no one could deny that Therese was everything a queen should be, und mehr. The mere thought von Adi West sitting in that gilded chair war absurd. Und yet, Jesal felt pangs von conscience when this thought came to him. Dann ein Feeling von Saatheit überwältigte ihm.
Es wäre ein Komfort gewesen, wenn es jemanden näher beigäbe, mit dem er talken konnte. Er ließ einen Pants sei. Wenn er den entire life mit dieser Frau verbringen muss, dann werden sie auch talken zueinander, und der sooner sie startete, der besser. I've heard that Tullins is supposed to be a very beautiful city. It is, she replied in a formal tone, but Adua also has impressive sights. Dann sie pauste, looking at her plate without much hope. Jesal klärte seinen Trotz. One has to get used to this situation, he ventured the hint of a smile. She blinked, looking into the expanse of the hall. That's true. Do you dance? She elegante turned her head to him without visible movement of her shoulders to look at him. A little. He pushed his chair back und stund auf. Shall we then, Your Majesty? As you wish, Your Majesty. As they moved towards the center des großen Halle, das Chatter subsidierte. The Hall of Mirrors became deadly silent, save for the clicking of his polished boots und hair-polished shoes of the shimmering stone floor. Jesal schluckte, als sie trug ihre Positionen, surrounded on three sides by their long tables und bei den countlosен magnifizenten Gäste, alle watschenden denen. Er fühlte almost denselbe brechliche Tension, Fear und Excitement in den Fencingring zu fighten einen unbekannten Opponenten vor einem rohrenden Crowd. They stood motionless like statues, looking into each other's eyes. Dann er entfällte seine Hand, palm facing aufwärts. She did the same, aber anstatt einem Hand zu geben, she pressed the back of her hand against his und pushte es aufwärts, so der Finger wedelten. Very slightly she raised an eyebrow. Ein inaudibles Challenge, das niemand in dem Hall kannte, ernotigte. Der erste drauende Note erklang die Steine und echote durch den Hall. They began their dance, circling each other mit exaggerierter Slowness, das goldene Hemd Theresses Dress sweeping the floor, her feet unseen, so dass mit ihrer Kinn resolut erhoben, sie sehnte zu gleiten, gerade als Steppen. They moved first in one direction, then in the other, disappearing into the shadow-laden distance, crowned und clad in immakulat Weiß und Gold. Als derselbe Movement des Stücks begann und mehr Instrumente eintraten, Jesal realisierte, er wurde effortlos ausgeschonnen, wärter als Bremer dan Gorst hat er einetscht. Therese moved mit so superiorer Poise, dass er sicher wäre, sie könnte eine Weinglas auf ihrem Kopf tragen, ohne einen Tropfen zu verlieren. The music grew louder, faster, bolder, und Theresses movements adapted perfectly. Es war, als ob sie die Musizierer mit ihren ausgestreckten Händen kontrollierte, so perfekt in Sync they seemed. He tried to lead her, and she effortlessly slipped away. Dann she feigned a movement in one direction, only to twirl in the other, und Jesal näherlich fiel auf seinen Barsch. She evaded him, turned mit masterhafter Dezeption und ließ ihn greifen an Ehr. The music grew ever faster, the musicians sawing und plucking mit wild, determined devotion. Jesal machte eine futile Anstrengung zu erreichen sie, aber Therese slippte away again, verwirrend ihn mit einem Rasseln von ihrer Schild, den er kaum folgen konnte. Sie ahnte, almost trippte ihn, durch einen Bein vertun zu lassen für einen Bruchteil von Sekunde und es wegzunehmen, bevor er es proper sah. Dann she turned her head around and almost poked him in the eye with her crown. Die große und powervolle der Union wandten ihn in enchantedem Silence. Jesal selbst fand, dass er mehr als ein sprachloser Oberbote. Es schien, er könnte nichts mehr tun, als konstant zu approximativ den richtigen Spot zu kommen und dadurch einem Fool zu machen zu werden. Er war nicht sicher, ob er relieved oder enttäuscht gewesen, wenn die Musik langsamer wurde und sie ihm ihre Hand aufgeboten hatte, als wäre es ein kostbares Güt. Er presste den Beck von seiner Hand gegen Hals und sie zirkelten einander, drohend immer näher. Als die Instrumente das letzte Refrain schneideten, presste sie gegen ihn, ihr Beck lehnte gegen seinen Rücken. Langsam treten sie, immer langsamer, und seine Nase biechte den Duft von ihrem Haar. Mit dem letzten drauenden Note bändte sie Beck und er hielt sie fest, ihr Nacken gestreckt lang, ihr Kopf geneigt, so dass ihr fragiles Koronett almost den Flur berührte. Und dann war Silence. Der entire Hall errohrte im rohrenden Applaus, aber Jesal barely hörte es.
Er war zu beschäftigt, seine Frau zu bestaunen. Ihre Backen waren nun leicht angerötet, ihre Lippen leicht geöffnet, erleuchtend flauer Frontzähne, und die Linie ihres Kinns, ihrer ausgestreckten Hals und delikate Collarbone waren voll mit Schatten und säet mit sparkelnden Diamanten. Darunter ihr Brust, ros und viel mit ihren schnellen Atem. Jesal fühlte eine starke Anziehung. Er blinkte und sein eigener Atem kaute im Hals. »If your Majesty would be so kind«, sie wisperte. »Was?« »Oh, of course.« He lifted her back to her feet, als der Applaus kontinuierte. »You dance excellently.« »Your Majesty is too kind«, she replied mit dem feinsten Hint von Smile. But even ein small smile was a smile. He beamed at ihr mit einem idiotischen Ausdruck. Seine Furcht und Konfusion hatten sich in das pleasanteste Excitement verwandelt bei nur einem Tanz.
He had been granted a small glimpse behind the icy facade, and quite obviously, his new queen was a woman of rare, burning passion. A hidden side he was very much looking forward to exploring further. So much so that he had to force himself to avert his eyes from her and stare into a corner, desperately thinking of other things, to compose himself before the assembled company. The sight of Beaz, sitting at one of the tables with a grinning face, was just the thing for that. The old man's cold smile cooled Jezal's desire as quickly as a bucket of ice water. Glokta had left Ardee in her over-furnished living room, where she had done her best to get even more drunk, and since then he had been in an extremely grim mood, even for my standards. There's nothing like the company of someone worse off than yourself to make you feel better. The problem is, if you alleviate their misery, your own assails you with double coldness and force. He slurped another half-mouthful of lumpy soup from his spoon and grimaced as he forced the overly salty liquid down his throat. I wonder how well King Jezal is doing right now. Celebrated and admired by all, he's probably enjoying the best food and company. He threw the spoon into the bowl, his left eye twitched, and he flinched as a thin pain ran down his back and then his leg. 8 years since the Gurkish released me, and yet today I am still their prisoner and always will be. Trapped in a cell no larger than my own crippled body. The door creaked open, and Barnum shuffled into the room to clear the bowl. Glokta looked from the half-dead soup to his half-dead old servant. The best food and the best company. He would have laughed had his split lip not prevented him. "Are you finished, my lord?" asked the servant. "Most likely. Unfortunately, I was unable to produce the means of Beaz's destruction, and therefore his eminence will naturally not be pleased." How displeased must he become before he completely loses his patience? But what can I do? Barnum carried the bowl out, closed the door behind him, and left Glokta alone with his pain. What have I done to deserve this? And what has Luthar done? Is he not exactly as I was then? Conceited, vain, and selfish as hell? Is he a better person? If not, why has life punished me so harshly and rewarded him so richly? But Glokta already knew the answer. The same reason the innocent Sepp Don Teufel with shortened fingers roasts in England. The same reason General Visbruck died in Dagoska, while the treacherous Magister Eider remained alive. The same reason Tolkist, the Gurkish envoy, was slaughtered before a roaring crowd for a crime he had not committed. He pressed his sore tongue against one of the few remaining teeth. Life is not fair. Jezal pranced down the hallway as if in a dream, but it was no longer the terror-filled nightmare of the morning. His head spun from the abundant praise, the applause, the affirmation. His body still glowed from the dance, from the wine, and now increasingly from desire. With Therese by his side, he felt truly like a king for the first time in his short reign. Jewels and precious metal, silk and embroidery, and pale, soft skin glowed fascinatingly in the gentle candlelight. The evening had been a glorious experience, and the night promised to be even better. Therese might have seemed hard as a diamond from a distance, but Jezal had held her in his arms, and he knew better. The large paneled gates were held open by 2 shivering servants, and then silently closed after the king and queen of the Union had floated past them.
The mighty four-poster bed dominated the opposite side of the room, and tufts of long feathers at the corners of the canopy cast long shadows on the gilded ceiling. The lush green curtains were invitingly drawn wide, and soft, alluring shadows lay in the silken space between them. Therese entered the bedroom a few steps ahead of him with her head bowed, while Giselle turned the key in the lock and heard the bolt gently click into place. His breath quickened as he stepped behind his wife, raised his hand, and gently placed it on her bare shoulder. Then he felt the muscles beneath her smooth skin stiffen, and he smiled at her tension, which so closely resembled his own. He wondered if he should say something to reassure her, but what good would that do? They both knew the moment had arrived, and Giselle, at least, was eager to finally begin. He came closer, wrapped his free hand around her waist, and felt his palm brush over rough silk. Then he tenderly touched her neck with his lips, once, twice, 3 times. Gently he nudged her hair, inhaled her scent, and exhaled it softly against her cheek. He noticed her shiver as she felt his breath on her skin, but that only encouraged him. His fingers now slid over her shoulder and over her bosom, and her diamonds slipped over his hand as he moved closer. Again he came a little closer, pressed her against him, let out a guttural, satisfied growl, and he pressed against her backside. Instantly she tore herself away from him with a gasp, whirled around, and slapped him, making his head ring. "You dirty bastard," she shrieked in his face, and spit flew from her distorted mouth. "You very son of a difficult person, how dare you touch me?" Ladislaw was a cretin, but at least he had pure blood. Giselle groaned, one hand pressed against his burning face, and his whole body was stiff with shock. Weakly he reached out his other hand to her. But, uff! Her knee struck him with merciless precision between the legs, forcing the air from his lungs and making him stagger for a breathless moment. Then he collapsed like a house of cards hit by a blacksmith's hammer. As he writhed on the carpet, filled with that very special pain, it was only a small comfort to him that he had been right. His queen was quite obviously a woman of rare, burning passion. The tears that welled up involuntarily from his eyes testified not only to pain, terrible surprise, and momentary disappointment, but increasingly also to growing horror. Apparently, he had completely misjudged Therese's feelings. She had smiled at him for the guests, but here, behind closed doors, she revealed that she deeply detested him and everything he stood for. That he had been born a bastard was something he could never change, and now it looked as if he would have to spend his wedding night on the royal floor. The queen had hurried across the room, and now the bed curtains were tightly drawn, shutting him out. The 7th day. The Easterners had attacked again last night. They had crept in the darkness, found a place to climb up, and killed a sentry. Then they had set up a ladder, and by the time they were discovered, they had already sneaked into the fortress in large numbers. The screams had woken the dogman, who had barely slept anyway, and he had tried to shake himself awake in the blackness of the night, getting tangled in his blankets at first. Enemies in the fortress, men running around and shouting, shadows in the dark, everything smelled of horror and confusion. Men fought in the light of the stars and the light of torches, or completely without light, so that blades were swung without knowing where they might strike. Boots stumbled over the terrain, sending up bright showers of sparks when they stepped into the dying campfires. In the end, they had managed to repel the Easterners. They drove the enemies to the wall, and many were slain there, until only 3 remained, who dropped their weapons and surrendered. A bad mistake, as it later turned out. Many men had fallen in the last 7 days. Each time the sun set, it shone on more graves. No one was in the mood for mercy now, not even those who had once thought so, and that was already the case for very few. Black Dow tied the 3 to the top of the wall so that Bethod and everyone else could see them clearly.
He tied them tightly in the harsh light of the blue dawn, just as the first sunbeams touched the black sky, and he doused them all with oil and set them on fire, one after another. so they could see what was coming for them and began to scream even before it was their turn. The dogman didn't particularly like the sight of burning people. He didn't like to hear their screams or the sizzling of their body fat. He didn't smile when the sickeningly sweet smell of their burning flesh rose to his nose. But he still didn't think of intervening. There were certainly times when one could afford leniency, but now was not such a time. Leniency and weakness are the same in war, and there is no award for being nice to others. He had learned that from Bethod a long time ago. Perhaps these Easterners would now think twice before sneaking back in the night and messing up everyone's breakfast. And perhaps it also helped to put a bit of courage into the dogmen's men, for by now more than a few of them were getting nervous. 2 nights ago, a few lads had tried to run away. They had abandoned their posts and climbed over the wall in the darkness to reach the valley. Bethod had had their heads impaled on spears, which were now planted outside his ditch. A dozen smashed lumps, hair blowing in the light wind. From the wall, their faces were barely recognizable, but they still seemed to look angry and upset, as if they blamed the dogman for leading them into this mess, as if he didn't have enough accusations to deal with from the living. He cast a grim look at Bethod's camp. The outlines of the tents and standards were just emerging black from the morning mist and darkness, and he wondered what he could do besides stand around and wait. All his lads looked at him as if hoping he would get them out of here alive with some magic trick. But the dogman understood nothing of magic. Ein Tal, eine Mauer und kein Fluchweg. Kein Fluchweg, das war das Entscheidende an diesem Plan gewesen. Er fragte sich, ob sie noch einen weiteren Tag ausharren konnten. Aber das hatte er sich gestern Morgen auch schon gefragt. Was hat Bethod heute wohl vor? Wie sieht's denn aus? Murmelte er vor sich hin. Was plant er wohl? Ein Gemetzel? Brummte Grimm. Huntsmann warf ihm einen scharfen Blick zu. Ich hätte lieber ein Wort wie Angriff gewählt, aber ich wäre auch nicht überrascht, wenn es sich zu dem entwickeln würde, was du gerade sagtest. Bevor der Tag rum ist. Er kniff die Augen zusammen, sah ins schattenumlagerte Tal herunter und hoffte endlich das zu entdecken, worauf er die ganzen letzten langen 7 Tage gewartet hatte. Ein Zeichen dafür, dass die Union anrückte. Aber dort war nichts. Hinter Bethods großem Lager, seinen Zelten und seinen Standarten und seiner Unzahl von Männern war nichts als leeres und nacktes Land, in dem der Nebel noch in den schattigen Senken waberte. Tull stupste ihm mit seinem großen Ellenbogen in die Rippen und brachte ein Grinsen zustande. »Ich bin mir nicht so sicher, was diesen Plan angeht. Auf die Union warten und so? Hört sich ein bisschen riskant an, wenn man mich fragt. Gibt's vielleicht noch eine Möglichkeit, mir das anders zu überlegen?« Huntsmann lachte nicht. Es war kein Lachen mehr in ihm. Nein, wohl nicht. Nein. Der Riese stieß einen schweren Seufzer aus. Hatte ich mir schon gedacht. 7 Tage, seit die Schanker erstmals vor der Mauer aufgetaucht waren. 7 Tage, und es fühlte sich wie 7 Monate an. In Logens Körper war kein Muskel, der nicht vor Überbeanspruchung schmerzte. Er war bedeckt von einer Legion blauer Flecken, einer Schar von Kratzern, einem Heer von Schürfwunden, Stößen und Verbrennungen. Den langen Schnitt an seinem Bein hatte er mit einem Verband abgedeckt. Seine Rippen hatten unter den vielen Tritten gelitten, die er sich eingefangen hatte. Unter seinem Haar waren ein paar hübsche, große Schorfsellen. Seine Schulter war steif, seit er einen Schlag mit einem Schild abbekommen hatte. Und seine Knöchel waren abgeschürft und geschwollen, seit er einem Ostländer einen Schlag hatte verpassen wollen, dabei aber leider einen Stein getroffen hatte. Er war eine einzige große Wunde. Den anderen ging es nicht besser. In der ganzen Festung gab es kaum einen Mann, der keine Verletzung aufzuweisen hatte. Selbst Cromocks Tochter hatte irgendwo einen Kratzer abbekommen. Einer von Espes Jungs hatte vorgestern einen Finger verloren, den kleinen von der linken Hand. Jetzt sah er die Stelle an, die fest mit einem dreckigen, blutigen Tuch umwickelt war, und verzog gewellt das Gesicht. »Das brennt was«, sagte er und sah zu Logen auf, während er seine übrigen Finger zur Faust ballte und dann wieder spreizte.
Er hätte Logen wohl irgendwie leid tun sollen. Logen erinnerte sich an den Schmerz und an die Fassungslosigkeit, die sogar noch schlimmer gewesen war. Er hatte kaum glauben können, dass dieser Finger nie mehr da sein würde, für den ganzen Rest des Lebens nicht. Aber er hatte kein Mitleid mehr für andere übrig. »Das stimmt wohl«, knurrte er. »Fühlt sich an, als ob er noch da sei. Jo, geht das Gefühl irgendwann weg? Mit der Zeit. Wie lange dauert es denn? Länger, als uns wahrscheinlich noch bleibt.« Der Mann nickte langsam und grimmig. »Jo, 7 Tage, und selbst die kalten Steine und das nasse Holz des Waldes schienen genug zu haben. Die neuen Brustwehren knickten ein und brachen weg, wurden dann so gut wie möglich wieder ausgebessert und zerfielen bei nächster Gelegenheit wieder. Die Tore waren so zerhackt, dass sie gerade noch als Feuerholz taugten, und das Tageslicht fiel durch die hineingeschlagenen Lücken, vor denen man Felsbrocken aufgetürmt hatte. Ein fester Schlag hätte sie erledigt. Ein fester Schlag hätte allerdings auch Logen erledigt, so wie er sich inzwischen fühlte. Er nahm einen Schluck bitteren Wassers aus seiner Feldflasche. Allmählich drangen sie zum fauligen Teil am Boden der Fässer vor. Das Essen ging ebenfalls zur Neige, wie auch alles andere. Vor allem von der Hoffnung war nur noch ein Hauch vorhanden, der ständig kleiner wurde. »Noch am Leben«, flüsterte er vor sich hin. Aber es lag wenig Triumph in seinen Worten. Sogar noch weniger als sonst. Die Zivilisation mochte nicht besonders nach seinem Geschmack gewesen sein, aber ein weiches Bett, ein komischer Ort zum Pinkeln und ein bisschen Verachtung von mageren Idioten klang im Augenblick überraschend verlockend. Gerade fragte er sich zum wohl 1000. Mal, wieso er überhaupt in den Norden zurückgekommen war, als er Cromwell Ifales Stimme hinter sich hörte. »Na, blutiger Neuner, du siehst müde aus, Mann.« Logen sah mit gerunzelter Stirn auf. Das Geschwätz des Bergmenschen ging ihm langsam auf die Nerven. Es war harte Arbeit in den letzten Tagen, falls dir das nicht aufgefallen sein sollte. Doch, das ist es, und ich hatte auch meinen Anteil daran, nicht wahr, meine Schönen? Seine 3 Kinder sahen einander an. Ja, antwortete das Mädchen mit zaghafter Stimme. Cromwell sah sie düster an. Es gefällt euch nicht mehr, wie das Spiel jetzt gespielt wird, was? Wie ist es mit dir, blutiger Neuner? Der Mond hat aufgehört zu lächeln, was? Du hast Angst, nicht wahr? Logen warf dem dicken Jörg einen langen, strengen Blick zu. Müde bin ich, Cromwell, mir hängt deine Festung zum Hals raus, dein Essen, vor allem aber dein Gequatsche. Nicht jeder ist vom Geräusch deiner auf- und zuklappenden Lippen so begeistert wie du selbst. Wieso verpisst du dich nicht einfach und guckst mal, ob du dir deinen Mond in den Arsch schieben kannst? Auf Cromwells Gesicht malte sich ein breites Grinsen ab und eine Reihe gelber Zähne zeigte sich inmitten seines braunen Barts. Das ist ein Mann, wie ich ihn liebe, klarer Fall. Einer seiner Söhne, jener, der stets den Speer mit sich herumtrug, zupfte nun am Hemd seines Vaters.
»Was zur Hölle liegt an, Junge? Was passiert, wenn wir verlieren, Pa?« »Wenn wir was?« knurrte Cromwell, und er versetzte seinem Sohn mit seiner großen Hand einen Knuff an den Kopf, dass er bäuchlings zu Boden fiel. »Steh sofort wieder auf! Hier wird nicht verloren, mein Junge!« »Nicht solange der Mond uns liebt«, murmelte seine Schwester, allerdings nicht besonders laut. Logen beobachtete, wie sich der Junge wieder aufrappelte, sich die Hand gegen den blutenden Mund presste und aussah, als ob er in Tränen ausbrechen wollte. Er kannte das Gefühl. Vielleicht hätte er etwas dazu sagen sollen, dass man ein Kind nicht so behandeln durfte. Vielleicht hätte er das auch getan, am ersten Tag oder auch noch am zweiten. Aber jetzt nicht mehr. Er war zu müde und zu zerschlagen und zu verängstigt, um der Sache große Bedeutung beizumessen. Der schwarze Dau näherte sich, und sein Gesicht zeigte einen Ausdruck, der beinahe als Lächeln durchgehen konnte. Der einzige Mann im ganzen Lager, von dem man sagen konnte, dass er in besserer Laune war als üblich, und es war kein Geheimnis, dass man in einer echt beschissenen Zwickmühle steckte, wenn der schwarze Dau zu lächeln anfing. »Neunfinger«, knurrte er, »Dau, hast du keine Leute mehr zum Anzünden, oder was liegt an? Denk mal, Beethordt wird mir gleich wieder welche rüberschicken.« Er nickte zur Mauer hinüber. »Was meinst du, schickt er die heute? Nach der Abreibung, die wir ihnen gestern verpasst haben, denke ich, dass diese Arschlöcher von der Krinna allmählich fertig sind. Verdammte Wilde. Glaube ich auch. Und seit ein paar Tagen waren schon keine Schanker mehr dabei. 4 Tage, seit er uns die Plattköpfe auf den Hals gehetzt hat. Logen sah mit zusammengekniffenen Augen zum Himmel, der allmählich heller wurde. Wetter sieht gut aus heute. Gutes Wetter für Rüstung und Schwerter und Männer, die Schulter an Schulter vorrücken. Gutes Wetter, um den Versuch zu wagen, uns den Rest zu geben. Wäre nicht überrascht, wenn er heute die Karls angreifen lässt. Ich auch nicht. Seine besten Leute, sagte Logen, die schon lange bei ihm sind. Wäre nicht überrascht, wenn Schlohmähne und Goring und Schneebleich und der verdammte Kleinknochen und alle anderen nach dem Frühstück gegen die Tore anrückten. Dau schnaubte. Seine besten Leute? Das ist doch ein Haufen Wichser, allesamt. Damit wandte er den Kopf und spuckte auf den Boden. Darüber wäre ich nicht mit dir streiten. Tatsächlich? Hast du nicht an ihrer Seite gekämpft in all den harten und blutigen Jahren? Habe ich, kann aber trotzdem nicht sagen, dass ich sie je besonders gemocht hätte. Nun, wenn dir das ein Trost ist, ich glaube, dich mögen sie jetzt auch nicht besonders. Dau sah ihn lange an. Wann fing das an, dass es dir bei Bethod nicht mehr recht war, Neunfinger? Logen erwiderte den Blick. Schwer zu sagen. Das kam so nach und nach, denke ich. Vielleicht hat er sich im Lauf der Zeit immer mehr zu einem Drecksack entwickelt. Oder vielleicht wurde ich allmählich immer weniger einer. Oder vielleicht ist für 2 Drecksäcke von eurer Sorte auf ein und derselben Seite einfach kein Platz. Ach, ich weiß nicht. Logen stand auf. Du und ich arbeiten ja auch sehr gut zusammen. Damit ließ er Dau stehen und dachte darüber nach, wie leicht der Umgang mit Malakus Quay und Ferro Malgin und sogar mit Jezal Dan Luta gewesen war. 7 Tage und schon gingen sie einander an die Kehle. Alle zornig, alle müde. 7 Tage. Der einzige Trost war dabei, dass es nicht mehr allzu viele weitere Tage geben würde. Sie kommen. Huntsmanns Augen glitten zur Seite. Wie bei den meisten Dingen, die Grimm von sich gab, war auch das wieder eine überflüssige Bemerkung. Sie konnten es alle klar und deutlich sehen, während die Sonne aufging. Bethods Karls waren im Anmarsch. Sie hatten es nicht besonders eilig. Sie näherten sich steif und stetig, die bemalten Schilde vor sich erhoben, die Augen auf das Tor gerichtet. Standarten flatterten über ihren Köpfen. Signs that the dogman knew from before. He wondered how many men among them he had fought alongside back then. How many faces he could still put a name to. How many he had drunk, eaten and laughed with. And now he had to do his best to turn them back into mud. He took a deep breath. There's no place for feelings on the battlefield, Three Trees had once told him, and he had taken that to heart. All right. He raised his hand while his men around him on the tower readied their bows. Wait a moment longer. The Karls trampled over the churned-up dirt and shattered stones, where the valley narrowed slightly, trudging past the corpses of the Eastman and Shankar, who had been left twisted, dismembered, crushed, or bristling with broken arrows where they had fallen. They did not hesitate, they did not break stride, and the shield wall advancing towards the fortress shifted occasionally, but did not break open. There wasn't the slightest gap. Der marschen in a tight formation, Tool grumbelte. Ja, too tight, die stupiden Scherken. Nun kamen sie näher. Close genug, dass Dogman wollte, mit ein paar Arrows anzufangen. All right, lads, shoot high and let them come down from above. The first volley hisst von der Tower, beschrieb eine hohe Arc und dann regnete es auf die dicht gedrängte Ranken herab. The Karls raised their shields to intercept them, und die Arrows strubsten die painted wood, bouncten auf Helme oder glitten durch Chainmail. Ein paar fanden ihren Mark und ein breiter Schrei ertannte ihnen. Hier und da öffneten sich Gräber, aber der Rest schritt einfach weiter, hinkend zur Wall. Dogman sorgte mit zusammengekniffenen Augen zum Himmel, der allmählich heller wurde. Wetter sieht gut aus heute. Gutes Wetter für Rüstung und Schwerter und Männer, die Schulter an Schulter vorrücken. Gutes Wetter, um den Versuch zu wagen, uns den Rest zu geben. Wäre nicht überrascht, wenn er heute die Karls angreifen lässt. Ich auch nicht. Seine besten Leute, sagte Logen, die schon lange bei ihm sind. Wäre nicht überrascht, wenn Schlohmähne und Goring und Schneebleich und der verdammte Kleinknochen und alle anderen nach dem Frühstück gegen die Tore anrückten. Dau schnaubte, seine besten Leute? Das ist doch ein Haufen Wichser, allesamt. Damit wandte er den Kopf und spuckte auf den Boden. Darüber werde ich nicht mit dir streiten. Tatsächlich? Hast du nicht an ihrer Seite gekämpft, in all den harten und blutigen Jahren? Habe ich, kann aber trotzdem nicht sagen, dass ich sie je besonders gemocht hätte. Nun, wenn dir das ein Trost ist, ich glaube, dich mögen sie jetzt auch nicht besonders. Dau sah ihn lange an. Wann fing das an, dass es dir bei Bethod nicht mehr recht war, Neunfinger?
Logen erwiderte den Blick. »Schwer zu sagen. Das kam so nach und nach, denke ich. Vielleicht hat er sich im Lauf der Zeit immer mehr zu einem Drecksack entwickelt. Oder vielleicht wurde ich allmählich immer weniger einer. Oder vielleicht ist für 2 Drecksäcke von eurer Sorte auf ein und derselben Seite einfach kein Platz. Ach, ich weiß nicht.« Logen stand auf. »Du und ich arbeiten ja auch sehr gut zusammen.« Damit ließ er Dau stehen und dachte darüber nach, wie leicht der Umgang mit Malacus Quay und Ferro Malgin und sogar mit Jezal Dan Luta gewesen war. 7 Tage und schon gingen sie einander an die Kehle. Alle zornig, alle müde. 7 Tage. Der einzige Trost war dabei, dass es nicht mehr allzu viele weitere Tage geben würde. »Sie kommen.« Huntsmanns Augen glitten zur Seite. Wie bei den meisten Dingen, die Grimm von sich gab, war auch das wieder eine überflüssige Bemerkung. Sie konnten es alle klar und deutlich sehen, während die Sonne aufging. Bethards Carls waren im Anmarsch. Sie hatten es nicht besonders eilig. Sie näherten sich steif und stetig, die bemalten Schilde vor sich erhoben, die Augen auf das Tor gerichtet. Standarten flatterten über ihren Köpfen. Signs that the dogman knew from before. He wondered how many men among them he had fought alongside back then. How many faces he could still put a name to. How many he had drunk, eaten and laughed with. And now he had to do his best to turn them back into mud. He took a deep breath. There's no place for feelings on the battlefield, Three Trees had once told him, and he had taken that to heart. All right, he raised his hand while his men around him on the tower readied their bows. Wait a moment longer. The Carls trampled over the churned-up dirt and shattered stones, where the valley narrowed slightly, trudging past the corpses of the Eastman and Shanka who had been left twisted, dismembered, crushed, or bristling with broken arrows where they had fallen. They did not hesitate, they did not break stride, and the shield wall advancing towards the fortress shifted occasionally, but did not break open. There wasn't the slightest gap. Der Marschen in a tight formation, Tool grumbelte. Ja, too tight, die stupiden Scherken. Nun kamen sie näher. Close genug, dass Dogman wollte, von ein paar Arrows anzufangen. All right, lads, shoot high and let them come down from above. Die First Volley hisst von der Tower, beschrieb eine hohe Arc und dann regnete es auf die dicht gedrängte Ranken herab. The Carls raised their shields to intercept them und die Arrows strupsen die painted wood, bouncten auf Helme oder slitten down Chainmail. Ein paar fanden ihren Mark und ein breiter Schrei enttarnte ihnen. Hier und da öffneten sich Gäber, aber der Rest simply trudged on, hingen zur Wall. Dogman worriedly eyed die Barrels, in denen sie die Arrows gespeichert hatten. Sie waren nur ein Viertel voll und meist der Arrows waren bereits schon aus den Toten gezogen. Careful now, aim true, lads. Grimm grollte, pointete unten. Ein größerer Gruppe von Männern, schlicht Kraute aus den Gräben, gekleidet in steifes Leder und beschützt von Stählkappen. Sie formierten einige niedrige Reihen, knieten und nahmen ihre Waffen. Flatbows, wie die Union hatte. Get down, Dogman rohrte. Die unerleblichen bösen Bögen klatterten und spatten. Meist der Lads auf dem Tower hatten bereits alle Cover genommen, aber einer, der sein Glück vertraute und sich über das Battlement gelehnt hatte, nahm einen Bolten durch den Mund, schwanke und fiel sanft von der Türme. Anderer wurde in Brust getroffen und nun atmete mit einem Rauen, als ob der Wind durch einen splitzenden Pinos blies. All right, geben Sie ihnen zurück. Sie standen alle auf den gleichen Moment auf, senden eine Volley herab und pecherten ihre Verfolger mit wirrenden Bögen, senden nun mehr Arrows von oben herab. Ihre Bögen hatten vielleicht nicht ganz so viel Penetrierungskraft, aber durch die Höhe allein, die Projektile stritten mit großer Wucht, und Bethards Archers hatten nichts zu verbergen. Nicht weniger fielen und krabbelten weg, schreiend und rohrend, aber die Reihe hinter ihnen erwogte sofort weiter, deliberately and unstoppably, kniete und brachte die Flatbows in bereit. Eine weitere Schauer von Bolten hisste zu ihnen hoch. Männer duckten sich und warfen sich zu Boden. Ein Projektil riss recht an Dogmans Kopf vorüber und
While they had been busy exchanging arrows and bolts, the Carls had made it to the gate, protecting themselves with shields held over their heads from the stones and arrows that the mountaineers rained down on them. They had filled the ditch a day or two ago, and now the line opened, and the men in their heavy armor moved as if they were passing something forward. Dogman caught a brief glimpse of it. A long, thin tree trunk hewn to serve as a battering ram. Some branches had been left on so that the men could grip it here and hurl it forward with a hard swing. Dogman heard the first crashing blow as it struck their miserable gate. Gosh, he murmured. Now groups of thralls pressed forward, lightly armed and lightly armored, carrying ladders and relying on speed to get over the walls. Many died in the attempt, bristling with spears or arrows, or struck by stones. Several ladders were knocked over, but they were fast and brave and stuck to their task. It wasn't long before some of them were on top of the parapet, while more pressed up the ladders. They fought with Crummock's men and gradually gained ground, simply because they were rested and numerically superior. Then a loud crash sounded, and the gate broke in. Dogman saw the battering ram swung one last time, cleanly smashing one of the doors. The carls fought with the second door and finally pushed it open. A few stones struck their shields and bounced off. Then the foremost carls pushed through the gate. "Gosh," said Grim. "They're through," Dogman breathed, watching Bethote's carls push through the narrow gap like a chainmail armored flood, trampling the destroyed gates under their heavy boots and dragging aside the stones that lay behind them, their brightly painted shields always held high and their brightly polished weapons ready. On both sides, the thralls swarmed up the ladders and over the wall, where they pushed Crummock's mountaineers back on the ramparts. Like a river destroying a dam in a flood, Bethote's host streamed into the fallen fortress, first a gentle trickle, then a wild torrent. "I'm going down," Tool snarled, drawing his great longsword from its sheath. Dogman briefly considered holding him back, but then he nodded exhaustedly and watched the Thunderhead hurry down the steps. Some others followed him. There was no point in standing in their way. As it seemed, the time had almost come. The time when every man must decide where he wants to die. Logen watched them break through the gates, storm up the ramp, and enter the fortress. Time seemed to pass very slowly. He perceived every symbol on every shield, shining brightly in the morning sun. A black tree, a red bridge, 2 wolves on green, 3 horses on yellow. Metal shimmered and flashed, shield rims, the rings of chainmail, spearheads, sword edges. They advanced, shouting their battle cries, high and thin, as they had done for years. Breath crawled through Logen's nose, in, out. The thralls and the mountaineers fought on the parapet as if they were underwater, and the sounds were muffled and choked. His palms sweated and tingled and itched as he saw the carls break in. It seemed somehow impossible that he should now attack these jerks, to kill as many of them as possible. What a crazy idea! As always in such moments, he felt a powerful urge to turn and run. Around him he felt the fear of the others, as they shifted uncertainly from one foot to the other or recoiled slightly. A highly reasonable impulse, apart from the fact that there was nowhere to flee. Only forward, directly into the teeth of the enemy, to perhaps beat them back before they could establish themselves. There was no other way. Only this. So Logen raised the Maker's sword high in the air, let out a wordless cry, and ran. He heard the screams around him, felt the men join him, heard the clatter and rattle of weapons. The ground, the wall, and the carls he charged at twitched and wobbled. His boots drummed on the earth, his hasty breath hissed and sang with the wind. He saw the carls hastily raise their shields to form a wall, readying their spears and other weapons, but they were not yet back in battle formation after squeezing through the narrow opening, and also confused by the screaming horde of men charging at them. Their battle cries stuck in their throats, and triumph gave way to terror on their faces. A few at the edge of the group apparently began to waver, at least they hesitated at first and drew back, and then Logen and the others were already upon them. He managed to dodge a vibrating spear and put the full force of his attack into a good hard swing against a shield, which threw its bearer backwards into the mud. Logen struck at his leg while his opponent tried to get up, and the blade cut through the chainmail, leaving a long gaping wound that sent the carls screaming back to the ground. Logen attacked another and felt the creator's sword scrape against the metal rim of a shield and then hit flesh. A man gurgled and spat blood over the front of his chainmail. Logen saw an axe drive into a helmet, leaving a fist-sized dent. With a wild spin, he moved out of the path of a spear, which then pierced the ribs of a man behind him. A sword bit into his shield, and splinters flying in all directions got into Logen's eyes. He blinked and jerked his head to the side, slipping in the mud, struck at an arm that reached for his cloak, and felt the limb break and dangle back and forth in the chain sleeve.
Eyes rolled in a bloody face. Something pushed him from behind, almost shoving him into a sword. There was hardly any room to swing, and suddenly there was complete constriction. Men pressed from behind were swept through the gate and, with their wriggling, senseless weight, increased the pressure on the center. Logen was squeezed shoulder to shoulder. Men snorted and gasped, pressed against each other with legs and elbows, stabbed with knives and clawed at faces with their fingers. He briefly thought he had spotted Kleinknochen in the throng, screaming hoarsely, teeth bared wildly, while long gray hair peeked out from under a helmet whose rim was adorned with golden spirals. Logen tried to push towards him, but the blind currents of battle carried him away, in another direction. He struck under the rim of a shield and flinched as he felt something bore into his flank. A long, slow burning that grew worse and worse. He howled, for the blade was stuck in his flesh and was not being wielded with a blow or thrust, but simply held while the crowd pressed him against it. Then he thrashed with his elbows and head until he could free himself from the pain and felt the wetness of blood on his leg. Finally, he had a little space again, could free his sword hand, hacked at a shield, split a head with the next blow, and was shoved against his opponent so that his face ended up in the warm brain. In the corner of his eye, he saw a shield jerk up. The rim hit him below the chin on the throat, snapped his head back, and filled his skull with blinding light. Before he was aware of it, he was rolling, coughing, and sliding in the dirt among all the boots. He retreated into nothingness, clinging to clumps of dirt, spitting blood, and around him boots sank into the mud with a squelching sound and much effort. He crawled through a dark, terrifying, constantly moving forest of legs, and the howls of rage and screams of pain, as well as the bright dancing light, reached him only filtered. Feet kicked at him, stepped on him, kicked against every part of his body. He tried to get up, but a boot kick to his chin sent him back to the ground. He rolled around, gasping, saw a bearded Carl who was in the same situation, impossible to tell whose side he was fighting on, and who also wanted to pull himself out of the mud. Their eyes met very briefly. Then a shimmering spear shot down and stabbed the Carl in the back, once, twice, 3 times. He collapsed, blood gushing over his beard.
Bodies lay everywhere, on their stomachs and sides, amidst dropped and broken equipment, and were kicked and shoved around like children's toys. Some twitched, stretched out their hands, and still groaned. Logen let out a suppressed cry as a boot stepped hard on his hand, pressing his fingers into the mud. With an uncertain grip, he pulled a knife from his belt and weakly stabbed at the leg above him, teeth bared and bloody. Something hit him on the head and sent him back face down into the dirt. The world was a loud vortex, a painful fog, a mass of feet and fury. He didn't know which way he was looking, or where up or down was. There was a metallic taste in his mouth, and he was thirsty. There was blood and dirt in his eyes, his head throbbed, and he would have liked to vomit. Back to the north and get a little revenge. What was he thinking, very gosh? Someone screamed, hit by a flatbow bolt, but the dogman had no time to think about him. Shiver's thralls were on the wall below the tower, and a few had made it up to the stairs. They now stormed up, as far as one could storm these narrow steps anyway. Dogman dropped his bow and hastily drew his sword from its sheath, a knife ready for attack in the other hand. A few men took up spears and gathered at the end of the stairs as the thralls came up, and Dogman swallowed. Fights like this, toe to toe, no more than an axe length from the enemy, had never been his thing. He preferred to settle things at a polite distance, but apparently these dirtbags had something else in mind. A strange fight erupted at the edge of the stairs. The defenders stabbed with their spears, trying to throw the thralls down, who in turn stabbed back, pushed with shields, and tried to fight their way up to the platform above, with all participants being careful not to risk falling into the depths and immediately turning back into mud. A large thrall with wild red hair leaned on the stairs, swung a mighty axe, and roared like a madman. He dodged a spear and felled an archer with a blow that splattered blood against the rock face. Then he stormed forward, and everyone fearfully made way for him. Dogman hesitated and tried to give the impression that he was slightly dim-witted, but when the axe came down, he deftly jumped to the left so that the blade missed him by a hair's breadth. The red-haired thrall stumbled, presumably tired from overcoming the wall and climbing the stairs. A long climb, especially when nothing but death awaited at its end. Dogman kicked him hard in the side of the knee, and his leg buckled. He screamed as he lunged towards the edge of the stairs. Dogman struck at him with his sword, delivering a blow across his back, and that was enough to send him plummeting. The man dropped the axe and roared as he tumbled through the empty air. Then Dogman felt something move, and he turned his head just in time to spot another thrall attacking him from the side. Dogman spun around and managed to parry the first sword strike. Then he gasped as the second drove coldly into his arm, and he heard his sword fall from his limp hand. Before the next blow, he flinched back, stumbled, and fell on his backside. The thrall pressed on, raising his sword to finish him off, but he hadn't gotten far when Grim quickly stepped in from the side, grabbed his sword arm, and held it. Dogman hastily stood up, gripped his knife firmly with his uninjured hand, and stabbed the thrall in the chest. They stood there, all three of them, close together, amidst all this madness, for as long as it took until the man was finally dead. Then Dogman pulled his knife out again, and Grim let him fall. They had gained the upper hand on the tower, at least for the moment. There was only one thrall left standing, and as Dogman watched, a few of his lads drove him to the parapet and pushed him down with their spears. Corpses lay everywhere. A few dozen thralls, perhaps half as many of Dogman's lads. One of them lay propped against the rock face, his chest rising and falling with each breath, and his bloody hands clutched his slit entrails. Dogman's hand was no longer much use, his fingers hung uselessly. He pulled up his shirt sleeve and discovered a long, gaping wound that stretched from his elbow almost down to his wrist. His stomach turned, and he coughed up a little burning vomit and spat it out. One can get used to wounds on others. Cuts to one's own flesh always cause horror. Below the wall and in the fortress, the battle raged, a surging, tightly packed tangle of bodies. Dogman could barely tell who was fighting on which side. He stood there frozen, the bloody knife in his bloody hand. There were no answers now, no plans. Every man stood alone. If they survived the day, they would be lucky, and he gradually began to doubt that there was much luck left for him. Then he felt someone tug at his sleeve. Grim. He followed his outstretched finger with his eyes. Behind Bethode's camp, down in the valley, a large cloud of dust rose, like brown fog. Beneath it, the armor of riders glittered in the morning sun. His fingers gripped Grim's wrist hard, and suddenly hope flickered again. "The frickin' Union!" he gasped, barely able to believe it. West peered through his spyglass, lowered it, and looked down the valley, then squinted again and raised the spyglass once more. "Are you sure?" "Yes, Marshal." Jallenhorm's broad, honest face was covered in the grime of the hard 8-day ride, and it looks like they're still holding on, at least just barely. "General Polder," West barked. "Yes, Marshal." Polder simpered in the fawning tone he had recently adopted. "Is the cavalry ready to attack?" The general blinked. "They are not properly arrayed, having ridden exceptionally hard these past few days, and they would have to attack a strong and determined enemy uphill on uneven terrain. They will do so, of course, if you command it, but it might be more prudent to wait for our infantry to—" "Prudence is a luxury." West looked with a frown at the harmless narrowness between the two mountain ridges. Attack immediately while Huntsman and his Northmen still held out? That way they could use the element of surprise and crush Bethode between them. But the cavalry would have to attack uphill, and men and animals were tired from the hard march. Or should they wait for the infantry, who would need several more hours, and risk a well-planned attack? But would Huntsman and his friends perhaps already have been slaughtered to the last man by then, so that Bethode would have taken their fortress and entrenched himself there, only to have one opponent left against him? West chewed on his lower lip, trying to ignore the fact that thousands of lives depended on his decision. Attacking now carried the greater risk, but might also bring greater success. There was a chance to end this war within a bloody hour. Never before had they surprised the king of the Northmen, and perhaps they never would again. What had Burr said to him the night before he died? Without a certain ruthlessness, no one became a good leader. Prepare the attack and position our cavalry at the mouth of the valley as soon as the men arrive here. We must prevent Bethod or even a part of his troops from escaping us. If sacrifices must be made, then I want them to have served some purpose. Polder looked anything but convinced. Are you trying to force me to agree with General Croy's assessment of your soldierly qualities, General Polder, or do you intend to prove us both wrong? The general snapped to attention, his mustache vibrating with newly awakened eagerness. With all due respect, Marshal, I will prove you wrong. I will order the attack immediately. He spurred his black warhorse and galloped into the valley to the spot where the dust-covered cavalry was gathering. Some members of his staff followed him. West shifted in the saddle, chewing worriedly on his lower lip. His headache was returning.
An attack, uphill, against a determined enemy. Colonel Glokta would surely have grinned at such a deadly gamble. Prince Ladislaw would undoubtedly have welcomed such heroism, regardless of human lives. Lord Smund would have clapped him on the shoulder, spoken of strength and courage, and demanded wine. One only had to look at what had become of those three. Logen heard great roars, faint and very far away. Light pierced his half-closed eye, as if the battle were being drawn back like a curtain. Shadows flickered. A large boot stepped into the mud before his face. Loud voices barked far above him. He felt himself grabbed by the shirt and pulled from the mud, while feet and legs kicked and struck around him. He saw the sky, painfully bright, blinked and drooled. He still lay still and limp like a sack of rags. "Logen, are you all right? Are you hurt?" He croaked, and then he had to cough. "Do you recognize me?" Something struck Logen's face, beating a stubborn thought into his head. A disheveled figure looked down at him, dark against the bright sky. Logen squinted. Tull Duru Thunderhead, if he wasn't mistaken. What the heck was he doing here? Thinking hurt. The more Logen thought, the more fiercely the pain gripped him. His jaw burned and felt twice its usual size. Every breath was a shuddering, drooling gasp. Above him, the big man's mouth moved, and the words boomed and rang against Logen's ears, but they were nothing but noise. His leg tingled unpleasantly, far away. His own heartbeat jumped and skipped and pounded in his head. He heard sounds, crashes and rattles, pressing in on him from all sides, and the sounds themselves hurt him, even intensifying the burning in his jaw to an unbearable degree. "Get!" The air hissed and rustled, but no sound came from his throat. It was no longer his voice. With his last strength, he stretched out his hand, placed a palm on Tull's chest, and tried to push him away. But the big man only held his hand firmly and pressed it with his own. "It's all good," he rumbled. "I've got you now." "Yeah," Logen whispered, and the smile stretched across his bleeding mouth. He gripped the large hand with sudden, terrible strength, and with his other fist he found the hilt of the knife, which nestled warmly in his hand. The good blade shot forward, quick as a snake and just as deadly, and it plunged to the hilt into the big man's throat. He looked surprised as the hot blood streamed from his open throat, soaking his heavy beard, dripping from his nose and down his chest. But he shouldn't have been surprised. He who touches the bloody nine touches death, and death knows no favorites and makes no exceptions. The bloody nine rose, pushed the large corpse away from him, and his red fist closed around the giant's sword, a heavy length of star-sparkling metal, dark and beautiful, the appropriate tool for the work that awaited him. So much work. But good work is its own best reward. The bloody nine opened his mouth and screamed his bottomless love and endless hatred in a prolonged howl. The ground rushed beneath him, and the surging, trembling, wonderful battle stretched out to him and enveloped him in a warm embrace. He was home. The faces of the dead wavered around him, blurred, roaring their curses and barking their rage. But the hatred they hurled at him only made him stronger. The long sword hurled men from his path, leaving them twisted and shattered, torn and drooling, howling with glee. Who fought whom no longer interested him. The living were on one side, and he was on the other, and he cut a red and righteous path through their ranks. An axe flashed in the sun, in a bright curve like the waning moon, and the Bloody Nine ducked beneath it, then kicked a man out of the way with a heavy boot. He raised a shield, but the great sword split the painted tree and the wood beneath it and the arm, and then it struck through the chainmail as if it were mere cobwebs to slit the man's belly open like a sack of angry snakes. A boy ducked and slid away on his back. His hands clutched a large shield and an axe so heavy he couldn't lift it himself. The Bloody Nine laughed at his fear, teeth bared in a bright smile. A tiny voice seemed to want to whisper to him to hold back, but the Bloody Nine barely noticed it. His powerfully swung sword shattered the large shield and the small body with one blow, splattering blood over the dirt and stone and the horrified faces of the men who watched. "Good," he said, smiling his bloody smile. He was the great equalizer. Man or woman, old or young, they were all treated completely equally. That was the brutal beauty, the terrible symmetry, the perfect justice of what he did. There could be no escape, no excuses. He strode forward, mightier than the mountains, and the men stumbled fearfully out of his way, muttering to themselves. A circle of shields with colorful paintings, with blooming trees and running water and distorted faces. Their words tickled his ears. It's him, Ninefingers, the Bloody Nine. A circle of fear, with him in the center, and they were wise to fear him. Their death was written in sweet blood in strange forms on the bitter ground. Their death announced itself in the whispering hum of flies buzzing around the corpses before the wall. Their death was engraved in their faces, lay in the whisper of the wind, stood in the jagged line between mountains and sky. Dead men, all of them. Who will be mud next? A brave Carl stepped forward, carrying a shield with a coiled snake. Before he could even raise his spear, the Bloody Nine's sword had described a great circle, over the edge of the shield and under the rim of his helmet. The tip of the blade stole the jawbone from the head, struck into the shoulder of his neighbor, ate deep into his chest, and sent him crashing to the ground, while blood shot from his silent mouth. Another appeared, and the sword came down on him like a falling star, shattering his helmet and the skull beneath it down to the mouth. The body fell on its back and danced a pretty jig in the dirt. "Dance?" laughed the Bloody Nine, and his sword performed leaps around him. He filled the air with blood, shattered weapons, and human parts, and these good things wrote secret letters and formed secret patterns that only he could see and understand. Blades stabbed and pricked and hacked at him, but they did him no harm. For every mark on his burning skin, he demanded 100-fold price. And the Bloody Nine laughed, and the wind and the fire and the faces of the shields laughed with him, and could not stop. He was the storm of the high places. His voice is terrible as thunder. His arm is swift, as deadly, as merciless as lightning. He rammed his sword into an opponent's belly, pulled it back out, and shattered another's mouth with the hilt, tore the spear from a third's hand with his free hand, and hurled it through his throat, and as he passed, he slit a Carl's side open with a gaping wound. He whirled around, turned, rolled, drunk and confused, spitting fire and laughter. He forged a new circle around himself, a circle corresponding to the reach of the giant's sword, a circle within which the whole world belonged to him. His enemies now lurked behind its boundary, stumbling back, full of fear. They knew him, they read it on their faces. They had heard whispers of his work, and now he had taught them a bloody lesson. They had understood that it was true, and he smiled, knowing them now enlightened. The foremost of them stretched out an open hand, bent forward, and laid his axe on the ground. "You are forgiven," whispered the Bloody Nine,
and let his own sword fall into the dirt. Then he sprinted forward and grabbed the man by the throat, lifted him into the air with both hands. The carl thrashed and kicked, but the Bloody Nine's red grip was the growing ice that can tear apart the bones of the earth.
You are forgiven. His hands were iron, and his thumbs sank deeper and deeper into the man's throat until blood oozed from beneath them, and then he held the twitching corpse at arm's length and aloft until it no longer moved. Logen hurled the body away, and it fell into the mud and rolled a few times on its own axis, in a way that pleased him greatly. Forgiven. He walked to the bright gate, traversing the shuddering crowd that recoiled from him like sheep from the wolf, leaving a muddy path in their midst, strewn with their dropped shields and weapons. Beyond, in the sun, riders in shimmering armor moved across the dusty valley, their swords glinting as they rose and fell. They drove running figures here and there, and rode back and forth between the tall standards, whose pennants fluttered gently in the wind. He stood in the broken passage, the shattered gates beneath his feet, and the corpses of his friends and his enemies lay scattered around him as he heard the shouts of victory from men. And Logen closed his eyes and gasped for air. Too many lords. Despite the hot summer day outside, the hall of the banking house was a cool, dim, shadowy place. A place full of whispers and soft echoes, like a new tomb built of dark marble. The thin sunbeams falling through the narrow windows were full of dancing dust particles. There was no significant smell, apart from the stench of dishonesty, which even I find almost overwhelming here. The surroundings may be cleaner than the house of interrogations, but I would suspect that among criminals, the truth is spoken more often than here. No shimmering gold bars were on display. Not even a single coin was visible. Only quill and ink and stacks of patient paper. The employees of Valent and Bulk were not dressed in conspicuous robes like Magister Colt of the Cloth Merchants Guild. They wore no sparkling jewels like Magister Ida of the Spice Merchants Guild. They were small, gray-clad men with serious faces. The only thing that gleamed was a scholarly pair of spectacles here and there. So this is what true wealth looks like. So true power appears. The austere temple of the golden goddess. He watched the scribes as they worked through their neat stacks of documents at their orderly desks, arranged in straight rows. There, the servants who had just been initiated into the lowest secrets of the church. His eyes darted to those waiting. Merchants and moneylenders, shopkeepers and lawyers, traders and fraudsters stood in long queues or waited nervously on hard chairs along the wall. Well-dressed, perhaps, but unmistakably tense. The fear-filled congregation, always ready to duck as soon as the deity of finance is in a vengeful mood. But I am none of their creatures. Glokta pushed his way along the longest queue, scraping the tip of his stick loudly across the tiles and snarling, "I am crippled," if one of the merchants dared to look at him. The scribe blinked at him when he reached the front of the line. "How can I—" "Mothis," Glokta barked. "And whom may I announce?" "The cripple. Take me to the high priest so I can wash away my crimes with banknotes." "I can't just—" "You are expected." Another scribe, sitting a few rows back, had risen from his chair. "Please follow me." Glokta threw the unfortunate Q a toothless, malicious grin as he limped between the desks towards a door on the opposite, paneled wall. But his smile did not last. Behind the door, a high staircase rose, and light shimmered from a small window far above. What is it with power that it always wants to go higher than everyone else? He cursed and stumbled behind his impatient guide, then dragged his lame leg through a long corridor, from which many tall doors led off on both sides. The scribe leaned forward and knocked modestly on one of them, waited for a muffled "yes," and opened it.
Mothus sat behind a gigantic desk and watched Glokta limp over the threshold. His face could have been carved from wood, so much warmth and welcome it radiated. On the blood-colored leather surface before him, quills and ink and neatly arranged stacks of paper were aligned with the same merciless precision as recruits on the parade ground. "The visitor you expected, my lord." The scribe hurried to the desk with a bundle of documents, "and these papers here are also addressed to you." Mothus looked at them unmoved. "Yes, yes, yes, yes. These all need to go to Talons." Glokta did not wait for a seat to be offered, and I have been in pain for far too long to pretend otherwise. He took an abrupt step and sank into the nearest chair, and stiff leather creaked uncomfortably under his aching backside. But it will probably suffice. The papers rustled as Mothus leafed through them, and his quill scribbled his name under each document. He paused at the last one. Oh no, this one must be demanded immediately. He reached out, grabbed a stamp whose wooden handle was already polished smooth from long years of use, and rocked it carefully back and forth on a red ink pad. The stamp thundered onto the paper with terrifying finality. Does this stamp impression perhaps extinguish a merchant's life? Does it mean ruin and despair, though applied with such a light hand? Are wife and children on the street because of this? Here there is no blood and no screams, and yet men are destroyed here just as much as in the house of interrogations, and with considerably less effort. Glokta's eyes followed the scribe, who hurried out again with his documents. Or was it perhaps just a bill for 10 bruch that was rejected? Who knows? The door was quietly opened and closed again with the gentlest click. Mothus quickly aligned the quill he had laid down with the edge of his desk, then turned to Glokta. "I am very grateful that you appeared so quickly." Glokta snorted. "The tone of your message made further delay seem unwise." He grimaced in pain as he lifted his aching leg with both hands and placed his dirty boot on the chair beside him. "I hope you will do me the favor of getting straight to the point. I have a great deal to do. I must destroy Magi and dethrone kings, and if I fail to accomplish one or the other, then I have an urgent appointment to have my throat cut and be thrown into the sea." Mothus's face remained completely expressionless. "Once again, I must note that my superiors are not satisfied with the direction of their investigations." "Oh, really? Your superiors are men with big pockets and little patience. What has now rubbed their delicate sensibilities the wrong way?" "Your investigations into the lineage of our new king, His Exalted Majesty, Jezzel I." Glokta felt his eye twitch, and he pressed a hand against it while he bitterly sucked on his teeth. "Especially your investigations concerning the person of Carmi Dan Roth, the circumstances of her early demise, and her close friendship with our previous king, Guslav V. Am I getting close enough to the point for your taste now?" "A little too close. Closer than I'd like, to be honest. These investigations have only just begun. It surprises me that your superiors are so well informed. Did they get their information from a crystal ball or a magic mirror? Or from someone in the house of interrogations who can't keep their mouth shut? Or perhaps even from someone closer to me?" Mothus sighed, or at least let a little air escape his mouth. "I told you to assume they know everything. You will find that this is not an exaggeration, especially if you try to deceive them. I would strongly advise against such a solution." "You can believe me," Glokta grumbled through pressed lips, "that the lineage of our king doesn't interest me in the slightest, but His Eminence has ordered it so, and is eagerly awaiting my report. What should I tell him?" Mothus looked at him with a compassionate expression. With as much compassion as one stone might show another.
My clients are not interested in what you tell him, provided you obey. I understand that you are in a difficult situation, but frankly, Mr. Superior, I believe you have no choice. Well, you could, of course, go to the Archlector and openly disclose the extent to which you are already involved in this matter. Tell him about the gift you received from my clients, about the conditions under which it was given to you, about the extent to which you have already accommodated us. Perhaps His Eminence forgives divided loyalty much more easily than it appears. Ha! Glokta snorted. If I didn't know better, I would have almost taken that for a joke. His Eminence, by comparison, perhaps forgives only slightly more easily than a scorpion, and we both know that. Or you adhere to your obligation to my clients and do what they demand. You asked for a favor when I signed the receipt, and now you're making demands? Where will this end? I can't say, Superior, and you'd better not ask. Mothas's eyes darted to the door. He leaned over his desk and spoke softly and quietly. But if I were to judge by my own experience, it will never end. My clients have paid, and they always get what they paid for. Always. Glokta swallowed. Then it seems they've paid for my most subservient obedience. That would normally not be a problem at all, because I can be as subservient as the next person, if not more so. But the Archlector demands the same. Two well-informed and merciless masters, making exactly opposite demands, now convey, much too late, the impression that two is one too many, or even two too many, as some would say. But as Mothas so kindly explained, I have no other choice. He let his boot slide from the chair, leaving a long dirt mark on the leather. Then he carefully and painfully shifted his face as he began the long process of standing up. Is there anything else? Or do your clients merely demand that I defy the most powerful man in the Union? They also wish for you to shadow him. Glokta froze. They wish for me to do what? Recently, there have been many changes, Mr. Superior. Changes offer new opportunities, but too much of it is bad for business. My superiors believe that a period of stability would be in everyone's best interest. They are satisfied with the situation. Mothas clasped his pale hands together on the red leather. They fear that some individuals within the government might not be satisfied, that they strive for further changes, that their reckless actions could lead to chaos. His Eminence, in particular, worries them in this regard. They want to know what he is doing, what he is planning. Above all, they want to find out what he is doing at the university. Glokta let out a short, incredulous laugh. And that's all? The irony was lost on Mothas. For the moment, yes. It might be best if you leave the house through the back entrance. My clients will expect news within this week. Glokta grimaced as he struggled down the narrow stairs at the back of the building, sideways like a crab, and sweat stood on his forehead, though not just from the exertion. How can they know about this? First, that I investigated Prince Reynald's death against His Eminence's orders, and now that I am researching Our Majesty's mother on his behalf. Assume they know everything, of course, but no one knows everything without being told. Who talked? Who asked the questions about the prince and the king? Who primarily considers themselves loyal to money? Who has given me up before to save their own skin? Glokta paused for a moment and frowned. Oh dear, is every man now for himself? Has it always been this way? The pain that shot up his withered leg was the only answer. Sweet victory. West sat there, arms crossed over the saddle horn, staring as if stunned across the dusty valley. We won, Pike said without any emotion in his voice. With the same expression, he could have said, we lost. Some tattered standards still stood upright, but the pennants hung limply from them. Bethott's own great banner had been torn down and trampled under the horse's hooves, and now the frayed frame jutted at a strange angle above the dust cloud that was gradually settling again like picked clean bones, a fitting symbol for the sudden fall of the king of the Northmen. Polder reined his horse next to West and cast a brittle smile at the battlefield, like a schoolmaster at a neatly tidied classroom. How did we fare, General? The losses on both sides were apparently heavy, Marshal, especially in our front lines, but the enemy was largely truly surprised. Most of his best troops had already been deployed for the attack on the fortress. Once our cavalry had flushed them out, we could drive them right up to the walls.
We completely cleared the camp. Polder wrinkled his nose, and his mustache quivered with disgust. We put several hundred of these devilish Shanka to the sword, and an even larger number we drove into the northern mountains, from where they will certainly be very reluctant to emerge again. We inflicted a slaughter among the Northmen that even King Casimir would be satisfied with, and the rest have laid down their arms. We estimate that we have taken about 5,000 prisoners, Marshal. Bethet's army has been completely wiped out, crushed. He allowed himself a girlish giggle. It cannot be denied that you have fully avenged the death of Crown Prince Ladislaw, Marshal. West swallowed. Of course, fully avenged. A masterful stroke, to use our Northmen as bait. A bold and decisive maneuver. I am now and forever highly honored to have played a small part in it. A glorious day for the armies of the Union. Marshal Burr would have been proud if he could have lived to see it. West had never in his life expected to hear praise from General Polder, but now that this great moment had come, he found he couldn't enjoy it. He had performed no heroic deeds, he had risked nothing, done nothing but order the attack. He felt saddle-sore and terribly tired, and his jaw ached from clenching his teeth in worry the whole time. Even speaking seemed terribly difficult for him. Is Bethet among the dead or the prisoners? Whether anyone specific is among the prisoners now, I cannot say. It's possible our allies from the north have him. Polder gave a chuckle. And in that case, I think he won't be among us much longer, eh, Marshal? Eh, Corporal Pike? He grinned while he jerked his finger across his belly and clicked his tongue. The blood cross for him wouldn't surprise me at all. That's how these savages do it, isn't it? The blood cross, that's what it's called. West saw nothing funny in it. Make sure our prisoners get food and water, and that their wounds are tended to as best as possible. As victors, we should be generous. That sounded to him like something a leader would say after a battle. Right, Marshal. With that, Polder saluted elegantly. The obedient subordinate steered his horse aside and galloped off. West slid from his horse, collected himself briefly, and then struggled up the incline on foot. Pike followed him with his sword drawn. "One cannot be too careful, Marshal," he said. "No," West murmured, "that is true." The slope was strewn with men, living and dead. The bodies of the Union riders lay where they had fallen. Medics with bloody hands and grim faces tended to the wounded. Some men sat weeping, perhaps beside their fallen comrades. Some stared numbly at their own wounds. Others howled and gurgled, screaming for help or for water. Still others rushed to bring it to them, a last kind gesture for the dying. A long line of sullen prisoners stretched through the valley in front of the rock face, suspiciously guarded by mounted Union soldiers. Nearby lay jumbled piles of discarded weapons, mountains of chainmail, and stacks of painted shields.
West carefully made his way through what had once been Bethot's camp and had been transformed within a wild half-hour into a vast field of rubble stretching across the bare rock and hard earth. The twisted bodies of men and horses lay among trampled tent poles, torn and ripped canvas, burst barrels, broken crates, and all manner of cooking, repair, and fighting gear. Everything trodden into the dirt and marked with the smeared imprints of hooves and boots. Amidst all this madness, there were strange islands of calm, where everything continued undisturbed, as it presumably had been before West ordered the attack. A pot still hung over a smoking fire, and a thick meat stew simmered within. A bundle of spears was carefully propped against each other, with a stool and whetstone beside them, waiting to be sharpened. 3 sleeping places formed a perfect triangle, the blankets folded at the head, clean and tidy, except that a man lay felled across them, and the contents of his gaping skull spilled onto the pale wool. Not far away, a Union officer knelt on the ground, holding a second in his arms. A feeling of recognition almost made West sick. The one on his knees was his old friend Lieutenant Brint. The other, lying stretched out and limp, was his old friend Lieutenant Kaspa. For some reason, West felt an almost overwhelming urge to simply walk away, to climb the hill as if he hadn't seen them. He had to force himself to go over to them. Bitter saliva flowed into his mouth. Brint looked up, his pale face streaked with tears. "An arrow," he whispered, "a stray arrow." He couldn't even draw his sword. That's bad luck, Pike grumbled. Bad luck. West looked down. Truly bad luck. Now he saw the broken shaft of an arrow protruding from beneath Cospa's beard, below his chin, but surprisingly little blood had flowed. In fact, his appearance had hardly suffered. A few splashes of mud on the sleeve of his uniform, that was all. Although they were essentially staring cross-eyed into nothingness, West felt that Cospa's eyes were looking directly into his. His lip was raised with an irritated expression, his brows accusingly furrowed. West would have loved to ask him about it, to demand to know what he meant, and he had to remind himself that the man was dead. "A letter," West murmured, fiddling with his fingers. Brint sniffled miserably, which, for some reason, angered West. "Yes, a letter. Yes. Corporal Pike, come with me." West couldn't stand there a moment longer. He turned away from his friends, the living and the dead, and strode along the valley. He did his best not to think that one of his most pleasant and harmless acquaintances would still be alive if he hadn't ordered this attack. Without a certain ruthlessness, one perhaps truly couldn't be a leader. But ruthlessness is not always easy. He and Pike climbed over a destroyed earthen wall and a trampled trench, and the valley grew narrower as the high rock walls drew closer together. More bodies. Northmen and wild people, like he had seen in Dunbreck and Shanka, scattered everywhere on the churned ground. West now also saw the fortress wall, which was little more than a mossy rise in the landscape, at whose foot lay more dead. "They held out there for 7 days?" Pike grumbled. "So it seems." The only entrance consisted of a roughly hewn passage in the middle of the wall, its gates torn out and destroyed on the ground. Within it, 3 strange shapes seemed to be. As he approached, West recognized with some unease what they were. 3 dead men, tied by the neck with ropes that had been thrown over the battlements. Their dangling boots swayed roughly at chest height. Around the gate, many grim Northmen were gathered, regarding these 3 hanged men with some satisfaction. One of them, in particular, turned to West and Pike with a cruel grin as they approached. "Well, if it isn't my old friend Wildzorn," said Blackdow. "A bit late for the party, eh? But you were never the fastest, little fellow." There were some difficulties. Marshal Burr is dead. Turned to mud again, eh? Well, at least he's in good company. That's happened to a lot of good men these past few days. Who's chief among you now? West took a deep breath. "I am." Dow laughed, and West watched him, feeling a little miserable. "Great Chief Wildzorn, do you even know anything at all?" Amused, he stood up and mimicked the Union troops' military salute, while the hanged men swayed in the wind behind him. "Come, I'll introduce you to my friends. These are all great men, too. This here is Crendel Goring, who has fought for Bethot for an eternity." He stretched out his arm, gave one of the dead a shove, and then watched him swing back and forth. "This here is Shaggymane, and there was no better man when it came to killing people and stealing their land." With that, he gave the next one a push, so that he turned with limp, flopping limbs for a while in one direction, then in the other. "And this here is Littlebone. I've hardly ever strung up a tougher jerk." This last one had been almost minced, his gold-studded armor dented and battered, he had a large wound on his chest, and his stringy gray hair was blood-crusted. One leg had been severed above the knee, and on the ground beneath him was a large patch of dried blood. "What happened to him?" West asked. "To Littlebone?" The large, thick mountain man, Crummock a Fail, was also among the men standing around Dow. "He fell in battle, fighting to the last man over there." "That's how it was," Dow said, grinning even wider at West than usual. "But that's no reasonable reason not to hang him, I'd say." Crummock laughed. "No reasonable reason?" And he smiled at the 3 corpses turning on the creaking ropes. "They're a beautiful sight, aren't they, hanging there? They say you can see the beauty of the whole world in how a hanged man swings." "Who says that?" West asked. Crummock shrugged his broad shoulders. "Someone. Someone, eh?" West swallowed his nausea and made his way between the hanged men into the fortress. This is truly a bloodthirsty company. Huntsman pulled out a flask. He was gradually getting pleasantly drunk. All right, let's get this over with." He flinched as Grim jabbed with the needle, bared his teeth, and hissed. A pretty prickling and tugging joined the dull throbbing. The needle went through the skin, pulling the thread behind it, and Huntsman's arm began to burn worse and worse. He took another gulp, swaying back and forth, but that didn't help either. "Gosh," he hissed. "Gosh, gosh." Grim looked up at him. "Then don't look." Huntsman turned his head away. The Union uniform immediately caught his eye. Red cloth amidst all the brown dirt. "Wild Zorn!" Huntsman roared, feeling a grin spread across his face despite all the pain. "Good that you made it. Really good. Better late than never. I won't argue with you about that, that's for sure." West saw with a frown that Grim was stitching Huntsman's arm. "Are you all right?" Well, Tool is dead." "Dead?" West stared at him. "How so?" "It was a battle, wasn't it? The point of the exercise is that there are dead." He made a sweeping gesture with the flask. "I've been sitting here for a while, wondering what I could have done differently. Maybe I could have stopped him from going down the stairs, or I could have gone with him and given him cover, or I could have made the sky fall. All those stupid thoughts, none of which would change anything for the dead or the living. It's just that I can't stop thinking." West looked grimly at the churned earth. "It's probably a game with no winners." "Oh, gosh." Huntsman grimaced as the needle pricked his arm again, and he threw away the empty canteen, which bounced several times across the ground. "This whole very business has no winners, does it? Gosh it all, I say." Grim pulled out his knife and cut the thread. "Move your fingers."
Huntsman's entire arm burned up to his shoulder as he tried to clench his fist, but he forced his fingers to close, and he groaned in pain when he finally succeeded. "Looks all right," Grim said. "You got lucky." Huntsman looked at the bloody wound with a miserable face. "So this is what luck looks like, huh? I've often wondered what that's like." Grim shrugged and tore a piece of cloth for bandages. "Did you get Bethod?" Huntsman looked up at West, his mouth open. "Didn't you?" "Plenty of prisoners, but he wasn't among them." Huntsman turned his head away and spat contemptuously on the ground. "Neither was his witch, nor his feared, nor his 2 puffed-up sons, I'd wager. I suspect they'll ride to Carleon as quickly as possible. Yes, that's very likely. And there he will certainly try to mobilize new forces, find new allies, and prepare for a siege. Wouldn't surprise me. We should follow him as soon as we've secured the prisoners." Huntsman felt a wave of hopelessness wash over him, so strong it almost knocked him down. By the dead, Bethod has escaped. He laughed, and shortly after felt tears burn in his eyes. Will it ever end? Grim had applied the bandage and tightened it. "You're done." Huntsman stared at him. "Done? I'm starting to think I'll never be done." He held out his hand. "Help me up, yes, Wild Fury? I have to bury a friend." The sun set as they laid Tool in the earth, just peeking over the mountain tops and bathing the edges of the clouds in gold. Good weather to bury a man. They stood around the grave, all pressed close together. Many others were being buried, and sad words were spoken, wept, and whispered all around them. But Tool had been very popular, hardly anyone more so, and so a large crowd had gathered. And yet a gap remained around Logen, an empty space about a man's width, the empty space he used to have around him, into which no one dared to venture. Logen didn't blame anyone for that. He himself would have fled if he could have. "Who wants to say something?" Huntsman asked, looking at them one by one. Logen looked at his feet and couldn't even meet his gaze, let alone say anything. He wasn't sure what had happened in the battle, but he had a suspicion. He could piece it together somewhat from the fragments he remembered. He looked around, licked his cracked lips, but if others had come to the same conclusion, they kept it to themselves. "No one wants to say anything?" Huntsman asked again, his voice breaking. "Then I guess I'll really have to do it, won't I?" And with that, Black Dow stepped forward. He cast a long look over the entire assembly. His eyes rested especially on Logen, or so it seemed to him, but that was probably just his own guilt playing tricks on him. "Tool Duru Thunderhead," Dow said, "turned back to mud."
The dead know that he and I didn't always agree. Sometimes we couldn't agree on anything. But maybe that was my fault, because even in the best mood, I'm a jerk who always has to contradict. I'm sorry about that now, I'd say. Now it's too late. He breathed in sharply. Tul Duru. Every man in the north knew his name, and every man spoke it with respect, even his enemies. He was a man who gave hope, I'd say. Who gave hope. You wanted strength, yes? You wanted courage? You wanted things done properly and rightly in the old way? He nodded towards the freshly turned earth. Then he was the one. Tul Duru Thunderhead. You didn't need to look further. Something was taken from me now that he's gone, as it was from all of you. With that, Dao turned and strode away from the grave and into the twilight, his head bowed. Something was taken from all of us, Huntsman murmured, looking at the ground with the faint glint of a tear in his eyes. Well said. They all looked shaken as they stood around the grave. West and his Corporal Pike, Espe, and even Grim. Shaken. Logen wanted to feel as they did. He wanted to cry, for the death of a good man, for the possibility that he was to blame for it. But the tears didn't come. He looked grimly at the freshly turned earth as the sun set behind the mountains and darkness fell over the fortress on the high heights, and he felt less than nothing. If you want to become a new person, you have to stay in new places, do new things, and with people who didn't know you before. If you walk the same old paths again, who else can you be but the old you? You have to be realistic. He had tried to become a different person, but those had been nothing but lies. Lies that are hardest to expose. Lies you tell yourself. He was the Bloody Nine. That was a fact, and no matter how much he twisted and squirmed and desperately wanted to be someone else, he couldn't escape it. Logen wanted others to matter to him, but nothing matters to the Bloody Nine. Unsoft awakening. Jezzel smiled as he gradually awoke. They had almost finished this crazy mission, and soon he would be back in Ottawa. In Artie's arms, warm and safe. At the thought, he snuggled a little deeper into his blankets. Then he frowned. A loud knocking sounded from somewhere. He opened his eyes a slit. Someone hissed something at him from across the room, and he turned his head. He saw Therese's face, pale in the darkness, looking at him from between the bed curtains. And with terrifying speed, the events of the last few weeks rushed back to him. Therese looked exactly as she had on the day he married her, certainly, and yet the perfect face of his queen now seemed ugly and hateful to him. The royal bedchamber had become a battlefield. The border, defended with iron determination, consisted of an invisible line between the door and the fireplace, which Jezzel crossed at his own risk. The other side of the room was Styrian territory, and the mighty bed itself was Therese's strongest citadel, its defenses seemingly insurmountable. On the second night after their marriage, hoping there might have been a misunderstanding on the first, he had ventured a half-hearted attack, which resulted in a bloody nose. Since then, he had settled in for a long and fruitless siege without much hope. Therese was a master of deception. He slept on the floor or on some too short furniture or wherever else he pleased. The main thing was that he didn't sleep with her. At breakfast, she would smile at him and not talk about it, sometimes even lovingly placing her hand on his when she knew they were being watched. Occasionally, she even let him believe that everything was fine again. But as soon as they were alone, she would turn her back on him and strike him with silence, or attack him with such sophisticated contempt and expressions of disgust that he would have preferred to vomit. Her ladies-in-waiting treated him hardly less dismissively if he had the misfortune to find himself in their whispering company. Especially one of them, Countess Schiller, apparently his wife's closest friend since childhood, always eyed him with murderous hatred. On one occasion, he had burst into the salon where all 12 of them sat around Therese, speaking softly in Styrian. He had felt like a farm boy who accidentally surprised a gathering of elegantly dressed witches preparing a dark spell, probably even one directed against him. They gave him the impression that he was the lowest, most disgusting animal in the world. And yet, he was king, and all this was happening in his own palace. For some reason, he lived in inexplicable fear that someone might discover the truth. But if any of the servants had noticed anything, they kept it to themselves. He wondered if he should tell someone, but whom? "Good day, Lord Treasurer. My wife refuses to be intimate with me." "Your Eminence, good to see you. My wife doesn't spare me a glance." "Oh, Lord Chief Justice, how are you?" "The Queen despises me, I just wanted to say." But most of all, he feared telling Bayaz. He had warned the Magus more than clearly not to stick his nose into his own affairs, and now he could hardly go and beg him for help.
And so he kept up appearances, miserable and confused, and with each day he pretended to be happily married. It became increasingly impossible for him to free himself from this situation. His whole life stretched before him, unloved, friendless, and with a bed on the floor. "Well?" Therese hissed. "Well, what?" he snapped back. "The door!" As if on cue, a rough knock sounded, making the door tremble in its frame. "Nothing good ever came from talons," Jezzel grumbled to himself as he threw back the covers and rose from the rug, stomped angrily across the room, and turned the key in the lock. Gorst stood outside in the corridor, in full armor and with his sword drawn, and the lantern he held in one hand cast harsh light on one side of his crude, worried face. Down the hall, in the distance, the sound of echoing footsteps, confused shouts, and flickering lamps could be heard. Jezzel frowned and was instantly wide awake. The whole thing gave him an uneasy feeling. "Your Majesty," Gorst said, "what in the world is going on here?" "The Gurkish have invaded Mitterland." Pharaoh's eyes snapped open. She sprang from the bench, her feet firmly planted in a fighting stance, the broken table leg in her fist. She cursed under her breath. She had fallen asleep, and nothing good had ever happened when that occurred. But no one was in the room. Everything was dark and still. No sign of the cripple or his masked servants. No sign of the armored guards who watched her with narrowed eyes if she dared take even a step in the tiled corridors of this wretched place. Only the narrow sliver of light shining from beneath the paneled door to Bayaz's room. That and a few murmuring voices. She frowned, crept silently to said door, and knelt before the keyhole. "Where have they landed?" Bayaz's voice, muffled by the wood. "Their first ships came ashore at dawn, on the empty beaches of the southwestern tip of Mitterland near Keln. Yulway." Pharaoh felt an exciting tingle, and her breath rushed hastily and cold through her nose. "Are you prepared?" Bayaz snorted. "There's no question of that. I didn't expect Khalul to strike so quickly and suddenly. They landed in the night, yes, unannounced? Did Lord Brock not see them coming?" "I suspect he noticed them very well and welcomed them by prior arrangement. No doubt he was promised the throne of the Union once the Gurkish have broken all resistance and hanged your bastard at the gates of Agriant. He would then become king, by the grace of Uthman-ul-Dasht, of course." Betrayal. Of a rather unremarkable kind. People like us shouldn't be surprised by such things, should we, my brother? We've seen worse, I think, and possibly even done worse ourselves. "Some things are simply inevitable," she heard Yulway sigh. "I've never denied that." "How many Gurkish?" "They never come alone or in pairs. 5 legions perhaps so far, but they are only the vanguard. Many more will come, thousands. The entire south is going to war." "Is Khalul with them?" "Why would he be? He remains in Sarkant, in his sunny gardens above the mountain terraces, waiting for news of your destruction. Mamun leads them, fruit of the desert, thrice blessed and thrice. I know the names he has given himself, that arrogant worm. Whatever he may call himself, he has grown strong, and the 100 words are with him. They are here because of you, my brother. They have come. If I were to walk in your footsteps, I would depart, away to the cold north while there is still time." "And then what? Would they not follow me? Should I flee to the end of the world? I was just there recently, and it's not particularly welcoming. However, I still have a few cards I can play." A long pause. "Did you find the seed?" "No." Another pause. "I don't regret that. To play with these powers, to bend, if not break, the first law. The last time this thing was used, it turned Ulcus into a ruin and almost destroyed the entire world. It's better left buried. Even if our hopes are buried with it, greater things are at stake than my hopes or yours." Pharaoh didn't care a bit about Bayaz's hopes or Yulway's. Both of them had betrayed her. She had swallowed plenty of their lies, plenty of their secrets and promises. She had done nothing but talk, wait, and then talk again, and it had gone on for far too long. She stood up, raised her leg, and let out a battle cry. With her heel, she kicked the lock out of the frame and burst open the trembling door. The two old men sat at a nearby table, and a single lamp illuminated their faces, the dark one and the pale one. A third figure sat in the shadows in a corner, quiet, silent, and lost in darkness. "Couldn't you have knocked?" Yulway's smile was like a bright crescent moon on his dark skin. "Pharaoh, it's good to see that you still. When are the Gurkish coming?" His grin faded, and he sighed heavily. "I see you still haven't learned patience." "I learned it, but I've run out of it again. When are they coming?" "Soon. Their scouts are already moving through the meadows of Mitterland, taking villages and besieging fortresses, securing the land for the rest of the troops to follow." "Someone should stop them," Pharaoh muttered, her nails digging into her palms. Bayaz sat in his chair, shadows surrounding his furrowed face. "You speak what I think. Your luck has changed, hasn't it, Pharaoh? I promised you revenge, and now it falls ripe and bloody into your lap. Uthma's army has landed and is less than 100 miles away. Thousands of Gurkish, ready for war. They could be at the city gates within 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Pharaoh breathed. But I don't doubt that some Union soldiers will move to meet them in time. I could get you a place there if you don't want to wait." She had waited long enough. Thousands of Gurkish, ready for war. A smile tugged at the corners of Pharaoh's mouth. Then it grew wider and wider until her cheeks hurt. The number of dead. The village was quiet. The few houses, built of old stone and now covered with mossy slate, seemed deserted. There was little life in the surrounding fields, only a few miserable cows. Near Pharaoh, a bell creaked in its tower. A few loose shutters swung back and forth, clattering. A handful of crumpled leaves was caught by a small breeze and fluttered gently across the empty square. On the horizon, 3 columns of dark smoke rose calmly and steadily into the heavy sky. The Gurkish were coming, and they had always liked to make fires. "Malgin." Major Valamir appeared at the trapdoor at her feet, and Pharaoh glared down at him. When they first met, he had reminded her of Jezeldon Luthar. A round, pale face, marked by that mixture of panic and arrogance that made her angry. It was obvious that he had never even ambushed a goat before, let alone Gurkish scouts, but still he acted as if he knew everything better. "Do you see anything?" he hissed at her for the 5th time in an hour. "I see them coming," Pharaoh growled back. "How many?" "Still a dozen." "How far away?" "Maybe a quarter of an hour's ride now, and your questioning won't make them come any faster. When they reach the square, I will give the signal by clapping my hands twice. Just make sure you don't miss with one hand, Rosie. I've forbidden you to call me that before." A short pause. "We need to capture one of them alive to question him." Pharaoh wrinkled her nose. She wasn't keen on leaving Gurkish alive. "We'll see." She turned back to the horizon, and soon she heard Valamir whispering orders to some of his men. The others had spread out among the other buildings and were hiding. A strange group of leftover soldiers. Some of them were veterans, but most were even younger and more nervous than Valamir himself. Pharaoh wished, not for the first time, that they had Ninefingers with them.
You might like him or not, but no one could deny that he knew his craft. With him, Pharaoh would have known what he brought.
Solid experience and occasionally murderous rage, both would have been useful here. But Ninefingers was not there. So Pharaoh stood alone in the large window of the bell tower, looking grimly over the rolling fields of Midderland and watching as the riders approached. A dozen Gurkish scouts riding in a loose formation along a narrow path. Dancing dots on a pale strip between patches of dark earth. They slowed as they reached the first wooden shed and fanned out. A large Gurkish army usually consisted of soldiers from all areas of the empire, fighters from all possible conquered provinces. These 12 stouts were Kadirians, judging by their long faces and narrow eyes, by their patterned cloth saddlebags and light armament of bow and spear. Killing them wouldn't be much revenge, but at least a little. It would fill the void a little, a void that had yawned within her for far too long. One of them flinched as a crow flew up from a scraggly tree. Pharaoh held her breath, convinced that Valamir or one of his clumsy Rossigs would choose this moment to fall upon their own people. But there was silence as the riders cautiously rode to the village square, their leader admonishing them to be watchful with a raised hand. He looked directly up at her, but saw nothing. Conceited fools. They only saw what they wanted to see. A village from which the inhabitants had fled, trembling in fear of the emperor's incomparable army. Her fist gripped her bow tightly. They will get their lesson. She would give it to them. The leader held a square of soft paper in his hands and looked at it as if it contained a message in a language he didn't understand. A map, perhaps. One of his men reined in his horse and slid from the saddle, taking it by the halter and leading it to a moss-covered trough. 2 others sat loosely on their steeds, talking and grinning, moving their hands, telling jokes. A 4th cleaned his nails with a knife. Another rode slowly around the square, leaning out of the saddle and looking into the windows of the surrounding houses. Undoubtedly, he was looking for something to steal. One of the joke-tellers burst into loud laughter. Then a sound came from the buildings, as if someone had clapped their hands loudly. The scout at the trough was just filling his water bottle when Pharaoh's arrow struck his chest. The bottle fell from his hand, and glittering drops sprayed from its neck. Flatbows clattered, spitting their bolts from the windows. The scouts screamed and looked around in terror. A horse stumbled sideways and fell, its thrashing hooves kicking up small clouds of dust, and the rider was buried screaming beneath the animal. Union soldiers stormed out of the buildings, roaring and with raised spears. One of the riders had already half drawn his sword when he was hit by a flatbow bolt and slid from the saddle with an open mouth. Pharaoh's second arrow struck another in the back. The fellow who had been cleaning his fingernails was thrown from his horse and managed to get upright just in time to see a Union soldier with a spear coming at him. He threw down his knife and raised his arms, but it was too late, and he was impaled. The spearhead protruded bloodily from his back as he fell. 2 of them stormed back the way they had come. Pharaoh aimed at one of them, but as they reached the narrow street, a rope was stretched taut across the path. The 2 flew from their saddles, dragging a Union soldier screaming from a building, who was dragged a few steps on his stomach with the rope tightly wrapped around his arm. One of Pharaoh's arrows caught one of the scouts between the shoulder blades as he tried to get back on his feet in the dust. The other stumbled a few steps, dazed, before a Union soldier drew his sword over his head and struck off half the back of his head. Of the entire dozen, only the leader managed to get out of the village again. He spurred his horse to jump over a low fence between 2 houses, and the animal flew over it, though its hooves still touched the top rail. Then he galloped over the short stubble of an already harvested field, digging his heels into the horse's sides. Pharaoh aimed slowly and carefully, feeling a smile tug at the corners of her mouth. In a brief moment, she considered the way he sat in the saddle, the speed of the horse, the height of the tower, felt the wind on her face, the weight of the arrow, the tension of the wood, and the string biting into her lip. She watched the arrow, a rotating black splinter against the gray sky, and the horse ran towards it. Sometimes God is generous.
The rider reared up and fell from the saddle, then tumbled several times on the dusty ground, and clumps of earth and severed stalks flew around him. His scream of pain reached Pharaoh's ear with a slight delay. Her lips bared her teeth a little more. Huh! She slung her bow over her shoulder, slid down the ladder, swung through the window at the back of the building, and sprinted across the field. Her boots struck heavily on the soft earth between the stubble, and her hand closed around the hilt of her sword. The man howled as he tried to drag himself to his horse. A desperate finger curled over the stirrup as he heard Pharaoh's quick steps behind him, but as he tried to sit up, he fell back with a scream. He lay on his side as she reached him, and the blade hissed angrily from its wooden sheath. His eyes slid to her, wild with pain and fear. A dark face, like her own. A rather unremarkable face of perhaps 40 years, with an unevenly growing beard and a pale birthmark on one cheek. The other half of his face was crusted with dust. Drops of sweat gleamed on his forehead. She towered over him, and the sunlight glinted on the edge of her scimitar. "Give me a reason not to," she heard herself say. Strange that such a thing had come from her lips, especially to a soldier of the emperor. In the heat and dust of the desert lands of Kanta, she had usually offered no one such a choice. Perhaps something truly had changed within her, out in the wet and ruined west of the world. He stared up at her briefly, and his lips trembled. He croaked. "My daughters. I have 2 daughters. I would so like to see them married." Pharaoh frowned. She shouldn't have let him speak in the first place. A father with daughters, just as she had once had a father and been a daughter. This man had done nothing to her. He was no more a Gurkish than she was. Presumably he had not gone to war of his own free will, and had no choice but to do what the mighty Uthman-el-Dost commanded. "I will go. I swear to God, I will go back to my wife and daughters." The arrow had caught him just below the shoulder, passed cleanly through, and then broke off when he fell to the ground. She saw the splintered shaft under his arm. Judging by how the man spoke, it had missed his lung. The wound wouldn't kill him, not immediately anyway. Pharaoh could help him onto his horse, and he would disappear and perhaps survive. The scout raised a trembling hand, and his long thumb was adorned with a splash of blood. "Please, this is not my war. The saber struck a deep wound across his face, through his mouth, splitting his lower jaw. He let out a hissing groan. The next blow tore off half his head. He rolled to the side, dark blood gushing onto the dark earth, and he clawed at the stubble of the harvested field. The saber broke the back of his skull in 2, and he lay still. Apparently, Pharaoh was not in a merciful mood today. The slain scout's horse looked dully at her. "What?" she snapped. Perhaps she had changed out there in the west, but no one changes that much. One less soldier in Uthman's army, that was a good thing, no matter where he came from. She didn't need to justify herself to herself, and certainly not to a horse. Instead, she grabbed the animal by the reins and pulled it behind her. Valamir might be a stupid Rossig, but Pharaoh had to admit that he had managed this ambush well.
10 scouts lay dead in the village square, their torn clothes fluttering in the breeze, their blood spread over the dusty ground. Der einzige Unionist, der hat suffered damage, war der Idiot, der hat letztlich bedragt bei seiner eigenen Rope und war nun covered in Dirt und Abrasionen. Gut Work für einen Tag, sofern anyway. Ein Solder nutscht Weinen der Dads mit dem Tipp von seinem Boot. So, das war der Gurkisch looks like, huh? Ist nicht so terrifierend now. Das aren't Gurkisch, Pharaoh replied. Kadirian Scouts, die forcibly conscripted. Der wollten be hier als little as you wollten hier. Der Mann starrte her, verwirrt und erneut. Kanta ist voll von differenten Peoples. Nicht jeder mit braunem Gesicht ist ein Gurkisch oder betet zu ihrem Gott oder verbeugt sich vor ihrem Imperator. Die meisten schon, die meisten haben keine Wahl. Sie sind trotzdem unsere Feinde, gab er verächtlich zurück. Ich habe auch nicht gesagt, dass wir sie verschonen sollten. Sie drängte sich an ihm vorbei und schritt durch die Tür in den Glockenturm. Offenbar war es Valimir doch gelungen, einen Gefangenen zu machen. Er und ein paar andere hatten sich nervös um einen der Kundschafter geschart, der mit hinter den Rücken gefesselten Armen vor ihnen kniete. Eine Seite seines Gesichts zierte eine blutige Schürfwunde, und er sah mit jenem Blick zu ihnen auf, den Gefangenen meist zu haben pflegen, angsterfüllt. »Wo ist der größte Teil eures Heers?« verlangte Valimir lautstark zu wissen. »Er spricht deine Sprache nicht rosig«, fauchte Fero, »und wenn du ihn anbrüllst, hilft das auch nichts.« Valimir sah sie verärgert an. »Vielleicht hätten wir jemanden mitbringen sollen, der Kantesisch spricht«, sagte er vor Ironie triefend. »Vielleicht.« Es folgte eine lange Pause, während Valimir darauf wartete, dass sie weitersprach, aber sie sagte nichts. Schließlich stieß er einen langen Seufzer aus. »Sprechen Sie Kantesisch?« »Natürlich. Wären Sie dann vielleicht so freundlich, ihm stellvertretend für mich ein paar Fragen zu stellen?« Fero saugte an ihren Zähnen. Es war Zeitverschwendung, aber wenn es sein musste, dann brachte sie es am besten schnell hinter sich. »Was soll ich ihn fragen?« »Nun, wie weit die gurkischen Truppen noch entfernt sind, wie viel Mann sie zählen, welchen Weg sie einschlagen, Sie wissen schon.« Fero ging vor dem Gefangenen in die Hocke und sah ihm fest in die Augen. Er starrte zurück, hilflos und verängstigt, und fragte sich zweifelsohne, was sie bei diesen Rosigs hier tat. Sie fragte sich das auch. »Wer bist du?« flüsterte er. Sie zog ihr Messer und hielt es hoch. »Du wirst meine Fragen beantworten, oder ich werde dich mit diesem Messer töten. Mehr brauchst du über mich nicht zu wissen. Wo ist das gurkische Heer?« Er fuhr sich mit der Zunge über die Lippen. »Vielleicht 2 Tagesmärsche von hier entfernt, in südlicher Richtung. Wie viele?« »Mehr als ich zählen konnte, viele Tausende. Menschen aus den Wüsten, aus den Ebenen und aus den.« »Welchen Weg werden sie nehmen?« »Ich weiß es nicht. Man befahl uns nur, in dieses Dorf zu reiten und nachzusehen, ob es verlassen sei.« Er schluckte, und dieser Klumpen an seiner schwitzigen Kehle zuckte auf und ab. »Vielleicht weiß mein Hauptmann mehr darüber.« »Sch«, zischte Fero. Sein Hauptmann würde niemandem mehr etwas erzählen, nun, da sie ihm den Kopf gespalten hatte. »Es sind sehr viele«, blaffte sie Valimir in der gemeinen Sprache an, »und viele weitere werden noch kommen, sie sind noch 2 Tage entfernt. Welchen Weg sie einschlagen werden, weiß er nicht. Was jetzt?« Valimir rieb sich die kurzen Stoppeln an seinem Kinn. »Ich würde sagen, wir sollten ihn zum Agriont mitnehmen.« »Und ihn der Inquisition übergeben?« »Er weiß nichts, er wird uns nur aufhalten. Wir sollten töten. Er hat sich ergeben. Ihn jetzt zu töten wäre reiner Mord, Krieg hin oder her.« Valimir winkte einen seiner Soldaten heran. »Das lade ich mir nicht auf mein Gewissen.« »Ich schon.« Feros Messer glitt leicht ins Herz des Kunstschafters und wieder heraus. Er riss Mund und Augen weit auf. Blut blubberte durch das aufgeschlitzte Tuch an seiner Brust und breitete sich schnell in einem dunklen Ring aus. Er sah mit starrem Blick darauf und machte ein langes, saugendes Geräusch. Gluck. Dann fiel ihm der Kopf zurück und sein Körper wurde schlaff. Sie wandte sich um und sah, dass die Soldaten sie anstarrten, die bleichen Gesichter aufgebläht vor Entsetzen. Vielleicht war es für sie ein anstrengender Tag gewesen. Sie hatten viel lernen müssen, aber sie würden sich schon bald daran gewöhnen. Und wenn nicht, dann würden die Gurkissen sie töten. Sie wollen eure Höfe, eure Dörfer und eure Städte niederbrennen. Sie wollen eure Kinder versklaven. Sie wollen, dass jeder auf der Welt auf dieselbe Weise zu Gott betet, wie sie es tun, mit denselben Worten, und sie wollen, dass euer Land eine Provinz ihres Imperiums wird. Ich kenne das. Fero wischte die Klinge ihres Messers am Ärmel des Obergewands ab, das der Tote trug. Der einzige Unterschied zwischen Krieg und Mord ist die Anzahl der Toten. Valimir starrte kurz auf den Leichnam seines Gefangenen, die Lippen nachdenklich geschürzt. Fero fragte sich, ob er doch mehr Rückgrat hatte, als sie ihm zunächst hatte zuerkennen wollen. Schließlich wandte er sich an sie. »Was schlagen Sie vor?« »Wir könnten hier auf die Nächsten warten, vielleicht erwischen wir dann sogar mal ein paar echte Gurkissen. Aber das wären dann sicher zu viele für uns paar Leute. Also nach Osten oder Norden und eine neue Falle dieser Art aufstellen. Und die Truppen des Imperators immer einen Dutzend nach dem anderen erledigen?
Das sind kleine Schritte. Fero zuckte die Achseln. Kleine Schritte in die richtige Richtung. Es sei denn, sie hätten schon genug gesehen und wollten wieder hinter ihre Mauern. Valimir warf ihr einen langen, finsteren Blick zu. Dann wandte er sich an einen seiner Männer, einen kräftig gebauten Altgedienten mit einer Narbe am Hals. »Es gibt ein Dorf in östlicher Richtung, nicht wahr, Korporal Forrest?« »Jawohl, Herr Major. Marlhof ist nicht mehr als 10 Meilen entfernt.« »Würde Ihnen das gefallen?« fragte Valimir Fero und hob dabei eine Augenbraue. »Tote Gurkissen gefallen mir, sonst nichts.« »Leaves on the water. Kalion«, sagte Logan. »Jo«, erwiderte Huntsmann. Dort lag es, an der Gabelung des Flusses unter den drohenden Wolken. Scharfe Umrisse hoher Mauern und Türme hoch über der steilen Klippe jenseits des schnell fließenden Wassers. Dort, wo früher einmal Scarlings Halle gestanden hatte. Schieferdächer und Häuser aus Stein drängten sich auf dem langen Abhang eng aneinander, bildeten ein Rund am Fuß des Hügels und waren mit einer weiteren Mauer umgeben. Der Regen, der gerade erst aufgehört hatte, verlieh all dem einen kalten, harten Glanz. Huntsmann konnte nicht sagen, ob er froh war, wieder hier zu sein. Bisher war es für ihn, jedes Mal, wenn er hier aufgetaucht war, übel ausgegangen. Hat sich seit der Schlacht vor all den Jahren ganz schön verändert. Logan sah an seiner ausgestreckten Hand herunter und wackelte mit dem Stummel seines fehlenden Fingers. Damals war es nicht von Mauern umgeben, nein, allerdings auch nicht von Unionstruppen. Huntsmann konnte nicht leugnen, dass ihn dieser Umstand tatsächlich beruhigte. Die Wachposten der Union arbeiteten sich durch die verlassenen Felder rund um die Stadt. Eine wackelige Linie aus Erdwällen, Pfählen und Zäunen, hinter denen sich Männer bewegten, und das matte Sonnenlicht glänzte hier und da auf einem Stück Metall. Tausende von Männern, gut bewaffnet und rachelüstern, hatten Bethod hier festgesetzt. »Bist du sicher, dass er da drin ist?« »Wüsste nicht, wo er sonst sein könnte. Er hat den Großteil seiner besten Leute in den Bergen verloren. Ich denk mal, es sind keine weiteren Freunde mehr übrig.« »Wir haben alle weniger als früher«, murmelte Huntsmann. »Ich würde sagen, wir bleiben hier eine Weile hocken. Schließlich haben wir Zeit. Jede Menge.«
Wir bleiben hier hocken und gucken dem Gras beim Wachsen zu und warten darauf, dass Bethod aufgibt. Jo, aber Logan sah nicht so aus, als ob er daran glaubte. Jo, sagte Huntsmann. Aufgeben klang auch für ihn so gar nicht nach dem Bethod, den er kannte. Er wandte den Kopf, als er schnellen Hufschlag von der Straße her hörte. Einer von den Booten mit diesen Helmen, die wie ein empörtes Huhn aussahen, preschte von den Bäumen her auf Wests Zelt zu. Sein Pferd war vom schnellen Ritt mit Schweiß bedeckt. Er zügelte es hastig und nervös, fiel in seiner Eile beim Absteigen fast aus dem Sattel, schritt dann unsicher vorbei an den Offizieren, die ihn anglotzten, und verschwand durch die Zelttür. Huntsmann spürte jenes vertraute, sorgenvolle Ziehen in seinem Bauch. Das schmeckt nach schlechten Nachrichten. Was gibt's auch sonst für welche? Dort unten brach nun Unruhe aus, Soldaten schrien und wedelten mit den Armen. »Am besten sehen wir mal nach, was los ist«, murmelte Huntsmann, obwohl er sich lieber in genau die andere Richtung aufgemacht hätte. Crummock stand in der Nähe des Zelts und betrachtete das Durcheinander mit gerunzelter Stirn. »Irgendwas ist passiert«, sagte der Bergmensch. »Aber ich verstehe nichts von dem, was diese Südländer sagen oder tun. Ich schwöre, sie sind alle völlig irre.« Tatsächlich ertönten laute, wirre Stimmen aus dem Zelt, als Huntsmann den Stoff des Eingangs zurückschlug. Überall wimmelten Unionsoffiziere herum, die ziemlich durcheinander zu sein schienen. In ihrer Mitte war West, das Gesicht so weiß wie frische Milch, die Fäuste festgeballt. Wildzorn. Huntsmann packte ihn am Arm. »Was zur Hölle ist hier los?« »Die Gurkisen sind in Midderland eingefallen.« Wes riss sich los und fing an, Befehle zu brüllen. »Die wer haben was gemacht?« brummte Crummock. »Die Gurkisen.« Logan zog ein sehr finsteres Gesicht. Braune Menschen aus dem tiefsten Süden, ziemlich hart im Nehmen, nach dem, was man hört. Pike stieß nun zu ihnen, das verbrannte Gesicht grimmig verzogen. Sie sind übers Meer gekommen und mit einem ganzen Heer an Land gegangen. Vielleicht haben sie schon Adua erreicht. Jetzt warte mal. Huntsmann wusste nichts über die Gurkisen oder über Adua oder Midderland, aber sein schlechtes Gefühl verstärkte sich mit jedem Augenblick. Was wollt ihr uns damit sagen? Wir sind nach Hause beordert worden, sofort. Huntsmann starrte ins Leere. Von Anfang an hätte ihm klar sein müssen, dass es nicht so einfach sein konnte. Er packte West erneut am Arm und ließ seinen dreckigen Zeigefinger in Richtung Kalien zucken. »We don't have nearly enough people to besiege this city if you leave.« »I know«, West said, «and I'm sorry, but I can't do anything. Go to General Polder«, he snapped at a young man who squinted a little. «Tell him to prepare his division for immediate departure towards the coast.« Huntsman blinked, feeling terribly sick. »So we fought for 7 days on the high peaks for nothing? Tull died, and the dead may know how many others, for nothing?« It always surprised him how quickly something could fall apart once you leaned on it just a little. So that's it then. Back to the woods, into the cold, running and killing, without end. »Maybe there's another way«, Crummock said. »What way?« Der Mountain Chief had a cunning grin. »You know it, don't you, Bloody Nine?« »Aye, I know it.« Logan looked like a man who knew he was going to be hanged, and who already saw the tree from whose branches the noose would be thrown. »When do you have to leave, Wild Fury?« West frowned. »We have a lot of people here, and the road is quite narrow. Polder's division tomorrow, I'd say, und Croy's the day after.« Crummock's grin weitete ein Notch. »So tomorrow, all day long, there will still be heaps of men sitting here, dug in around Bethod. Men die look like they intend to stay for a very long time, right?« »It could be, yes.« »Give me tomorrow«, Logan said. »Just give me that, and maybe I can set things right. Then I'll come south with you if I'm still alive, and bring everyone I can convince. You have my word. We'll help you against the Gurkish.« »What difference can a single day mark?« West asked. »Ei«, Huntsman grummelte, »was kann ein Tag machen?« Der Problem war, er ahnte als schon die Antwort. Wasser floss unter der alten Brücke, past den Bäumen und down den grünen Mountainside. Weiter zu Kalian. Logan wandte selbst ein paar gelbe Blätter auf dem Wasser, die sich drehten und drehten, vorbei an den moosigen Steinen flossen. Er wünschte, er könnte auch so dahin schwimmen, aber das war nicht sehr wahrscheinlich. »Wir fochten hier«, Huntsman sagte. »Treacherous und Tull, Dau und Grimm und ich. Forley ist irgendwo in dem Korps.« »Du willst?«, fragte Logan. »Pay him a visit und sieh ob?« »Was für? Ich denke, so einen Besuch würde mir keinen guten nutzen, und ich bin sehr sicher, er würde auch dem nichts nützen. Nichts wird demjenigen Menschen mehr nutzen nur. Das ist so, wenn man tot ist. Aber du bist sicher auf diesem Weg, Logan? Du siehst einen anderen Weg? Die Union wird nicht hier bleiben. Es might sein unser letzter Versuch, Bethod aufzuhalten. Was haben wir zu verlieren, du? Dein Leben vielleicht.« Logan zog einen tiefen Atem. »Ich kann nicht an viele Menschen denken, denen man mehr Wert schenken. Aber du kommst mit mir?« Huntsman schüttelte den Kopf. »Ich glaube, ich bleib oben hier. Ich habe genug von Bethod gesehen für ein Leben.« »Gut, alles klar.« Es war, als ob jeder Moment in Logans Leben, alles, was er gesagt oder getan, jede Entscheidung, die er kaum erinnern konnte, hatte ihn hierher. Nun hatte er keine Wahl. Vielleicht hatte er es nie. Er war wie diese Blätter auf dem Wasser. Er wurde getragen, down nach Kalien, und er konnte nichts dagegen. So dickte er seine Hiele in seinem Pferdesleib und ritt allein den Hang down den Hang, folgend dem kleinen Pfad, an den der gürkelte Strom. Die Umgebungen schienen alle klarer ausgefallen als üblich, als der Tag langsam zuging. Er ritt an Tannen vorbei, die raue Blätter waren bald zu fallen. Goldengelb, breit orange, Crimson, in allen Feuern. Down am unteren der Tal, ein wenig Autumnsnebel schwebte noch in der hängenden Luft und bis an seinen Hals. Die Geräusche der klirrenden Sattel, des klappernden Bügels und der Huftrommel erreichten ihn dumpf im Ohr. Er trottete über die unbewegten Felder, angewachsene Erde mit Weden, vorbei an den Unionswachposten, vorbei zu Trenchen und Reihen von geschärften Stäbchen, niedrig errichtet innerhalb von 3 Bogenschüssen von den Wänden. Soldaten in Stoffjacken und Stellkappen wandten ihn vorbei mit grimmigem Gesicht. Er rien den Huf an und ließ das Pferd langsam gehen. Dann klatterte er über ein Holzbrett, eines der neuen Bethod hat lassen bauen, und der Fluss darunter gurgelte nach dem Autumnsregen. Dann auf den sanften Anstieg, während die Wall emporstieg. Es wog stark, dunkel und sollig. Eine Wall, wie man kaum seltente gesehen hatte. Er konnte keine Menschen an den Leuchtholen am oberen Rand sehen, aber er annahm, es welche gebe. Er schluckte, und die Speichel rannte komisch durch den Hals. Dann richtete er sich in dem Sattel und tat so, als ob er nicht wundet auf gebrochen wäre, nach 7 Tagen Kampf in den Montanen.
Er wunderte sich, ob er bald einen Langbogen klattern, eine kurze Schmerz und in den Mutsch stürzen, tot. Das wäre vielleicht eine Embarrenschere-Song. »Well, look at that«, eine tiefe Stimme brummte, und Logen erkannte es sofort. Wer anders könnte es sein? Bethod. Es war seltsam aber, dass für einen kleinen Moment war er glatt, es zu hören. Bis er erinnerte, wie viel Blut zwischen ihnen stand. Bis er erinnerte, wie sehr sie hassten einander. You can have enemies you've never faced yourself, und Logen hatte viele davon. You can kill men you don't know, und er hatte es oft getan auch. Aber man kann niemanden echt hassen, ohne ihn erst geliebt zu haben, und ein Drachen davon bleibt immer vorhanden. I look down from my gates, and who comes riding out of the past? Bethod kallte zu ihm.
The bloody 9. Yes, can you believe it? I'd prepare a feast, but unfortunately we have no food left in here. He stood there, on the battlements, high above the gate, his fists resting on the stone. He didn't sneer. He didn't smile either. He didn't do anything, really. If it isn't the king of the Northmen, Logen now called up to him. Do you still have your golden hat? Bethod touched the circlet he wore on his head, and the large gemstone on his forehead gleamed in the setting sun. Why not? Let me think. Logen looked left and right along the bare walls. Well, because you have nothing left to rule over as far as I can see. I'd say we both feel a little lonely. Where are your friends, Bloody 9? Those murderers you like to have around you? Where are Thunderhead, Grim, and Huntsman, and that scumbag Black Dow? They're all done for, Bethod, dead, up in the mountains, as dead as Scarling. Them and Littlebones and Goring and Schlommane and many others. Bethod looked grim. That's no cause for celebration, if you ask me. Some very useful men have turned to mud again, one way or another. Some of my friends, and some of yours. When the two of us are involved, there's simply no happy ending, is there? As friends, we bring no luck, and as enemies, even less. Why have you come here, Ninefingers? Logen sat for a moment, thinking of all the other times he had done what he now had to do, the challenges he had issued, and how they had turned out, and there were no good memories among them. If one could say one thing about Logen Ninefingers, it was this: he was somewhat hesitant, but there was no other way. I am here to challenge you, he barked, and the words echoed back from the damp, dark wall and died a slow death in the misty air. Bethod threw his head back and laughed. It was a rather joyless laugh, Logen thought. By the dead, Ninefingers, but you never change. You're like an old dog that can't be stopped from barking. A challenge? What do we have left that's worth fighting for? If I win, you open the gates and belong to me, as my prisoner. If I lose, the Union packs its things and sails home, and you are free. Bethod's smile gradually faded, and his eyes narrowed suspiciously. Logen knew that look from before. He now weighed his options and thought about the possible motives. That sounds like a golden offer given the situation I'm in. Hard to believe. What's in it for your friends from the south? Logen snorted. They'll wait if they have to, but they don't really care about you, Bethod. You mean nothing to them, even if you made such a fuss here before. They've already chased you with kicks in the rear across the north, and they now assume you won't cause them any more trouble either way. If I win, they get your head. If I lose, they can go home earlier. Huh? I mean nothing to them, do I? Bethod showed a regretful smile. Has it really come to this, despite all my efforts, all the sweat and the pain? Are you happy, Ninefingers, now that you see everything you fought for crumbling to dust again? Why not? You can blame no one but yourself for this. You led us here. Accept my challenge, Bethod, and then perhaps at least one of us can find peace. The king of the Northmen stared down with wide eyes. No one I can blame for this? Me? How quickly we all forget. He grabbed the chain draped over his shoulders and shook it. "Do you think I wanted this? Do you think I asked for any of it? I wanted no more than an extra strip of land to feed my people and to keep the great clans from squeezing me out. I only wanted a few victories I could be proud of, to leave my sons something better than what I got from my father." He leaned forward, his hands clutching the battlements. "Who was it then who always pushed me further? Who was it who never let me stop? Who was it who had to taste blood and got drunk on it, who then went mad and never got enough?" His finger pointed down. "Who, if not the bloody Nine?" "It wasn't like that," Logen growled. Bethod's laughter echoed harshly in the wind. "No? I wanted to talk with Shama Heartless, but you had to kill him. I tried to negotiate at Hennon, but you had to climb up there, settle your score, and open 12 more at once. Peace, you say? I begged you to make peace in Ufrith, but you had to fight 3 trees. On my knees I pleaded with you, but you had to challenge the greatest name in the north. And after you beat him, you broke your word to me and let him live, as if there was nothing more important in the whole world than your pride." "It wasn't like that," Logen said. "There isn't a man in the north who doesn't know how it really was. Peace? What about Ratneck, huh? I would have released his son for a ransom, and then we would all have gone home peacefully. But no. What did you say to me back then? It's easier to stop the white flow than the bloody Nine. Then you had to nail the boy's head to my standard for the whole world to see, so the feuds would never end. Every time I tried to stop you, you dragged me further, deeper and deeper into the dirt, until there was no stopping, until it was kill or be killed, until I had to subjugate the entire North. You made me king, Ninefingers. What other choice did you leave me?" "It wasn't like that," Logen whispered, but he knew that it had been. "Just tell yourself that I am the cause of all your troubles if it makes you happy. Tell yourself I am the merciless, the murderous, the bloodthirsty. But ask yourself from whom I learned it. I had the best teacher. Pretend you are the good person if you like, the man who never had a choice. But we both know who you really are. Peace? You will never have peace, Bloody Nine. You are made of death." Logen would have liked to deny it, but it would have been just more lies. Bethod truly knew him. Bethod understood him, better than anyone else. His worst enemy, and yet still his best friend. "Then why didn't you kill me when you had the chance?" The king of the Northmen frowned, as if he didn't understand something. Then he began to laugh again. He shook with laughter. "You don't know why? You stood right next to him, and you don't know? You learned nothing from me, Ninefingers. After all these years, you still let every cloud that passes over the sky soak you." "What do you mean by that?" Logen snarled. "Beaz? Beaz? What about him? I was about to cut the blood cross into you and sink your corpse, along with those of your foolish outcast followers, in the bog. I would have loved to do that before that old liar contacted me. And I still owed him something, and he wanted me to let you go. That old jerk who meddles in everything saved your worthless hide, nothing else." "Why?" Logen growled, not knowing what to make of it, but disliking that he was finding out about it so much later than everyone else. But Bethod just chuckled to himself. "Perhaps I didn't grovel deep enough for his taste. You are the one he saved, so you should ask him for the reasons, if you live long enough. But I don't think you will. I accept your challenge. Here, tomorrow, at sunrise." He rubbed his hands. "Man against man, and the future of the entire North hangs in all its bloodiness on the outcome. Just as it always was, wasn't it, Logen? In the good old days? In the sunny valleys of our past? Shall we roll the dice together one more time?" The king of the Northmen slowly stepped back from the battlements. "Some things have changed, though. I have a new champion now. If I were you, I would say goodbye to everyone today and prepare to turn back into mud. Because, what did you always say to me?" His laughter slowly faded into the twilight. "You have to be realistic." "Good piece of meat," Grim said. A warm fire and a good piece of meat were two things to be grateful for, and there had been enough times when Dogman had had much less. But now, as he watched the blood drip from the leg of lamb, he felt sick.
It reminded him of the blood that had come from Shama Heartless when Logen had slit him open. It might have been years ago, but Dogman saw it as clearly as if it were yesterday. He could hear the men roaring and their shields clashing together, and he could smell the sour sweat and fresh blood on the snow. "By the dead," Dogman groaned, saliva filling his mouth as if he were about to vomit. "How can you think of eating now?" Dao showed all his teeth in a grin. "If we stay hungry, it won't help Ninefingers either." "Nothing can help him. That's the point of a duel, isn't it? It's just about one man." He stabbed his knife into the meat, letting the blood sizzle into the fire. Then he leaned back thoughtfully. "Do you think he can do it? Really? Do you remember that creature?" A ghost of the wretched fear he had felt in the fog touched Dogman, and he shivered to his toes. He would probably never forget how that giant had stepped out of the darkness, how he raised his painted fist, and how it struck Three Trees' ribs, extinguishing the old warrior's life. "If anyone can do it," he growled through clenched teeth, "then Logen, I suppose." Grim grumbled. "Yes, but do you think he'll really succeed? That's what I wonder. That, and what happens if he doesn't?" That was a question Dogman didn't want to think about. Logen would be dead, that would be the first thing. And then the siege would be over. Dogman had barely enough men after the battle in the mountains to besiege a chamber pot, let alone the city with the strongest walls in the entire north. Bethoff would be able to do as he pleased, seek help, find new friends, and return to battle. There was no worse predicament. "Logen will do it," he whispered, clenching his fists and feeling the long cut on his arm burn. He simply must. He almost fell into the fire when a large, thick hand slapped him on the back. By the dead, I've never seen such long faces sitting by a fire. Dogman grimaced in pain. The last thing he needed in his current mood was the crazy mountain man grinning into the night, his children with their big weapons over their shoulders behind him. Crummock now had only two, since one of his sons had been killed in the mountains, but that didn't seem to bother him. He had also lost his spear, which had broken off in some Eastlander, as he liked to tell, and so he still didn't have to carry a weapon himself. None of his children had said much since the battle, at least not so that Dogman had heard it. Now there was no more talk of how many men anyone might have killed. When you experienced it up close, you easily lost your enthusiasm for the business of war. Dogman knew all too well what that was like, but Crummock himself had not lost his good humor in the slightest. Where has Ninefingers crept off to? He went off alone. He always does that before a duel. Crummock stroked the finger bones he wore around his neck. Talking to the moon, I'd wager. He's wetting himself, I'd rather think. Well, as long as you're done relieving yourself before the duel, no one can complain about that. Crummock grinned across his whole face. No one loves the moon more than the bloody Nine, I tell you. No one in the whole wide world. Hat gute Aussichten, einen gerechten Kampf zu gewinnen, und das ist das Beste, worauf ein Mann gegenüber diesem Teufelsgeschöpf hoffen kann. Es gibt da nur ein Problem. Nur eins? Es gibt keinen gerechten Kampf, solange dieser sehr schwierige Hexe am Leben ist. Huntsmann fühlte, wie seine Schultern noch tiefer sackten. Wie meinst du das? Crummock drehte eines der hölzernen Zeichen an seiner Halskette. Sie wird es bestimmt nicht zulassen, dass Bethod verliert, und sie mit ihm. Glaubt ihr das etwa? Eine Hexe, die so schlau ist wie diese? Sie verfügt über alle möglichen Arten der Zauberei, die sie vermischen kann. Alle möglichen Segnungen und Flüche.
Dieses schwierige Geschöpf könnte den Ausgang des Kampfes auf die verschiedenste Weisen beeinflussen, als ob die Aussichten nicht so schon ungleich genug wären. Wie? Ich meine ja nur, jemand sollte sie aus dem Weg räumen. Huntsmann hatte nicht gedacht, dass ihm noch elender werden könnte. Jetzt wusste er es besser. »Na, dann viel Glück dabei«, flüsterte er. »Haha, mein Junge, haha, ich würde es ja nur zu gern selbst tun, aber Sie haben da drüben ein schönes, langes Stückchen Mauer, und mir liegt das Klettern nicht so.« Crummock klopfte sich mit seiner Pranke auf den fetten Bauch. »Dafür sitzt hier 2-mal zu viel Fleisch. Nein, für diese Aufgabe brauchen wir einen kleinen Mann, der aber echten Mut hat. Das steht außer Frage, und der Mond weiß es. Einen Mann, der ein Talent dafür besitzt, sich anzuschleichen, sicheren Fußes und scharfen Auges. Wir brauchen jemanden mit schneller Hand und schnellem Verstand.« Er sah den Huntsmann an und grinste. »Nun, wo könnten wir wohl einen solchen Mann finden? Was meinst du?« »Weißt du was?« Huntsmann barg das Gesicht in den Händen. »Ich habe wirklich nicht die geringste Ahnung.« Logen hob die zerbeulte Feldflasche an die Lippen und nahm einen Schluck. Der scharfe Branntwein kitzelte seine Zunge, kitzelte seine Kehle, und er fühlte den altbekannten Drang zu schlucken. Stattdessen beugte er sich vor, spitzte die Lippen und blies den Alkohol in feinem Nebel aus. Ein Feuerball stieg in die kalte Nacht. Er blickte in die Dunkelheit, sah nichts außer den schwarzen Umrisse der Baumstämme und den wabernden schwarzen Schatten, die das Feuer zwischen ihnen aufwarf. Langsam schwenkte er die Flasche hin und her und hörte den letzten Schluck darin schwappen. Dann zuckte er die Achseln, setzte sie an den Mund und kippte den Rest hinunter, fühlte, wie der Schnaps bis in seinen Magen brannte. Die Geister konnten heute mit ihm teilen. So wie es aussah, würde er sie nach dem morgigen Tag ohnehin nie widerrufen. 9 Finger. Die Stimme raschelte ihm entgegen wie fallende Blätter. Ein Geist löste sich aus den Schatten und trat in das Licht des Feuers. Ihm war keine Spur des Wiedererkennens anzumerken, und Logen war obdessen sehr erleichtert. Auch war nichts Anklagendes in ihm, keine Angst und kein Misstrauen. Dem Geist war egal, wer er war oder was er getan hatte. Logen warf die leere Flasche neben sich auf den Boden. Ganz allein? Ja. Na, man ist ja nie allein, wenn man ein Lächeln in sich hat. Der Geist sagte nichts. Aber ich nehme mal an, Lachen ist etwas für Menschen, nicht für Geister. Ja. Redest wohl nicht gerade viel, was? Ich habe ja nicht dich gerufen. Wohl wahr. Logen starrte ins Feuer. Ich muss morgen gegen einen Mann kämpfen. Einen Mann, den man Fenris, den Gefürchteten, nennt. Er ist kein Mann. Du weißt von ihm? Er ist alt. Nach deiner Zeitrechnung? Nach meiner Zeitrechnung ist gar nichts alt, aber er geht zurück bis in die alte Zeit und noch weiter. Er hatte damals einen anderen Herrn. Was für einen Herrn? Glustrod. Der Name fuhr wie ein Messer in Logens Ohr. Keinen anderen hätte er weniger erwartet oder weniger gern gehört. Der Wind blies kalt durch die Bäume, und die Erinnerung an die hochaufragenden Ruinen von Aulkus drangen auf ihn ein und ließen ihm eine Gänsehaut über den Rücken kriechen. Ist wohl nicht sehr wahrscheinlich, dass es ein anderer Glustrod ist als der, der damals beinahe die halbe Welt zerstört hat. Es gibt keinen anderen. Er war es, der all die Zeichen auf die Haut des Gefürchteten schrieb, Zeichen in der alten Sprache, der Sprache der Teufel, über seine ganze linke Seite. Das Fleisch darunter ist Fleisch aus der Unterwelt. Wo Glustrods Wort geschrieben steht, kann man dem Gefürchteten nicht schaden. Man kann ihm nicht schaden? Gar nicht? Logen dachte einen Augenblick darüber nach. Warum hat man ihm die Zeichen nicht auf beide Seiten geschrieben? Frag Glustrod. Dazu werde ich wohl keine Gelegenheit haben. Nein. Eine lange Pause. Was willst du tun, Neunfinger? Logen spähte seitwärts in den Wald. Einfach loszulaufen und nie mehr zurückzublicken, das erschien ihm in diesem Augenblick höchst verlockend.
Manchmal kann es doch besser sein, mit der Angst vor etwas zu leben, anstatt dabei zu sterben, dass man die Sache angeht, auch wenn Logens Vater immer etwas anderes zu behaupten pflegte. »Ich bin schon einmal abgehauen«, murmelte er, »und dann nur im Kreis gerannt. Bethod wartet auf mich am Ende eines jeden Weges. Dann war das unser Gespräch.« Der Geist erhob sich vom Feuer. Vielleicht sehe ich dich ja mal wieder. Ich glaube nicht. Die Magie leckt heraus aus dieser Welt und meinesgleichen schlafen. Ich glaube nicht. Selbst wenn du den Gefürchteten schlagen solltest, und ich glaube nicht, dass es dir gelingt. Willst mir wohl Hoffnung machen, was? Schnaubte Logen. Glück sei mit dir. Der Geist verschmolz mit der Dunkelheit und war verschwunden. Er hatte Logen kein Glück gewünscht, solche Dinge kümmerten ihn nicht. Word of Power. Es war ein düsteres und deprimierendes Treffen, selbst für die Verhältnisse des geschlossenen Rates. Das Wetter draußen vor den schmalen Fenstern war trist und bewölkt, versprach Stürme, die dann nie kamen, und hauchte den Saal in kalten Dämmer. Gelegentlich ließen heftige Windböen die alten Fensterscheiben klappern und Jetzal in seinen pelzbesetzten Gewändern zusammenzucken und frösteln. Der grimmige Ausdruck der 12 alten Gesichter trug auch nicht gerade dazu bei, seine Knochen zu wärmen. Lord Marschall Varuz vermittelte mit zusammengebissenen Zähnen harte Entschlossenheit. Lord Schatzmeister Hoff klammerte sich an seinem Weinkelch fest wie ein Ertrinkender an die letzten Überreste seines Bootes. Kronrichter Marovia zog ein Gesicht, als wolle er das Todesurteil für die gesamte Versammlung sprechen, sich selbst eingeschlossen. Erzlektor Sulz' dünne Lippen waren stets verächtlich geschürzt, während seine kalten Augen von Bayards zu Jetzal, dann zu Marovia und wieder zurückwanderten. Der erste der Magi selbst starrte auf den Tisch. »Den Lagebericht bitte, Lord Marschall Varuz.« Offen gesprochen, die Lage ist schlecht. Adua ist in Aufruhr. Etwa ein Viertel der Bevölkerung ist bereits geflohen. Die gurkisische Blockade führt dazu, dass nur wenige Versorgungsgüter auf die Märkte gelangen. Es wurde eine Ausgangssperre verhängt, aber manche Bürger nutzen dennoch die Gelegenheit, um zu rauben, zu stehlen und Unruhe zu stiften, während die Ordnungskräfte anderweitig beschäftigt sind. Marovia schüttelte den Kopf und sein grauer Bart bewegte sich leise. Und wir müssen davon ausgehen, dass sich die Lage noch verschlimmern wird, wenn die Gurkisen sich der Stadt weiter nähern. Genau das tun sie, sagte Varuz, und zwar täglich ungefähr 10 Meilen oder mehr. Wir tun alles, was in unserer Macht steht, um ihnen Knüppel zwischen die Beine zu werfen, aber bei den wenigen uns verbliebenen Truppen. Gut möglich, dass sie noch in dieser Woche bis vor die Tore rücken. Erschrockenes Aufseufzen, leise Flüche, nervöse Seitenblicke folgten auf seine Worte. Schon so bald? Jetzals Stimme zitterte ein wenig. Bedauerlicherweise ja, Euer Majestät. Wie groß ist die Truppenstärke der Gurkisen? Fragte Marovia. Es gibt sehr unterschiedliche Schätzungen, im Augenblick jedoch. Varuz saugte sorgenvoll an seinen Zähnen, können wir von mindestens 50.000 ausgehen. Wieder zogen alle scharf die Luft ein, auch Jetzal selbst. So viele? Raunte Halleck. Und weitere Tausende gehen täglich bei Kellen an Land, warf Admiral Reutzer ein, womit er die allgemeine Stimmung nicht gerade verbesserte. Da der größte Teil unserer Seestreitmacht unterwegs ist, um das Heer von seinem Abenteuer im Norden zurückzuholen, können wir sie nicht daran hindern. Jetzal fuhr sich mit der Zunge über die Lippen. Die Wände des großen Saals schienen sich mit jedem Augenblick enger zusammenzuschieben. Was ist mit unseren Truppen vor Ort? Varuz und Reutzer tauschten einen kurzen Blick. Wir haben 2 Regimenter der Königstreuen, 1 zu Fuß und 1 zu Pferd, insgesamt ungefähr 6.000 Mann. Die Graue Wacht, der die Verteidigung des Agrions selbst obliegt, zählt 400. Die Heroldsritter und die Ritter der Wacht bilden eine Elite von noch einmal 500. Zusätzlich gibt es unbewaffnete Truppenmitglieder, Köche, Stallburschen, Schmiede und so weiter, die in einem Notfall ebenfalls zum Kampfeinsatz herangezogen werden könnten. Ich würde sagen, um einen solchen handelt es sich wohl, warf Bayards ein. Somit hätten wir noch einmal ein paar tausend mehr. Die Stadtwacht könnte auch von Nutzen sein, aber bei diesen Männern handelt es sich kaum um ausgebildete Soldaten. Was ist mit den Edelleuten? Fragte Marovia. Wo bleibt ihre Unterstützung? Einige haben ein paar Leute geschickt, erklärte Varuz grimmig. Andere haben lediglich schriftlich ihr Bedauern bekundet. Die meisten. Noch nicht einmal das. Die warten noch ab, welche Seite sich mehr für sie lohnt. Hoff schüttelte den Kopf. Brock hat verlauten lassen, dass es für alle, die ihm helfen, gurkisisches Gold geben wird, während diejenigen, die zu uns stehen, nur die gurkisische Gnade zu erwarten haben. Das war doch schon immer so, lamentierte Torlichhorn. The nobles are only interested in their own well-being. Then we must open the armories, said Bayards, and not be stingy with their contents. We must arm every citizen who can carry a weapon. We must arm the worker columns, the artisan guilds, and the associations of veterans. Even the beggars in the gutter must be ready for battle. That was all well and good, Yetzal thought, but he didn't necessarily want to entrust his life to a legion of beggars. When is Lord Marshal West expected back with the army?
If he received his order yesterday, then at least another month will pass before he can board again and come to our aid. Which means we have to withstand a siege lasting several weeks, Hoff murmelte, shaking his head. He leaned over to Yetzal und whisperte softly in sein Ohr, als wären sie Schulgirls entgegenschätzten. Your Majesty, it might be advisable for you and the closed consul to leave the city. Move the government further north, away from the path the Gurkish advance is taking, so that the war campaign can be planned in greater safety. Perhaps to Holstrom or… Absolutely not, Bayard sagte stern. Yetzal konnte nicht leugnen, dass dieser Vorschlag etwas Anlockendes hatte. Das eiserne Schabujan sehnte ihm an diesem Augenblick ein idealer neuer Sitz des Gewanders, aber Bayads war secht. Harod der Groß würde sich sicher niemals an den Gedanken an einen Rückzug erlauben und nicht können Yetzal. Unverblümlich. Wir werden die Gorkisen hier aufhalten, sagte Varuz. Es war nur ein Vorschlag, grumpfelte Hoff, aus purer Vorsicht. Bayards unterbrach ihn. Was mit der Stadtverteidigung? Wir haben im Prinzip 3 konzentrische Linien von Verteidigung. Das Agrion selbst ist natürlich unser letztes Bastion. Es wird nicht zu dem kommen, wird es? Hoff unterbrach es mit einem nervösen Schmächel, doch er wirkte nicht ganz einlösend. Varuz entschied sich zu unterweisen. Bevor das liegt der Arnautwall, der protekt den ältesten und wichtigsten Teile der Stadt. Den Agriont, den Mittenweg, die meisten Quais und die 4 Ecken zum Beispiel. Der Kasamirwall ist der außeräußere Defensivring, weniger, niedriger und sehr viel länger als der Arnautwall. Kleinere Defensivwäller verlaufen zwischen diesen 2 wie die Speichel des Rades, dividieren den äußeren Ring der Stadt in 5 Distrikte. Alle deren können individuell abgeschottet werden, wenn sie in Enemy-Hände fallen. Es gibt einige Gebäude außerhalb der Kasamirwall, aber diese müssen umgehend abgegeben werden. Bayards restete seine Ellbogen an der Tischkante und klaßte seine breite Hände. Gegeben die Anzahl und Stärke unserer Truppen, wären sie der äußeren Distrikte evakuieren und uns auf den mundschärferen und stärkeren Arnautwall konzentrieren. Wir können weiterhin kleinere Skarmützel in den äußeren Distrikten führen, wo wir einen Vorteil haben durch bessere Kenntnisse von Straßen und Gebäuden. Nein, sagte Yetzal. Bayards grimmiger Blick pierste ihn. Your Majesty? Doch Yetzal wollte sich nicht unterkriegen lassen.
It had become clear to him some time ago that he would never be able to free himself from the Magus's yoke if he constantly allowed the old man to dictate to him. He had certainly witnessed Bayaz tear a man to pieces with the power of his thoughts alone, but he probably wouldn't dare to do that to the king of the Union in front of his own closed council, not while the Gurkish were breathing down their necks like that. I do not intend to surrender the greater part of my capital without a fight to the Union's oldest enemy. We will defend the Casimir Wall and fight for every inch of our ground. Varuz cast a sidelong glance at Hoff, and the treasurer raised his eyebrows a tiny bit. Of course, Your Majesty, every inch. An uncomfortable silence followed, and the first of the Magi's disapproval hung as darkly over the closed council as the storm clouds outside over the city. Does my Inquisition also have something to contribute? Jezel croaked, doing his best to initiate a diversion. Salt's eyes bored coldly into Jezel's. Of course, Your Majesty, it is well known that the Gurkish have a weakness for intrigue. We have no doubt that spies are already at work within the walls of Adwa, perhaps even in the Agriant itself. All citizens of Kantic origin are now being interned. My inquisitors are working day and night in the House of Interrogations. Several spies have already confessed. Morovia snorted. Then are we to believe that the Gurkish, with their weakness for intrigue, might not have thought of hiring white-skinned spies? We are at war, Salt snarled, casting a deadly glance at the Chief Justice. The independence of our nation is at stake. This is not the time for your chatter about freedom, Morovia. On the contrary, it is precisely the right time. The 2 old men continued to bicker, further straining the already frayed nerves of those present. Bayaz, meanwhile, had leaned back again, arms crossed over his chest. He watched Jezel with a thoughtful calm that was even more unsettling than his grim glances, if that was even possible. Jezel felt the worries pressing down on him ever more strongly. No matter how one looked at things, he ran the risk of going down in Union history as the king with the shortest and most catastrophic reign.
"I'm sorry I had to send for your majesty," Gorst squeaked in his girlish voice. Of course, of course." The clicking of Jezel's highly polished boot heels echoed angrily around him. I had reached the limits of my authority. Of course. Jezel pushed open the double door with both hands. Therese sat bolt upright in the middle of the gold-adorned hall, staring at him with that dismissive look he knew so well and which now infuriated him. As if she were an insect in her salad. Some of the Styrian chambermaids looked up briefly, then returned to their tasks. Boxes and suitcases stood everywhere in the room, into which clothes were now neatly stacked. Everything gave the impression that the Queen of the Union was about to leave the capital, and without having told her husband beforehand. Jezel ground his already aching teeth. He was afflicted with a closed council that was not loyal to him, with a disloyal open council, and a disloyal populace. That his wife was now also betraying him in such a way was almost unbearable. What in the world is this supposed to be? My chambermaids and I can hardly help you in your war against the Emperor. Therese turned her flawless head away from him with an elegant sweep. We are returning to Talons. That's impossible, Jezel hissed. A Gurkish army of several thousand men is advancing on the city. My people are fleeing Adwa in droves, and those who remain are on the verge of panicking. If you flee now, you would be sending a completely wrong signal. I cannot allow that. Her Majesty has nothing to do with this whole affair, snarled Countess Chaleret, gliding across the polished floor towards him. As if Jezel didn't have enough trouble with the Queen alone, he now also had to engage in a verbal skirmish with one of her companions. You forget yourself, he snapped at her. It is you who forgets yourself. She took another step, her face contorted with rage. You forget that you are a bastard, and a scarred one at that. Jezel's hand slapped hard across her contemptuously twisted mouth, sending her stumbling back with an ungraceful gurgle. She tripped over her dress and fell to the floor, a shoe slipping from her foot and skidding into a corner of the room. I am a king, and I am in my own palace, and I will not allow myself to be spoken to in such a way, especially not by a mere chambermaid who has been placed on a pedestal. The voice sounded flat, cold, and frighteningly commanding. It didn't sound like his own at all, but who else could have spoken? He was the only man in the room. I must conclude that I have been far too generous with you until now, and that you have mistakenly interpreted my generosity as weakness. The 11 maids stared at him and their fallen comrade, who crouched on the floor, holding her hand to her bleeding mouth. If any of your witches desires to leave these dangerous shores, then I will arrange passage for the lady, and even gladly take to the oars myself. But you, Majesty, are going nowhere. Therese had sprung from her chair and looked at him with a grim gaze and rigid limbs. You heartless monster, she hissed. We may both wish with all our hearts that it were otherwise, he roared, interrupting her, but we are married. You had time to voice your objections regarding my origin, my person, or any other detail of our situation before you became Queen of the Union. You can despise me as much as you want, Therese, but you are going. Nirgendwohin. Mit diesem warf Jezel den wie vom Donner gerührten Damen einen drohenden Blick zu, wirbelte auf seinem polierten Absatz herum und schritt aus dem luftigen Salon. His hand hurt. Der Kreis. Die Morgendämmerung brach, eine graue Vorahnung, ein winziger Hint von Breitheit auf den majestischen Ausleinen von Carlions Wäldern. Die Sterne hatten verblasst im steinischen Himmel, aber der Mond hing noch da, ein wenig über den Tropfspitzen, wirkte almost genug zu riskieren einen Pfeil. West hatte nicht einen Wink allein geschlafen, hatte versunken in diese strähne Rehenweifheit, die lurkt jenseits utterer Erschöpfung. Vor einer Weile hatte er in der Seelenstille dagesessen, nachdem alle Ordnungen gegeben waren, versucht einen Brief an seine Schwester zu schreiben, unter dem Licht einer einzelnen Lampe. Apologien schreiben, Vergebung bitten. Er hatte dagesessen, er kann nicht sagen für hoe lang, die Feder über dem Papier schwebend, aber die Worte simpel wollten nicht kommen.
Er hatte wollen ihr alles erlautern, aber wenn es darauf ankam, er fühlte nichts allein. Die warmen Tavernen von Adua, Cardgames in dem sonnigen Courtyard, Ardis kruckete Schmeil. Es fühlte, als wäre all das 1000 Jahre her. Die Northmen waren bereits wieder beschäftigt. Sie schnitten das Gras in der Schatten der Wälder, und der Klatter der Scheren strähnte erlaufender Gedanken. Ein Zirkel, etwa 10 Pazen im Durchmesser, wurde all bis zum Rasen vernichtet. Vermutlich war das der Platz, wo der Duell stattfinden würde, der Platz, wo das Schicksal des ganzen Nordens in den nächsten paar Stunden bestimmen würde. Es erinnerte ihn sehr an einen Fensring, nur dass er sort durch Blut servat werden würde. Ein barbarischer Grauch, grummelte Jallenorm, dessen Gedanken offenbar in eine ähnliche Richtung liefen. »Really?« Pike growled. Er war gerade dabei zu denken, dass es eigentlich sehr zivilisiert ist. Zivilisiert? 2 Männer schlachten sich vor den Augen einer großen Masse? Better than a whole host of people slaughtering each other. You solve a problem by killing just one man? That seems like a good way to end a war. Jallenhorm schimmerte und blies warmen Luft in seine gefauste Unterhände. Still, so viel nun dauert auf 2 Männer fighten gegeneinander.
What if Ninefingers loses? Then Bethod will be able to withdraw freely, I suppose, West said unhappily. But he attacked the Union. He caused the death of thousands of people. He deserves to be punished. People rarely get what they deserve. West thought of Prince Ladislaw, whose bones were rotting out in the wilderness. Sometimes terrible crimes went unpunished, and others were richly rewarded by a mere whim of fate. He paused in surprise. A man sat alone on the slope, his back to the city. A man in a worn coat, so slumped, so quiet and still in the twilight that West had almost overlooked him. "I'll be right there," he said, turning off the path. The grass, covered in a pale fur of frost, crunched softly under his feet with every step. "Take a seat." Breath steamed delicately around Ninefingers' darkened face. West sank down beside him onto the cold earth. "Are you ready?" "I've done this 10 times already. Can't say I've ever been ready. Don't know if you can even prepare for something like this. For me, I've found it's best if I just sit there, let time crawl by, and try not to mess my pants. I imagine it would be quite embarrassing to step into the ring with wet pants. Aye, still better than a split head, though." That was undoubtedly true. West had, of course, heard of these Northmen duels before. In England, even children whispered bloodthirsty tales of these contests. But he had little real idea of how they actually unfolded. How does this thing work? A circle is marked. Men with their shields stand at its edge, half from one side, half from the other, and they ensure that no one leaves the circle before the matter is settled. Then 2 men step into the circle. The one who is dead afterwards has lost, unless someone has decided to show mercy, but I don't really think that will be the case today. That too could not be denied. And what will you fight with? Everyone brings a weapon. It can be anything. Then a shield is spun, and the winner grabs the weapon he wants. So you could end up fighting with what your opponent brought? Can happen. I killed Shama Heartless with his own sword, and I was impaled with the spear I brought myself to fight Harding Grim. He rubbed his stomach as if the memory pained him there. But it doesn't hurt any more to be slit open with your own spear than with someone else's. West thoughtfully placed his hand on his stomach. No. They sat in silence for a while longer. "I'd like to ask you a favor. Name it. Would you and your friends form the shield wall for me?" "Us?" West blinked at the Carls standing in the shadow of the wall. Their large round shields looked so heavy that they were probably hard to lift and even harder to use. "Are you sure? I've never held one of those things in my life." "Maybe, but you know whose side you're on. Among those, there are very few people I can trust. Most are still trying to decide who they hate more, me or Bethod. It would be enough for one of them to give me a shove to the left when I need one to the right, or let me fall when I need support, and then we're all done for. Especially me." West puffed out his cheeks. "We'll do what we can." "Good. Good.
The cold silence stretched on. Over the black mountains and black trees, the moon gradually set and faded. "Tell me, Wild Zorn, do you think a man has to pay for what he's done?" West jerked his head up, and the absurd and hideous thought shot through his mind that Ninefingers was speaking of RD or Ladislaw, or both. In any case, the Northman's eyes seemed to glow accusingly in the dim light. But then West felt the wave of fear recede. Ninefingers was, of course, speaking of himself, as everyone does when they get the chance. Guilt lay in his eyes, not accusation. Every man has his own flaws that give him no peace. "Perhaps," West cleared his throat. His throat was dry. "Sometimes. I don't know. We've probably all done things we regret." "Aye," said Ninefingers. "Probably." They sat silently side by side, watching the light lick across the sky. "Let's go, Chief," hissed Dow. "Let's freaking go!" "I'll say when it's time," the dogman snapped back, bending aside the dew-laden branches and looking over at the walls, which rose perhaps 100 paces away at the end of a damp meadow. "There's far too much light now. We'll wait until the freaking moon is a bit lower, and then we'll run over. But it won't get any darker. Bethod can hardly have too many people with him after we dealt with his men in the mountains, and that wall over there is quite long. They'll be spread thin as cobwebs on it. But it only takes one who—" At that moment, Dow ran off, stormed across the field, and was as visible on the low grass as a pile of mess on a snowfield. "Gosh," hissed Dogman helplessly. "Oh," grumbled Grim. They could do nothing but watch and wait for Dow to be riddled with arrows, for the first screams to sound, for the torches to be lit, the alarm raised, and their whole beautiful plan to be dumped into the mess pit. Then Dow hurried up the last bit of the slope and disappeared into the shadows beneath the wall. "He made it," said Dogman. "Oh," grumbled Grim. It was actually a good thing, but Dogman's heart wasn't happy nonetheless. He now had to cover the same distance, and he simply never had as much luck as Dow. He looked at Grim, who shrugged. Together, they shot out from under the trees, their feet drumming on the soft meadow. Grim had longer legs and gradually gained a lead. The ground was much softer than Dogman expected. Gah! His ankle gave way, and he flew forward, slapped onto the swampy ground, and slid a bit on his face. Hastily he got back up, cold and gasping, and then he ran the rest of the way with a wet shirt clinging to his skin. He stumbled up the slope to the foot of the wall, and bent forward, hands on his knees, breathing heavily and spitting out grass. "Looked like you did a belly flop down there, Chief." Dow's grin was a white crescent in the shadows. "You crazy jerk!" hissed Dogman, and fury flared hot in his cold chest. "You could have gotten us all killed." "Well, there's still time for that." "Shh!" Grim motioned for them to be silent. Dogman pressed himself close to the wall, and concern quickly drove the anger from him. He heard men moving above, and saw the glimmer of a lamp slowly spreading over the walls. He waited, perfectly still, and nothing was to be heard but Dow's muffled breath beside him and the beating of his own heart, until the men above them moved on and everything was quiet again. "Don't tell me that little run didn't get your blood pumping, Chief," Dow whispered. "We can count ourselves lucky it's not flowing out of us yet." "And now?" Dogman gritted his teeth as he tried to wipe the dirt from his face. "Now, we wait." Logan stood up, rubbed the dew from his trousers, and took a long breath of the cool air. It was no longer deniable that the sun now truly and unmistakably stood in the sky. Perhaps it was still hiding in the east behind Scarling's Peak, but the tall black towers were already tipped with gold at their edges. The thin clouds glowed pink on their undersides, and the cold sky took on a pale blue. Better to tackle things head-on than to live long with the fear of them. He remembered his father telling him that, in the smoky hall, as the firelight fell on his furrowed face, with a raised index finger. Logan also remembered telling it to his own son, smiling, down by the river, when he had taught the little one how to tickle fish. Father and son, both now dead, mud and ash. No one would learn this wisdom after Logan was gone. No one would particularly miss him, he supposed. But what did that matter? It doesn't matter at all what people think of you after you've turned back into mud. He curled his fingers around the hilt of Canidius's sword, feeling the etched grooves tickle his palm.
Slowly he drew it from its sheath and lowered his arm, rolled his shoulders, and moved his head from side to side. Another cold breath, in and out. Then he put one foot in front of the other and walked through the crowd that had gathered in a wide arc around the gate. A mix of Dogman's carls and Crummock's hillmen, and a few Union soldiers who had been excused from duty to watch the crazy Northmen kill each other. Some shouted things to him as he passed, and all of them knew that in this matter many more lives were at stake than just Logen's own. "It's Ninefingers! The Bloody Nine! End this! Kill the jerk!" They had their shields, all the men Logen had chosen to form the shield wall for him, and they stood in a serious knot near the wall. West was among them, and Pike, and Red Hat, even Aspen. Logen wondered if he had made a mistake with him, but he had saved the man's life in the mountains, and that should count for at least a little. A little was, of course, a thin thread to tie one's life to, but something nonetheless. His life had hung by a thin thread for as long as he could remember. Crummock of Fail fell into step beside him. His large shield looked small on his thick arm. His other hand rested loosely on his belly. "Are you looking forward to the fight, Bloody Nine? I am, I can tell you." Hands clapped his shoulders, voices offered encouraging words, but Logen said nothing. He looked neither left nor right as he worked his way into the mown circle. He felt the men behind him close ranks, heard them set up their shields in a semicircle around the area of cut grass, facing the gates of Carleone. Behind them, the rest of the crowd pressed together. People whispered to each other, strained their necks to see something. Now there was no turning back. That was a fact. But then again, there had never been a turning back. His whole life he had been walking towards this day. Logen stopped in the middle of the circle and turned his face up to the battlements of the fortress. "It's sunrise!" he roared. "Let's begin!" Silence followed as the words faded, and the wind swirled some loose leaves over the grass. The silence lasted so long that Logen already hoped no one would answer, that they had all run off somewhere under the cover of night and there would be no duel at all. Then faces appeared atop the wall. One here, one there, then many, finally lining the parapet in both directions as far as Logen could see. Hundreds of people, warriors, women, even children who had been hoisted onto shoulders. Everyone in the city, it seemed. Metal shrieked, wood groaned, and the tall gates swung open very slowly. The glow of the rising sun penetrated the gap and finally broke wide through the open gate. Men marched out in 2 rows. Carls, with hard faces and matted hair, in heavy, rattling chainmail, painted shields on their arms. Logen knew some of them. A few belonged to Bethod's inner circle and had been with him from the beginning. Hard men who had formed the shield wall for Logen more than once, long ago. They formed their own half of the ring, thus closing the circle. A wall of shields, animal faces, trees and towers, flowing water, crossed axes, all scarred and battered from hundreds of previous battles. All were turned inward, towards Logen. A cage of men and wood, and one could only get out by killing, or by being dead oneself, of course. A black shadow arose in the bright gate. Like a man, only larger. He seemed to reach all the way to the lintel. Logen heard footsteps, thundering steps like falling anvils. A strange fear seized him, a headless panic, as if he had woken up trapped under snow again. He forced himself not to look over his shoulder at Crummock, but to look forward as Bethod's champion stepped out into the dawn. "By the freaking dead," Logen breathed. At first, he thought the light was playing tricks on him, and his opponent only looked so big because of it. Tul Duru Thunderhead had been a formidable jerk, no question, so big that many had called him a giant. But he had still looked like a man. Fenris the Feared towered so high that he seemed like something entirely different, like from another race.
A true giant stepped out of the old stories and turned to flesh, to quite a lot of flesh. His face twitched as he advanced, and the large bald head jerked from side to side. His grinning mouth twisted contemptuously, and sometimes he squinted his eyes, sometimes they seemed to bulge from their sockets. One half of his body was blue. There was no other way to say it. A clean line ran across his face, dividing the blue from the pale skin. His huge right arm was white. His left was blue, from the shoulder to the tips of his enormous fingers. In this hand he carried a sack that swung back and forth with every step and bulged as if filled with hammers. A few of Bethod's shield-bearers recoiled from him with tormented faces. They looked like children next to him, and stared as if death himself was breathing down their necks. The feared stepped into the circle, and now Logen recognized that the blue consisted of nothing but script, just as the spirit had told him. Twisted symbols scribbled over his entire left side, over the hand, the arm, the face, even the lips. The words of Glustrad, written in the old time. The feared stopped at a distance, and a wretched terror seemed to emanate from him and wash over the silent crowd. It was as if a great weight settled on Logen's chest, squeezing the courage out of him. But the task was fundamentally simple. If the painted side of the feared could not be harmed, then Logen would have to strike into the other, and deeply. He had already defeated some tough men in this circle, 10 of the toughest fighters in the entire North. This was just one more. At least, that's what he tried to tell himself. Where is Bethod? He had actually wanted to roar the words aloud, but it sounded more like a tame, dry squeak. I can watch you die perfectly well from up here. The king of the Northmen stood on the battlements above the open gate, well-dressed and in good spirits, with shivers and some guards at his side. If he had had trouble sleeping last night, Logen noticed nothing of it. The morning breeze ruffled his hair, and the thick fur he wore around his shoulders, and the diamond on his forehead sparkled brightly. Glad you came. I was afraid you might run off. Bethod let out a casual sigh, and his breath steamed in the crisp air. It's morning, as you said. Let's begin. Logen looked into the bulging, twitching, crazy eyes of the feared, and swallowed. We have gathered here to witness a duel, Crummock roared. A duel that shall end this war and settle the blood debt that stands between Bethod, who has for some time called himself King of the Northmen, and Wildzorn, who speaks for the Union. If Bethod wins, the siege will be lifted, and the Union will withdraw from the north. If Wildzorn wins, then the gates of Carleon will be opened, and Bethod will be entrusted to his mercy. Do I speak truly? You do, West said, and his voice sounded small across the great square. Yes. Up on the wall, Bethod made a casual gesture. Get to the point, fat man. Then step forward, you champions, Crummock roared, and name your great deeds. Logen stepped forward. It was a heavy step, and he felt as if a strong wind was blowing in his face, but he took it anyway, threw his head back, and looked into the twitching face of the feared. I am the Bloody Nine, and the men I killed are without number. The words sounded soft and dead. There was no pride in his empty voice, but no fear either. Only cold fact. Cold as winter. I have issued 10 challenges, and I have won them all. In this circle, I struck down Shama Heartless, Rudd Three-Tree, Harding Grim, Tolduru Thunderhead, Black Dow, and many more. If I were to list the notable men I turned back into mud, we would still be here at sunrise tomorrow morning.
There is no man in the north who does not know my deeds. Nothing stirred on the giant's face. No more than usual, at least. My name is Fenris the Feared. All my great deeds lie in the past. He held up his painted hand and pressed his large fingers together so that the tendons on his huge blue arm stood out like gnarled tree roots. With these symbols, the great Glustrod marked me as his chosen one. With this hand, I destroyed the statues of Ulcus. Today, I kill small people in small wars." Logen could perceive a very brief twitch of the mighty shoulders. Such is the way of the world. Crummock looked at Logen and raised his eyebrows. "Well then, what weapons have you brought for the fight?" Logen lifted the heavy sword that Canadius had forged for his fight against the Magi and held it to the light. A stride's length of dull metal, its edge shimmering slightly in the pale sunrise. This blade. He plunged the sword into the ground between them and left it there. The Feared threw down his rattling sack and let it gape open. Inside lay black, scarred, and dented plates, studded with thorns and rivets. This armor. Logen looked at the heavy black iron and ran his tongue over his teeth. If the Feared won the shield spin, he could take the sword, and Logen would be left with useless armor that was far too big for him. What would he do then? Hide under it? He could only hope that luck would stay with him a little longer. "Well then, my beauties." Crummock set his shield on its edge and held it by the side. "Marked or blank, Ninefingers?" "Marked." Crummock gave the shield a push, making it spin. Again and again it whirled around, marked blank, marked blank. Hope and despair alternated just as much. The round wood slowed and finally began to wobble. Then it fell over, the blank side facing up, the straps slapping against the shield. So much for a little bit of luck. Crummock's face twisted in anguish. He looked at the giant. "You have the choice, my big one." The Feared took the Maker's blade and pulled it from the ground. It looked like a toy in his huge hand. His bulging eyes rolled over to Logen, and his large mouth twisted into a crooked smile. Then he threw the sword at Logen's feet, and it fell into the dirt. "Take your knife, little man." The breeze thinly carried the noise of raised voices. "Aha," Tao hissed, much too loud for Huntsman's nerves. "They're starting." "I hear that," Huntsman grumbled at him, coiling the rope in loose loops that would be easy to throw. "You know what you're doing with that, right? It would be nice if you didn't drop it on me." "Really?" Huntsman swung the grappling hook back and forth to get a feel for its weight. "And I was just thinking, if the thing doesn't get caught on the battlements, but hits your blockhead instead, that would at least be the second best thing that could happen." He now whirled the anchor in a circle around his head, increased the radius, let a little more rope slide through his fingers, then gave it another swing and let the metal piece whiz away. The anchor rushed through the air, smooth and clean, the rope uncoiling behind it, and then it disappeared behind the battlements. Huntsman flinched when he heard it strike the rampart, but no one came. Then he pulled on the rope. At first it gave way, a step or two, and then it was firm, felt as solid as a rock. "First try," said Grim. Huntsman nodded, even though he could barely believe it himself. "What are our chances? Who's first?" Tao grinned at him. "The one holding the rope, I'd say." As Huntsman began the ascent, he realized he was thinking about the various ways a man could be killed while climbing. The grappling hook could come loose, causing him to fall. The rope could fray and break, with the same outcome. Someone might have seen the hook and was just waiting for him to reach the top before cutting the rope. Or they were lurking on the battlements to cut his throat there. Or they were currently gathering a dozen big fellows to capture the idiot who dared to climb into the city all alone. His boots scraped over the rough stone, the hemp rope stung his palms. His arm muscles burned from the exertion, and all the while he tried his best to breathe as quietly as possible. The battlements came closer, then closer still, and then he had reached them. He clawed his fingers onto the stones and peered over the parapet. It was empty, in both directions. He slid over the battlements and drew a knife, just in case. As they say, you can never have too many knives, and so on. Then he checked if the grappling hook was really secure, and leaned over the battlements. He saw Tao looking up at him. Grim already had the rope in his hands, and a foot braced against the wall, ready to follow him.
Huntsman signaled him to start climbing, watched him make his way up, one hand over the other, and Tao held the rope firm below so it wouldn't sway too much. He was already halfway up the wall. What the heck? Huntsman turned his head to the left. Not far away stood two thralls who had just stepped out of a door in the nearest tower onto the parapet. They stared at him, and he stared back for a time that seemed like an eternity. "There's a rope hanging here," he roared, waving his knife around and pretending to try to cut it from the grappling hook. "Some jerk is trying to climb up here." By the dead, one came running and looked down at Grim, who was still on the rope. "Someone really is coming up." The other drew his sword. "Don't worry about him." He raised the weapon, grinning, and was about to cut the rope. Then he paused. "Say, why are you so covered in dirt?" Huntsman stabbed him as deep as he could in the chest, again and again. "Yee!" howled the thrall, his face contorted. He staggered against the parapet and let his sword fall over the battlements. Now his comrade advanced, carrying a large mace. Huntsman ducked and let the first blow miss, but the thrall braced his shoulder against him, causing Huntsman to fall onto his back and hit his head against the wall. The mace clattered to the ground, and then they wrestled with each other. The thrall kicked and punched, while Huntsman tried to get his hands around the opponent's throat and prevent him from screaming loudly. They rolled first in one direction, then the other, struggled back up, and staggered along the rampart. The thrall rammed Huntsman's shoulder under his armpit, pushed him against the battlements, and tried to throw him over the wall. "Gosh!" Huntsman gasped, as his feet lost contact with the ground. He felt his rear slide over the rough stones, but he held on, his hands on the thrall's throat, preventing him from taking a deep breath. Huntsman slid another inch higher and felt his head being pushed back until almost more of his weight was on the wrong side of the parapet than on the right. "Over with you, you jerk," croaked the thrall, pulling his chin away from Huntsman's hands and pushing him a bit further. "Over with you." His eyes widened, he staggered back, and an arrow stuck in his side. "Oh, I can't!" A second hit him in the neck, and he took a hasty step and would have fallen from the wall if Huntsman had grabbed his arm and pulled him to the ground of the parapet, where he held him until he breathed his last. When he was done, Huntsman got to his feet and stood bent and panting over the corpse. Grim hurried to him and made sure no one would appear quickly. "Everything all right?" Just once I'd like to get help before I'm about to be butchered." "Better than getting it afterwards." Huntsman had to admit there was something to that. He watched Tao swing over the battlements and jump onto the rampart. The thrall Huntsman had stabbed was still breathing, just barely, and lay on the ground next to the grappling hook. Tao casually chopped a piece off his skull with an axe as he passed, as if he were splitting wood. He shook his head.
"I leave you two alone for 10 breaths, and something's already happened. 2 dead, huh?" Tao bent down, pushed 2 fingers into the holes Huntsman's knife had torn, pulled them out again, and smeared the blood over one side of his face. He looked up, grinning. "What do you think we can do with 2 dead men?" The Feared seemed to fill the entire circle, one half naked and blue, the other clad in black iron, a monster freed from ancient legends. There was no protection from his great fists, no protection from the fear he unleashed. Shields clattered and crashed together, men roared and barked, a sea of blurred faces distorted by blind rage. Logen crept along the edge of the shortcut grass, trying to move as lightly as possible. Fine, he was smaller, but he was faster and smarter. At least he hoped so. He had to be, otherwise he'd soon be mud again. Move, take cover, roll aside, get out of his way and seize the right moment. Above all, don't get caught. Not getting caught, that was the most important thing. The giant came at him out of nowhere, his large tattooed fist blurring like a blue flash. Logen sprang aside, but it still grazed his cheek and caught him on the shoulder, making him stumble. So much for not getting caught. A shield, and not a benevolent one, gave him a shove against his back, and he stumbled head first in the other direction. He fell forward, almost injuring himself with his own sword, rolled away desperately, and saw the Feared's huge boot crash to the ground, spraying earth where his skull had been moments before. Logen scrambled up just in time to see the blue hand shoot towards him again. He ducked under it and stabbed at the Feared's tattooed flesh as he whirled past. The Maker's sword plunged into the giant's thigh like a spade into peat. The huge leg buckled, and the Feared dropped to his armored knee. It should have been a decisive blow, directly through the great veins, but hardly more blood flowed than if the giant had cut himself shaving. But if one thing doesn't work, you try it another way. With a wild roar, Logen struck at his opponent's bald head. The blade clattered against the giant's right arm, which he had raised just in time. Then it scraped over the black steel and slid off, having no effect, struck the earth, and made Logen's hand tremble. Ugh! The Feared's knee slammed into his stomach, making him double over and stumble away. He desperately needed to cough but didn't have enough air. The giant had already regained his footing. The armored hand swung back, a lump of black iron as big as a man's head. Logen ducked sideways, rolled over the short grass, and felt the rush of air as the great arm swept over him. It crashed into the shield wall where Logen had stood moments before, splintering one of the shields and throwing the man who held it, howling, to the ground. Apparently the spirit had been right. The painted side was invulnerable. Logen ducked, waited just long enough for the paralyzing pain in his stomach to subside enough for him to breathe again, and tried to think of a trick, but nothing came to mind. The Feared now turned his twitching face to Logen. Behind him lay the man he had just felled, whimpering under the debris of his shield. The carls on both sides hesitated a little before moving towards each other to close the gap. The giant took a slow step forward, and Logen painfully took a step back. Still alive, he whispered to himself, but for how long, that was hard to say. West had never in his life felt so scared, excited, and alive all at the same time. Not even when he had won the tournament and the entire Great Marshal Square had applauded him. Not even when he had stormed the walls of Uriach and broken through dust and chaos into the warm sunlight. His skin tingled with hope and dread. His hands twitched helplessly with every move Ninefingers made. His lips murmured senseless advice and silent encouragement. Beside him, pressed together and also trembling, stood Pike and Jallenhorn, who were also shouting themselves hoarse. Behind them, the crowd roared, craning their necks and jostling to see the fighters. The people of Carlion leaned over the walls, shouting and pumping their fists in the air. The shield wall yielded to the movements within it and never stood still, retreating or advancing as the champions surged forward or fell back. And almost the entire time, it was Ninefingers who fell back. By common standards, he was a large, ungainly fellow, but in this dreadful company, he seemed tiny, weak, and fragile. And what was worse, something very strange was clearly happening here, something West could only describe as sorcery. Great wounds, deadly wounds, closed before his eyes in the Feared's blue skin. This creature was no man, it could only be a devil, and as soon as it overshadowed him, West felt a fear as if he stood directly at the abyss of hell. He made a desperate grimace as Ninefingers helplessly crashed against the shield wall at the other end of the circle. The Feared raised his armored fist for a blow that was certainly enough to smash a skull to pieces, but he hit nothing but air. Ninefingers had darted away at the last moment, letting the iron thunder past his chin by a hair's breadth. His heavy sword came down and clanged loudly off the Feared's armored shoulder. The giant stumbled back, and Ninefingers pressed on, the pale scars on his rigid face tense. "Yes," West hissed, and the men around him loudly voiced their support. The next blow shrieked against the giant's armored side, leaving a long, bright scratch and kicking up a clod of earth. The last thrust hacked deep into the painted ribs, spraying a mist of blood as the Feared lost his balance. West's mouth fell open as the great shadow fell over him. The Feared crashed against his shield like a felled tree,
forcing him trembling to his knees, and he swayed under the enormous weight, his stomach rebelling with horror and disgust. And then he saw it. One of the buckles of the rivet-studded and thorn-reinforced armor, just above the giant's knee, was only a few inches from West's free hand. And in that moment, he could think of nothing else but that Bethod would escape, after all the dead for whom he was responsible, and who lay scattered across all of England. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the end of the leather strap, which was as thick as a man's belt. He pulled on it as the Feared straightened his massive body. The buckle opened with a soft clang, and the armor now hung loosely from the mighty calf as he stomped his foot again, lashed out his arm, and struck Ninefingers stumbling aside. West laboriously rose from the dirt again, and immediately regretted his spontaneous action. He cautiously looked around the circle, searching for any sign that someone had seen him, but all eyes were fixed on the champions. Now it seemed to him like a small, whimsical act of sabotage that would never accomplish anything, except that he would be killed for it. For one thing had been well known to him since childhood. Whoever was caught cheating in a duel among Northmen would have the blood eagle carved into them and their entrails ripped out. Gah! Logen ducked from the armored fist, stumbled to the right as the blue one twitched past his face, then dodged left as the iron hand reached for him again, slipped and almost fell. Each of these blows had been hard enough to tear his head off. He saw the painted arm twitch back, gritted his teeth, and dodged another hard blow from the Feared, while continuing to swing his sword. The blade sliced cleanly through the blue arm just above the elbow, sending the limb flying through the circle with a gush of blood. Logen pumped air into his burning lungs and raised the Maker's sword high above his head, preparing for the final assault. The eyes of the Feared rolled, following the dull gray blade.
He twitched his head to the side, and it bit deep into his painted skull, raining dark drops of blood through the air and splitting his head down to the brow. The giant's armored elbow crashed into Logen's ribs, almost lifting him off his feet and sending him twitching through the circle. He bounced off a shield and landed on his stomach, and there he lay, spitting dirt while the world spun blurred around him. With a pained face, he forced himself to stand, blinked tears from his eyes, and froze. The Feared stepped forward, the sword still deep in his skull, and picked up the severed arm. He pressed it against the bloodless stump, twisted it briefly to the right and then to the left, and let go. The large forearm was whole again, the symbols running continuously from shoulder to wrist. The men in the circle fell silent. Briefly, the giant moved his blue fingers. Then he reached up and closed his hand around the sword's hilt. He pulled it one way and then the other, and his skull crunched as the bones moved. He freed the blade and shook his head as if to shake off a slight daze. Finally, he threw the sword across the circle, and for the second time that day, it clattered to a stop before Logen. Logen stared at it, breathing heavily. It grew harder with each exchange. The wounds he had sustained fighting in the mountains ached, the blows he had taken in the circle throbbed. The air was still cold, but his shirt was soaked with sweat. The Feared showed no sign of fatigue, despite the half-ton of iron strapped to his body. Not a single drop of sweat appeared on his twitching face. Not even a scratch remained on his tattooed skull. Logen felt fear settle over him again like lead. Now he knew how a mouse must feel when the cat had it in its claws. He should have run away. He should have run away and not even looked back, but instead he had chosen this. If one thing could be said about Logen Ninefingers, it was this: the idiot just didn't learn. The giant's mouth twisted into a crooked smile. "More," he said. Dogman urgently needed to pee as he approached the gate of Carlion's inner city wall. In such moments, he always needed to pee. He wore the clothes of one dead thrall, which were so large that he had to pull the belt too tight, and the cloak hung over the bloody hole in the shirt his knife had torn. Grim wore the other's clothes, the bow slung over one shoulder and the large mace swung in his free hand. Dao shuffled between them, his hands tied behind his back, his feet dully dragging over the cobblestones, and his bloody head hung limply as if he'd been given a good beating. It was a pretty pathetic disguise, if Dogman was honest. Since they had climbed over the wall, he had counted 50 things that could have given them away. But there had been no time for anything cleverer. The right words, and always a nice smile, and no one would notice the telltale signs. At least, he hoped so. On each side of the wide gate stood a guard post, 2 carls with long chainmail shirts and helmets, both holding a spear. "What about him?" one asked, frowning as they approached. "We caught the scumbag trying to sneak in." Dogman gave Dao a shove to the head to make it seem a bit more real. "We're taking him down now and locking him up until they're done out there." With that, he intended to move on. One of the guards stopped him by placing a hand on his chest, and Dogman swallowed. The carl nodded towards the city gate. "How's it going out there?" "Pretty good, I'd say," Dogman shrugged. "At least it's progressing. Bethod will win, right? He always wins, doesn't he?" "I don't know," the carl shook his head. "This feared makes my blood run cold. He and the very witch. I can't say I'd shed many tears if the bloody 9 killed them both." The other chuckled, pushed his helmet to the back of his head, and pulled out a cloth to wipe away the sweat underneath. Dao sprang forward, a few loose ropes dangling from his wrists, and plunged his knife up to the hilt into the carl's forehead. Tipped him over like a chair whose legs are kicked away. Almost at the same moment, Grim's borrowed mace struck the top of the other's helmet, leaving a large dent, while the rim of the helmet was driven almost down to the bridge of his nose. The guard drooled a bit and stumbled back like a drunk. Then blood bubbles emerged from his ears, and he fell onto his back. Dogman spun around, trying to spread the stolen cloak so no one would see Dao and Grim disposing of the 2 bodies, but the whole city seemed deserted. No doubt everyone was watching the fight. For a moment he wondered what might be happening in that circle, and that was enough to feel a queasy sensation in his stomach. "Come on." He turned and saw Dao grinning across his blood-smeared face. He had wedged the 2 bodies behind the large gate wings, and one of them stared cross-eyed at the stab wound in his head. "Is that enough?" Dogman asked. "What now? Do you want to say a few more words for the dead, or what?" "You know what I mean. What if—" "Now is not the time for clever moves." Dao grabbed his arm and pulled him through the gate. "Let's kill the witch." The sole of Fenris the Feared's metal boot thumped against Logen's chest, pressing the air from his lungs and ramming him into the ground. The sword clattered from his twitching hand, and vomit burned at the back of his throat. Before he knew what was happening, a large shadow fell over him. Metal snapped shut around his wrist, as tight as a clamp. His legs were kicked out from under him, and then he lay on his stomach, his arm twisted behind his back, and a mouthful of dirt between his teeth. Something pressed against his cheek. First cold, then painful. The Feared's large foot. His wrist was twisted, then pulled up. At the same time, his head was pressed further into the damp ground, and the short grass tickled his nose. The tearing pain in his shoulder was terrible. Not long, and it got much worse. He couldn't escape the firm grip, was helpless, stretched out like a rabbit about to be skinned. The crowd held its breath, and the only sound was the crushed flesh around Logen's mouth making smacking noises, and the air whistling in a crushed nostril. He would have screamed if his face hadn't been so compressed that he could barely take half a breath. If one thing could be said about Logen Ninefingers, it was this. He was finished. Turned back to mud, and no one could claim he didn't deserve it. A fitting end for the bloody 9, to be torn to pieces in this circle. But the large arms no longer pulled. From the corner of his twitching eye, Logen saw Bethod leaning on the battlements. The king of the Northmen made a circular motion with his hand, like a slowly turning wheel. Logen remembered what he meant. Take your time. Go very slowly. Teach them all a lesson they will never forget. The Feared's large boot slid from his jaw, and Logen felt himself being yanked into the air, his limbs flailing back and forth like a puppet whose strings have been cut. The tattooed hand rose, black against the sun, and struck Logen in the face.
with an open hand like a father might slap a disobedient child. It was as if a frying pan had hit him in the face. Light exploded in Logen's head, his mouth filled with blood. For a brief moment, his vision cleared enough for him to see the painted hand snap back again. And then it came forward again with terrible inevitability, delivering a backhand slap as an avarice husband might give his helpless wife. "Gurg," he heard himself say, and then he flew. Blue sky, blinding sun, yellow grass, faces staring at him, all meaninglessly blurred. He crashed into the shield wall at the end of the circle and slid to the ground, half unconscious. Far away, men screamed, roared, hissed, but he didn't understand the words, nor did they interest him. He only thought of the cold feeling in his stomach. "Come on." He turned and saw Dao grinning across his blood-smeared face. He had wedged the two bodies behind the large gate wings, and one of them stared cross-eyed at the stab wound in his head. "Is that enough?" Dogman asked. "What now? Do you want to say a few more words for the dead or what?" "You know what I mean. What if—" Now is not the time for clever moves. Dao grabbed his arm and pulled him through the gate. "Let's kill the witch." The sole of Fenris the Feared's metal boot thumped against Logen's chest, pressing the air from his lungs and ramming him into the ground. The sword clattered from his twitching hand, and vomit burned at the back of his throat. Before he knew what was happening, a large shadow fell over him. Metal snapped shut around his wrist, as tight as a clamp. His legs were kicked out from under him, and then he lay on his stomach, his arm twisted behind his back and a mouthful of dirt between his teeth. Something pressed against his cheek. First cold, then painful. The Feared's large foot. His wrist was twisted, then pulled up. At the same time, his head was pressed further into the damp ground, and the short grass tickled his nose. The tearing pain in his shoulder was terrible. Not long, and it got much worse. He couldn't escape the firm grip, was helpless, stretched out like a rabbit about to be skinned. The crowd held its breath, and the only sound was the crushed flesh around Logen's mouth making smacking noises, and the air whistling in a crushed nostril. He would have screamed if his face hadn't been so compressed that he could barely take half a breath. If one thing could be said about Logen Ninefingers, it was this. He was finished. Turned back to mud, and no one could claim he didn't desert it. A fitting end for the Bloody Nine, to be torn to pieces in this circle. But the large arms no longer pulled. From the corner of his twitching eye, Logen saw Bethid leaning on the battlements. The king of the Northmen made a circular motion with his hand, like a slowly turning wheel. Logen remembered what he meant. Take your time. Go very slowly. Teach them all a lesson they will never.
As if his insides were filled with ice that slowly spread. He saw a pale hand smeared with rosy blood, and white tendons buckled under the scratched skin. His hand, of course. There was the stump. But when he tried to open his fingers, they only dug deeper into the brown earth. "Yes," he whispered, and blood seeped from his numb mouth into the grass. The ice spread from his belly to his fingertips, and now everything within him felt numb. It was good that it was so. It was high time. "Yes," he said, standing up on one knee, and his bloody lips bared his teeth. His bloody hand slid through the grass, searching for the hilt of the sword and gripping it firmly. "Yes," he hissed. And Logen laughed, and the Bloody Nine laughed with him. West had not expected Ninefingers to get up again, never in his life. But he did, and when he did, he laughed. At first, it sounded a little like a sob, a gulping giggle, shrill and strange. But it grew louder, harder, colder as he rose, as if he were laughing at a cruel joke no one else had heard, a deadly joke. His head tilted to the side like a hanged man's, and the pale face around the grotesque laugh was slack. Blood stained his teeth pink, seeped from the cuts on his face, ran from his cracked lips. The laughter now gurgled louder from him, louder and louder, tearing at West's ears, jagged like a saw blade.
It sounded more tormented than any scream and wilder than any war cry. Horrible, nauseatingly wrong. Like the cackle in the face of slaughter or in a slaughterhouse. Ninefingers lunged like a drunkard, swaying wildly back and forth, and the sword hung from his bloody fist. His dead eyes glittered, moist and fixed, pupils dilated like two black pits. His mad laughter cut and ground and hacked at the shield wall. West felt himself take a step back. His mouth was dry. The entire crowd took a step back. The men no longer knew who frightened them more, Fenris the Feared or the Bloody Nine. The world burned. His skin was aflame. His breath was boiling steam. The sword was a splinter of molten metal in his fist. The sun stabbed burning hot patterns into his aching eyes, drawing cold gray outlines of men, shields and walls, and of a giant made of blue words and black iron. Fear streamed out of him in disgusting waves, but the Bloody Nine only smiled wider. Fear and pain were oil for his fire, and the flames surged high, higher and higher. The world burned, and in its center, nothing burned as hot as the Bloody Nine. He stretched out his hand, curled 3 fingers, and beckoned his opponent closer. "I'm waiting," he said. The giant fists struck at the Bloody Nine's face, and the giant hands grabbed at his body. But all the giant managed to grasp was laughter. It would have been easier to grasp a flickering fire or smoldering smoke. The circle was an oven. The blades of yellow grass were like the tongues of a yellow flame. The sweat, the spit, the blood dripped onto it like the juice of roasting meat. The Bloody Nine let out a hiss, like water on coals. The hiss turned into a growl, and iron poured from a forge. The growl transformed into a loud roar. The dry forest was aflame, and he unleashed his sword. The gray metal drew burning circles, hacked bloodless holes into blue flesh, and clanged loudly against black iron. The giant recoiled, and the blade bit into the face of one of the men forming the shield wall. His head burst open, spraying blood onto a second. A gap yawned in the wall around the circle. The others hesitantly stepped back, their shields wavered, the circle swelled with their fear. They feared him more than even the giant, and they were well advised. Everything alive was his enemy, and once the Bloody Nine had hacked this devilish creature to pieces, he would fall upon them. The circle was a cauldron. On the walls high above them, the crowd surged like an angry river. The ground moved beneath the Bloody Nine's feet and swelled like boiling oil. His roar became a searing scream, and the sword plunged down, clanging off the riveted armor like a hammer on an anvil. The giant pressed his blue hand to the pale side of his head, and his face twitched like a nest of maggots. The blade had missed the skull, but had stolen the upper half of his ear. Blood gushed from the wound, ran in 2 thin lines down his thick neck, and did not stop flowing. The large eyes bulged from their sockets, and the giant lunged forward with a thundering roar. The Bloody Nine ducked under his swinging fist and hurried to get behind his back. There he saw that the black iron was splayed from his leg, and the bright buckle hung down. The sword shot out like a snake and slid into the gap, biting deep into the huge pale calf bone beneath. The giant roared in pain, spun around, lunged on his wounded leg, and broke to his knees. The circle was a crucible. The screaming faces of the men at its edge danced like smoke, swam like molten metal, and their shields merged together. Now was the time. The morning sun shone down, shimmering brightly on the heavy breastplate and showing him the right spot. Now the beautiful moment had come. The world burned, and like a twitching flame, the Bloody Nine reared up, bent his upper body back, and raised his sword. The work of Canadius, the master creator. No blade had ever been forged sharper. Its bitter edge tore a long, gaping slit in the black armor, through the iron and into the soft flesh beneath, sending sparks flying and blood gushing forth, and the screech of tortured metal mingled with the howl of pain that escaped the Fyrde's distorted mouth. The wound it left was deep, but not deep enough. The giant's large arms slid around the Bloody Nine's back, embracing him in a suffocating hug. The sharp edges of the black metal dug into his flesh in a dozen places. Closer and closer the giant pulled him, even closer, and a jagged thorn stabbed into the Bloody Nine's face, piercing his cheek and scraping against his teeth, biting sideways into his tongue and filling his mouth with salty blood. The Fyrde's grip was like the weight of mountains. No matter how hot the Bloody Nine's rage boiled, no matter how he twisted and kicked and screamed in anger, he was held as firmly as the earth embraces the buried dead. Blood ran from his face and from his back and from the gaping slit in the Fyrde's armor, seeping into his clothes and running glowing hot over his skin. The world burned. Above the oven, the cauldron, the crucible, Bethode stood and nodded, and the giant squeezed his arms even tighter. Dogman followed his nose. It had rarely led him astray, his nose, and he hoped to hell it wouldn't fail him now. It was a slightly disgusting smell, like sweet cakes left in the oven too long. He led the others down a deserted corridor and a gloomy staircase. Then they crawled through the damp darkness of the garneled entrails of Scarling's Mountain. Now he could hear something too, not just smell, and it sounded as foul as it smelled. The voice of a woman singing softly and deeply. A strange song, in no language Dogman could have understood. "That must be her," Dow whispered. "I don't like the sound of it one bit," Dogman whispered back. "Sounds like sorcery." "What did you expect? She's a frickin' witch, isn't she? I'll sneak up from behind." "No, wait for—" But Dow was already crawling in the other direction, and his boots tapped softly and silently across the floor. Gosh. Dogman followed the smell, crawling down the passage while Grim covered him, and the singing grew louder and louder. A glimmer of light stole through an archway, and he cautiously approached it, pressing himself sideways against the wall and peering around the corner. The room on the other side looked as witchy as one could imagine. It was dark and windowless, and 3 other black archways led away from it. It was lit by a single smoking brazier, and the embers cast a dirty red light on the scene and spread a disgusting sweetish stench.
Jugs and pots stood everywhere, bundled branches and grass lay about, and dried flowers hung from the sooty roof beams, casting strange shadows into all corners, as if hanged men dangled from the ceiling. A woman bent over the brazier, her back to Dogman. Her long white arms were spread wide, shimmering with sweat. Gold sparkled around her thin wrists, her black hair hung shaggy down her back. Dogman might not have understood the words she sang, but he guessed she was planning something dark here. Grim held up his bow and raised an eyebrow. Dogman shook his head and silently drew his knife. It was risky to try to kill her with an arrow from this distance, and who knew what she might do once hit? Cold steel to the throat left nothing to chance. Together they crept into the room. The air was hot, thick as swamp water. Dogman crept forward quietly, trying not to breathe, fearing the stench would suffocate him if he dared. He was sweating, or perhaps the room was. In any case, his skin was covered in beads of sweat in no time. Very carefully he placed his feet, finding a path through all the clutter scattered on the floor. Boxes, bundles, bottles. He gripped the damp palm firmly around the hilt of his knife, fixing his eyes on the spot between her shoulder blades, where he intended to strike. His foot caught on a jug, sending the vessel clattering across the floor. The woman's head snapped around, and the song coming from her lips broke off. An emaciated white face, pale as that of a drowned person, black paint around her narrow eyes, blue eyes cold as the sea. The circle fell silent. The men on the edge were still, their faces as slack as their arms, from which their shields hung.
The crowd behind them, the people pressing against the battlements on the wall above, all remained motionless and silent as the dead. Despite Ninefingers' wild, insane rage, all his struggling and wrestling, the giant held him firmly gripped. Thick muscles twitched under the blue skin as the feared one's broad arms tightened, slowly squeezing the life out of Ninefingers. West had a bitter taste in his mouth from helpless disappointment. All he had done and suffered, all those lost lives, had been in vain. Bethod would gain freedom. Then Ninefingers let out a growl like an animal. The feared one held him tight, but his blue arm trembled with effort, as if he was suddenly weakened and couldn't press further. Every sinew in West's own body was tense as he watched. The thick strap of the shield pressed into his palm, and he clenched his teeth so hard they ached. The two champions were fused together, straining against each other with every fiber, yet they did not move, but stood frozen in the center of the circle. Dogman sprang forward, knife raised, ready to strike. "Stop!" He froze instantly. He had never heard such a voice. One word, and all thought vanished from his head. He stared at the pale woman, his mouth open, breathing shallowly, wishing with all his might that she would say another word. "You too," she said, looking at Grim, whose face went slack. Then he grinned, his bow still half drawn. She looked Dogman up and down, finally pouting as if terribly disappointed. "Is that how a guest behaves?" Dogman blinked. What in the world had he been thinking, bursting in here with a drawn blade? He couldn't believe he'd done such a thing, and now he blushed to the roots of his hair. "Oh, I'm sorry. By the dead." "Guh," said Grim, flinging his bow into a corner of the room as if he'd suddenly realized he was holding a piece of mess. Then he stared, utterly bewildered, at the arrow he still held. "That's better," she smiled, and Dogman realized he was grinning at her like an idiot. Maybe a little drool even ran from his mouth, just a tiny bit, but he didn't care. As long as she spoke, nothing else seemed to matter much. She beckoned them closer, her long white fingers stroking the heavy air. "No need to keep so much distance. Come closer." He and Grim stumbled towards her like eager children, Dogman almost tripping over his own feet in his haste to obey her. Grim bumped against a table and nearly fell forward. "My name is Korib." "Oh," said Dogman, "that was the most beautiful name ever, no doubt about it. Fascinating that a single word could be so beautiful. Harding Grim is my name. And I'm called Dogman because of my good sense of smell and, by the dead, it was really hard to think straight. There had been something important he should have done, but he couldn't for the life of him remember what it was. Dogman, wonderful." Her voice sounded as soothing as a warm bath, like a gentle kiss, like milk and honey. "Don't fall asleep yet." Dogman's head tilted to the side, Korib's painted face a blurry black and white, swimming before his eyes. "Excuse me," he gurgled, blushing again and trying to hide the knife behind his back. "Sorry about the knife, no idea what." "Don't worry, I'm glad you brought it. I think it would be best if you used it now to stab your friend." "Him?" Dogman looked at Grim with narrowed eyes. Grim grinned and nodded at him. "Sure, absolutely." "All right, yes, good idea." Dogman lifted the knife, which seemed to weigh a ton. Should I stab him in a specific spot?" "Into the heart would probably be best." "You're right, exactly, into the heart." Grim now turned his upper body towards him so he could strike better. Dogman blinked and wiped a little sweat from his forehead. "Here we go then." Gosh, he was so dizzy. He squinted at Grim's chest, eager to get it right the first time so he wouldn't embarrass himself again. "Here we go then." "Now," she hissed at him, "just bring it." The axe blade made a crunching sound as it split her head exactly in the middle, all the way down to her chin. Blood spurted out and splattered onto Dogman's staring face, and the witch's thin body collapsed onto the stones as if she were nothing but a bundle of rags. Dow frowned as he moved the handle of his axe back and forth until the blade dislodged from Korib's shattered skull with a slight sucking sound. "The difficult person talks too much," he grunted. The Bloody Nine felt a change, like the first green shoots in spring, like the first warm breath on the wind when summer comes. There was a message in the way the feared one held him. His bones no longer groaned and threatened to break. The giant's strength had diminished, and his own had grown. The bloody nine sucked in the air, and his rage burned as hot as ever. Slowly, very slowly, he pulled his face away from the giant's shoulder, and the metal spike slid from his mouth. He turned a little until his neck was free, until he could look into his opponent's twitching face. The bloody nine smiled, then shot forward as fast as a shower of sparks and buried his teeth deep in the large lower lip. The giant groaned, moved his arms, tried to push the bloody nine's head away and pull the biting teeth from his lip. But it would have been easier to shake off the plague. His arms loosened, and the bloody nine turned the hand that still gripped the maker's sword. He writhed back and forth like a snake in its nest, and gradually he got the sword free. The giant's blue arm loosened the embrace with which he had enveloped the bloody nine's body. His blue hand now gripped the opponent's wrist, but he was unstoppable. Once a sapling finds a crack in a mountain, its deep roots will eventually shatter the rock after many years. And just like that, the bloody nine tensed every muscle and let the slow time pass, while he hissed his hatred into the feared one's twitching mouth. The blade crept further, slowly, slowly, and with its tip, it finally sank into painted flesh, just below the giant's ribs. The bloody nine felt the hot blood that ran over the hilt and over his clenched fist, felt it flow from the feared one's mouth into his, run down his throat, and drip from the wounds on his back, just as it should.
Gently, leisurely, the blade slid into the feared one's tattooed body, upwards and further. The large hands clawed around the bloody nine's arm, grabbed at his back, desperately searching for a hold that could stop the terrible advance of the blade. But steadily, the giant's strength melted like ice before a glowing furnace. It was easier to stop the white flood than the bloody nine. The movement of his hands was like the growth of a mighty tree, a hair's breadth at a time, but no flesh, no stone, no metal could stop it. No one could harm the painted side of the giant. The great Glustrad had ensured that, many years ago in the old time, when the words had been written on the feared one's skin. But Glustrad had only marked one half with these signs. Slowly now, very slowly and gently, the tip of Canidia's sword crossed the boundary between them and penetrated the unmarked half, boring into his entrails and impaling him like meat to be roasted over a fire. The giant let out a loud, high scream, and the last strength flowed from his hands. The bloody nine opened his mouth and released him, only holding one arm pressed against his back, while the other drove the sword into his opponent. Laughter hissed through his clenched teeth and gurgled through the ravaged hole in his face. He rammed the blade in as far as it would go, until it slid out again between the plates of the armor, directly under the giant's armpit, shimmering red in the sun. Fenris the Feared staggered back, still letting out his drawn-out scream. His mouth hung open, and a red thread of saliva dripped from his lip, one blue half already healed, while the other still hung in tatters. The men in the circle watched him, frozen, staring at him over the rims of their shields. His feet shuffled over the earth, one hand grasping the red hilt of Canidia's sword, which was stuck up to the guard in his side, and blood ran from the pommel, leaving red stains on the ground. His scream turned into a rattling groan, one foot caught behind the other, and then he crashed down like a felled tree, landing on his back in the middle of the circle, long arms and legs outstretched. The twitching in his face had finally stopped, and now a long silence followed. By the dead. The words were spoken softly, thoughtfully. Logen blinked into the morning sun and saw the dark shadow of a man looking down at him from a high gatehouse. By the dead, I never thought you'd do it. The world swayed from side to side as Logen took his first steps, his breath hissing cold through the wound on his cheek and scratching in his raw throat. The men who had formed the circle now made way for him, their voices silent, their shields hanging in their hands.
I never thought you'd succeed, but when it comes to killing, there's no better man than you, and no worse. I've always said that." Logen stumbled through the open gate, found a stairway, and struggled up the twitching steps, going further and further around, his boots scraping over the stone and leaving dark streaks. Blood ran from the dangling fingers of his left hand. Drip, drip, drip. Every muscle ached. Bethode's voice gnawed at him. "But I'm still the one who laughs last, aren't I, Bloody Nine? You're nothing more than a leaf on the water. The slightest rain washes you away." Logen stumbled on, teeth clenched, his ribs burning, his shoulder scraping against the bulging wall. Further, higher, always around, his rattling breath echoing after him. "You'll never own anything. You'll never be anyone. You'll never leave anything but corpses." Up onto the roof, blinking in the morning brightness, Logen spat a mouthful of blood over his shoulder. Bethode stood at the battlements. The named men hastily retreated as the old warrior approached the king of the Northmen. "You are made of death, Bloody Nine. You are made of—" Logen's fist crashed against Bethode's jaw, and he stumbled back a step. Then Logen's other hand struck his cheek, and he reeled against the battlements. A long thread of bloody spit ran from his burst mouth. Logen now grabbed him by the back of the head and rammed his knee into Bethode's face, feeling his nose crunch flat against his bones. He clawed his fingers into Bethode's hair, gripped him tightly, pulled his head up, and then slammed it with all his might against the stones. "Die!" he hissed. Bethode twitched, gurgled, and Logen lifted his head and slammed it down again, and again. The golden circlet flew from the broken skull and rolled with a bright clang across the rampart. "Die!" Bones cracked, and blood ran in thick drops and thin spatters over the stones. Snowpale and his named men stared with pale faces, helpless and afraid, horrified and delighted. "Die, you jerk!" And with that, Logen, with a final surge, tore Bethode's crushed corpse into the air and hurled it over the battlements. He watched it fall. He watched it hit the ground and lie there, on its side, arms and legs splayed at unnatural angles, fingers curled as if trying to grasp something, the head no more than a dark stain on the dry earth. All the faces of the many people standing below were fixed on this dead man, and then, slowly, they lifted, eyes and mouths wide open, and stared at Logen. Crummock-a-Fail, standing among them, in the center of the circle next to the giant body of the feared, slowly raised his long arm, and his thick index finger pointed upwards. "The Bloody Nine!" he shouted. "King of the Northmen!" Logen stared down at him, still gasping for air and with weak knees, and he tried to comprehend. The rage was gone, and now there was nothing left but a terrible weariness. Weariness and pain. "King of the Northmen!" someone shrieked further back in the crowd. "No," Logen croaked, but no one heard him. They were all too intoxicated by blood and wrath. Perhaps they were also trying to figure out which path would be the easiest, or they were too afraid to say anything else. Loud shouts now erupted everywhere, first a few isolated ones, then a steady stream, and finally a whole flood, and Logen could only watch, clinging to the bloody stone and doing his best not to fall. "The Bloody Nine! King of the Northmen!" Snowpale had sunk to one knee beside him. Drops of Bethode's blood had splattered onto the white fur trim of his cloak. He had always been quick to ingratiate himself with whoever was closest to him, but he wasn't alone. They all knelt, up on the parapet and down on the grass. The carles of Dogman and the carles of Bethode. The men who had formed the shield wall for Logen, and those who had sided with the feared. Perhaps Bethode had taught them a lesson. Perhaps they had forgotten to stand their own ground, and now needed someone to tell them what to do. "No," Logen whispered, but only a dull, slobbering sound was heard. He could no more stop all this than he could make the sky fall. Now he truly felt that a man had to pay for what he had done. But sometimes the payment turned out very differently than expected. "The bloody 9!" Crummock roared again, as he sank to one knee and raised his arms to the sky. "King of the Northmen! For the good of the land." The room was again a far too bright box. The walls were, as usual, off-white and covered with brown stains. Mold or blood, or both. The usual scarred table, the usual wobbly chairs. Essentially torture instruments in themselves. The usual burning pain shot through Glokta's foot, his leg, his back. Some things never change. The same prisoner, as far as one could tell, now that his head was still under the canvas sack. Like the many dozens of others who had passed through this room in the last few days, and the many dozens more simmering in the cells behind the door, waiting for us to enjoy ourselves with them. "Well then," Glokta said, making a tired gesture with his hand, "let's begin." Frost tore the sack from the prisoner's head.
A long, gaunt, cantic face with deep furrows around the mouth and a neatly trimmed black beard streaked with gray. A wise, dignified face whose deep-set eyes were now adjusting to the harsh light. Glokta burst into a fit of laughter. Each chuckle sent a stab through his stiff spine and shook his rigid neck, but he couldn't help it. After all these years, fate can still play funny tricks on me. "What's so funny?" Frost grunted. Glokta wiped his tearing eye. "Practical Frost, we are indeed deeply honored. Our latest prisoner is none other than Master Ferid, formerly of Jashtuit in Kanta, now residing in prime location directly on the King's Road. We are in the presence of the finest dentist in the entire world. And one really must appreciate this absurdity." Ferid blinked into the harsh lamplight. "I know you." "Yes." "You are the man who was a prisoner of the Gurkish?" "Yes." "The one they tortured?" "I remember. They brought you to me." "Yes." Ferid swallowed, as if the memory alone made him nauseous. He looked up at Frost, and the pink eyes stared back grimly and unblinking. He surveyed the greasy, blood-stained room, the cracked tiles, the scarred tabletop. Then his gaze settled on the confession form lying there. "After all that was done to you, how can you now do such a thing yourself?" Glokta showed Ferid his toothless smile. "How could I do anything else after all that was done to me? Why am I here? For the same reason everyone else who comes here is." Glokta watched Frost as the albino placed his heavy fingertips on the form and flicked it with a flourish across the table to the prisoner. "To confess." "Confess what?" "Well, of course, that you spied for the Gurkish." The furrows in Ferid's face deepened in disbelief. "I am no spy. The Gurkish took everything from me. I fled my homeland when they came. I am innocent. You must know that." "Of course, like all the spies who have stood in this room in the last few days. But they have all confessed, without exception. Will you sign the confession?" "I have nothing to confess. Why can no one answer the questions I ask?" Glokta stretched his aching back, moved his cracking neck from side to side, then rubbed the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger. Nothing helped. But that's always the way it is. Why do they always have to make it so difficult, for me as well as for themselves? "Practical Frost, would you show this nice gentleman our work so far?" Frost pulled a dented bucket from under the table and unceremoniously emptied its contents in front of the prisoner. Teeth clattered, slid, and spun across the wood. Teeth of all shapes and sizes, in all shades from yellow to brown. Teeth with bloody roots, with a little flesh still clinging to them. A few rolled off the edge of the table and bounced across the greasy tiles into the corners of the cramped room. Ferid stared in horror at the bloody mess. Even the king of dentists surely had never seen such a thing. "I assume you yourself have pulled a tooth or two before?" The prisoner nodded as if stunned. "Then you can certainly imagine how tired I am now after removing so many. That's why I'd like to finish with you as quickly as possible. I don't like having you here, and I'm sure you don't like being here either. We can help each other."
What do I have to do? Farad mumbled, his tongue nervously moving around his mouth. It's not particularly complicated. First, you sign your confession. Excuse me, Frost grunted, leaning forward and sweeping a few teeth off the document. One of them left a long, bright red streak on the paper. Then you name 2 more. 2 more what? Well, 2 more Gurkish spies, of course, from your people. But I don't know any spies. Then 2 other names will have to do. You yourself have already been named several times. The dentist swallowed, then shook his head and pushed the paper away. A brave man, and an upright one at that. But bravery and uprightness are poor virtues in this room. I will sign, but I will not incriminate an innocent person. God have mercy on me, but I will not do that. Perhaps God will have mercy on you, but he doesn't hold the pliers in our rooms. Open his mouth. Frost grabbed Farad's head from behind with his large white hand, and the tendons stood out under the pale skin as he forced his mouth open. Then he pushed a clamp between Farad's jaws and skillfully turned the wingnut with his finger and thumb until they were wide open. Ah, gurgled the dentist. I know, and we're just getting started. Glokta flipped back the lid of his box and watched the polished wood fold open over sharpened steel and gleaming glass. What? A disturbing gap yawned between the tools. For goodness sake, did you take the pliers out of here, Frost? Nah, the albino grunted, shaking his head in annoyance. Very much so. Can't these jerks help themselves with their own instruments? Go next door and see if we can at least borrow one. The practical shuffled heavily out of the room, leaving the heavy door open behind him. Glokta rubbed his leg, his face contorted in pain. Farad stared at him, saliva dripping from one corner of his gaping mouth. His bulging eyes slid to the side as muffled howls of pain were heard from the hallway. I must apologize, Glokta said. Normally we are much better organized, but in the last few days there has simply been a heck of a lot to do. So many we have to process, you understand. Frost closed the door behind him and handed Glokta, handle first, a rusty pair of pliers. Dried blood and a few curly hairs clung to the jaws. They didn't have anything better? This is completely filthy. Frost shrugged. What's the difference? Well observed, I'd say. Glokta let out a long sigh, laboriously rose from his chair, and leaned forward to look into Farad's mouth. What beautiful teeth he has! A complete set of pearly whites. One should, after all, expect a prize-worthy set of teeth from a prize-worthy dentist. Anything else would be bad advertising for his craft. My compliments on your cleanliness. It's a rare pleasure to interrogate a man who knows the importance of regular oral hygiene. I'd say I've never seen such a beautiful set of teeth. Glokta cheerfully tapped individual teeth with the pliers. It's truly a shame to have to pull them all out just so you confess in 10 minutes instead of now. But what can one do? He closed the jaws of the pliers around a tooth and applied a little pressure to the handles. Gruch, Farad gurgled. Gleich. Glokta pursed his lips as if thinking, then loosened the pliers. Let's give the nice gentleman another chance to speak. Frost unscrewed the clamp and pulled it, along with a string of saliva, from Farad's mouth. Is there anything you might want to tell us? I'll sign, Farad gasped, a long tear track running down his cheek. God help me, I'll sign. And you'll name 2 accomplices? Whatever you want, please, whatever you want. Excellent, Glokta said, watching the pen scratch across the confession. Who's next? At that moment, he heard the lock clatter behind him. With a grim face, he turned around, ready to yell at the presumptuous intruder. Your Eminence, he breathed instead, with barely concealed dismay, and laboriously rose from his chair, his face contorted. You don't need to stand. I don't have all day. Glokta found himself frozen in a most painful position, somewhere between sitting and standing, and had to sink back down rather inelegantly as Sult swept into the room, 3 of his massive practicals standing silently behind him in the doorway. You can ask this deformed whim of nature to leave us alone. Frost's eyes narrowed, darting over the other practicals and back to Sult. Thank you, Practical Frost, Glokta said hastily. You can take our prisoner away.
The albino unlocked Ferod's handcuffs and dragged the dentist from the chair with his white fist, then hauled the gasping man by the collar to the door at the back of the room and pushed open the bolt with his free hand. "Ah," gurgled the dentist. I know, and we're just getting started." Glokta flipped back the lid of his box and watched the polished wood fold open over sharpened steel and gleaming glass. What? A disturbing gap yawned between the tools. "For goodness sake, did you take the pliers out of here, Frost?" "Nah," the albino grunted, shaking his head in annoyance. "Very much so. Can't these jerks help themselves with their own instruments? Go next door and see if we can at least borrow one." The practical shuffled heavily out of the room, leaving the heavy door open behind him. Glokta rubbed his leg, his face contorted in pain. Ferod stared at him, saliva dripping from one corner of his gaping mouth. His bulging eyes slid to the side as muffled howls of pain were heard from the hallway. "I must apologize," Glokta said. "Normally we are much better organized, but in the last few days there has simply been a heck of a lot to do. So many we have to process, you understand?" Frost closed the door behind him and handed Glokta, handle first, a rusty pair of pliers. Dried blood and a few curly hairs clung to the jaws. "They didn't have anything better? This is completely filthy." Frost shrugged. "What's the difference?" "Well observed, I'd say." Glokta let out a long sigh, laboriously rose from his chair, and leaned forward to look into Ferod's mouth. What beautiful teeth he has! A complete set of pearly whites. One should, after all, expect a prize-worthy set of teeth from a prize-worthy dentist. Anything else would be bad advertising for his craft. My compliments on your cleanliness. It's a rare pleasure to interrogate a man who knows the importance of regular oral hygiene. I'd say I've never seen such a beautiful set of teeth. Glokta cheerfully tapped individual teeth with the pliers. It's truly a shame to have to pull.
One last time, he stared at Salt over his shoulder with his pink eyes, and Salt stared back. Then he slammed the door shut behind him. His Eminence slid into the chair opposite Glokta. It was surely still warm from the sweating backside of the brave and upright Master Farad. With the edge of his gloved hand, Salt swept a few teeth from the tabletop in front of him, letting them clatter to the floor, and he did it so casually, as if they were breadcrumbs. A deadly conspiracy is afoot in the Agrient. Have we made progress in uncovering it? I have interrogated most of the Cantic prisoners, obtained a fair number of confessions, and it should be no problem. Salt made an annoyed gesture with his hand. "I don't mean that, you fool. I'm referring to that scoundrel Morovia and his puppets, the so-called first of the Magi and our so-called king. Even now, with the Gurkish knocking at our gates? Your Eminence, I had assumed the war took precedence for the time being." "You don't have enough brains to assume anything," Salt snapped. "What evidence have you gathered against Bayaz?" "I stumbled upon something in the university that I shouldn't have touched, and then I was almost drowned in my bathtub. So far, nothing." "And what about the lineage of King Jazel I? This path also seems to be a dead end, at least for me and my small life, if my puppet masters at Valent and Bulk were to find out, and they always find out everything." The Archlector's lips twisted. "What in the world have you been doing lately?" "For the past 3 days, I've been busy extracting meaningless confessions from the mouths of innocent men, to make it look like we're working with utmost dedication. When would I have had the time to overthrow the government? I've been busy looking for Gurkish spies. Why do I never hear anything from you but excuses? When I see how much your performance has declined, I begin to wonder how you managed to prevent Dagoska from falling into the hands of the Gurkish for so long. You must have needed an enormous sum of money to strengthen the city's defenses." Glokta needed all the self-control he was capable of to prevent his eye from twitching right out of his face. "Stay still, you stupid piece of slime, or we're done for." The Guild of Spice Dealers was persuaded to contribute a large sum when their own survival was at stake. How unusually generous of these people. Now that I think about it, the whole Dagoska affair has a strange taste to it. It always surprised me that you decided to eliminate Magister Eider on your own instead of sending her here to me. If it was already quite dark, it was now pitch black.
A misjudgment on my part, Your Eminence. I thought I would spare you the trouble of her. It is no trouble for me to put an end to traitors, you know that. Angry wrinkles formed around Salt's cold blue eyes. Could it be, after all we've been through together, that you take me for a fool? Glokta's voice rasped unpleasantly in his dry throat. By no means, Lord Archlector. Only for a deadly megalomaniac. He knows it. He knows that I am not entirely his devoted slave. But how much does he know? And from whom did he learn it? I have given you an impossible task, and therefore I was willing to draw a veil of silence over certain things. But that only goes as long as you deliver results. It is gradually becoming tiresome for me to have to spur you on. If you do not solve my problems with our new king within the next 2 weeks, then I will set Superior Goyle to bring the answers to my questions regarding Dagoska to light. He will pull them from your weathered flesh for me, if necessary. Have I made myself clear? Clear as glass from viscerine. 2 weeks to find the answers, or parts of a dismembered water corpse found at the quay. But then, if I ask the right questions, Valent and Bulk will report our agreement to His Eminence and bloated by seawater, terribly mutilated, no longer recognizable. A pity about poor Superior Glokta. A pleasant and very popular man, but he had so much bad luck. Where should he turn? I understand, Lord Archlector. And why are you still sitting around here then? R.D. West opened the door herself, a half-full wineglass in her hand. Ah, Superior Glokta, what a pleasant surprise. Do come in. You sound almost pleased to see me. A truly remarkably unusual reaction to my appearance. Why shouldn't I be? She elegantly stepped aside to let him pass. How many young women can boast of having a torturer as a chaperone? There's nothing that incites potential suitors more. He limped over her threshold. Where is your chambermaid? She got terribly upset because the Gurkish or whoever are approaching, so I let her go. She's gone to her mother in Martinhorn. And you've already packed everything for departure, I hope? He followed her into the warm living room. The shutters and curtains were closed, and the room was lit by the flickering glow of coals in the fireplace. Well, I've decided to stay in the city. Indeed? The tragic princess surrendering to melancholy in her castle? Abandoned by faithless servants, she now wrings her helpless hands while her enemies have already surrounded the moat? Glokta snorted. Are you sure that role suits you? Better than you playing the knight on the white warhorse, charging to free the maiden with a flashing blade. She looked down at him contemptuously. I had hoped for a hero who at least still had half his teeth. I thought you were used to not getting everything you hoped for by now. With me, it's long been that way, I know. Well, what can I say? I'm a romantic after all. Did you come here to burst my dreams like soap bubbles? No, I do that already without really trying. I was thinking more of a glass of wine and a conversation that, for a change, isn't subtly about my dismembered corpse. At this point, I can hardly predict what direction our conversation might take, but I can promise you the glass of wine. She poured him a glass and he emptied it in 4 large gulps. Then he held it out to her again and sucked on his sweet gums. But seriously now, it will be at most another week before the Gurkish besiege Adua. You should leave the city as quickly as possible. Again she filled his glass, then her own. Haven't you noticed that half the city has the same thought? Every flea-bitten nag not requisitioned for the troops now changes hands for 500 marks. Anxious citizens stream into all corners of Midderland. Entire convoys of defenseless refugees struggle a mile a day through mud and dirt as the weather gradually gets colder, laden with all the valuables they possess, and are easy prey for any band of robbers within 100 miles. That's true, Glokta had to admit, as he twisted himself into the armchair by the fire in his pain-ridden way. And where should I go anyway? I don't have a single friend or relative anywhere in Midderland. Do you want me to hide somewhere in the forest, rub 2 sticks together until I can make a fire, and hunt squirrels by hand? How could I even stay drunk under such circumstances? No thanks, I'm much safer and cozier here. I have coals for my fire, and the cellar is filled to the roof. I can last for months here. She made a casual gesture towards the wall. The Gurkish are coming from the west, and we are on the east side of the city. Even in the palace I couldn't be safer. Perhaps she's right. Here I can at least also keep a bit of an eye on her. Well, I defer to your view of things. Or rather, I would defer if my back allowed it. She took a seat opposite him. And how is life at the levers of power? Cool, as it always is near power. Glokta ran his finger over his lips. I am currently in a difficult situation. I have some experience with dilemmas. This one is
Quite complicated. Well, then describe the situation in such a way that even a foolish woman like me can understand it. What more harm can it do? I'm already staring death in the face anyway. All right, let's assume a foolish woman. Imagine that when you absolutely needed a certain favor, you promised your hand to two very rich and powerful men. One alone would be enough. Neither would be even better in this particular situation. They are both old and overwhelmingly ugly. She shrugged. Ugliness is quickly overlooked in the rich and powerful. But both of these admirers are prone to violent outbursts of jealousy, to dangerous outbursts. You had hoped to extricate yourself from one or the other obligation in due course, but now the wedding day is approaching, and you find that you are still entangled with both, even more than ever. What do you do? She pursed her lips and took a deep breath, thought, then tossed a strand of hair over her shoulder with a grand gesture. I would drive them both mad with my incomparably witty manner and my glowing beauty, and then arrange a duel between them. Whoever won it would get my hand, and of course neither of them would suspect that I once promised marriage to his rival as well. Since they are both old, I would hope for the swift death of my future husband, and look forward to the existence of a rich and respected widow. She grinned at him with her head held high. What do you say to that, sir? Glokta blinked. I'm afraid the metaphor doesn't quite carry through here. Or, R.D. looked at the ceiling with narrowed eyes and suddenly snapped her fingers. I could employ a typically feminine trick. She threw her shoulders back and pushed her bosom forward, namely, to ensnare a third man, who is even richer and more powerful than the other two. Young and handsome and of strong build, I would say, since it's a metaphor. I would marry him and, with his help, ruin the other two, leaving them penniless and disappointed. Ha ha! What do you think now? Glokta felt his eyelid twitch, and he pressed his hand against it. Interesting. A third admirer, he murmured. That thought hadn't occurred to me at all. Scarling's throne. Deep below them, the water foamed and surged. It had rained heavily during the night, and now the river was swollen, gnawing relentlessly at the foot of the cliffs as an angry flood. Cold black water and cold white spray against the cold black rock. Tiny shapes, golden yellow, bright orange, crimson, in all the colors of fire, floated and shot along with the wild current, depending on where the rain flood carried them. Leaves on the water, just like him. And now it looked as if the rain wanted to wash him south, to fight even more, to kill men who had never heard of him. At the thought he would have liked to vomit. But he had given his word, and a man who doesn't keep his word is hardly a real man. Logen's father had always said that. For many years he had hardly kept to anything. His word, his father's words, the lives of other men, none of it had meant the slightest thing to him. All the promises he had made to his wife and children, and then forgotten. He had broken his word to his own people, to his friends, and to himself, more often than he could count. The Bloody Nine, the most feared man in all the North. A man who waded in a circle of blood every day. A man who had done nothing but evil his whole life.
And all the while, he had always looked to the sky and shrugged. He had blamed those who happened to be nearby and made himself believe he had no choice. Bethod was gone. Logen had been able to take his revenge, but that didn't suddenly make the world a better place. The world was just as it always was, and so was he. He spread the fingers of his left hand on the damp stone, bent and crooked from a dozen old breaks, his knuckles scratched and scabby, his nails broken and rimmed with thick dirt. He stared at the familiar stump for a while. "Still alive," he whispered, hardly able to believe it. His ribs still ached badly, and he groaned as he turned from the window and looked back into the great hall. Bethod's throne room. Now his. The thought tickled a meager laugh from his belly, but even that pulled at the many stitches running through one of his cheeks. He limped into the large room, and every step was agony. The scuff of his boots echoed from the high ceiling beams, drowning out the whisper of the river. Thick rays of blurred light, in which dust danced heavily, shone down, casting a multi-crossed pattern on the floorboards. Near Logen, on a raised dais, stood Scarling's throne. The hall and the city and the land around it had changed so much that they were barely recognizable. But Logen thought to himself that this throne still looked much the same as it had in Scarling's lifetime. Scarling Onecap, the greatest hero of all the North. The man who long ago had united the clans to fight together against the Union. The man who had brought the North together with words and gestures, at least for a few short years. A simple chair for a simple man, large, honest, old pieces of wood, their paint peeling at the corners and worn smooth by Scarling's sons and grandsons and those who had led his clan after them. Until the Bloody Nine knocked on the gates of Carleon, until Bethod claimed the chair as his throne, and pretended to be all that Scarling had been, while he welded the North together with fire, fear, and steel. What now? Logen's head snapped around, and he saw Black Dow leaning in the doorway, arms crossed over his chest. "Aren't you going to sit on it?" Logen shook his head, though his legs ached so badly he could barely stand any longer. "A bit of dirt has always been enough for me to sit on. I'm no hero, and Scarling was no king. He once refused a crown, I've heard tell." Crowns. Logen spat on the straw, and the spittle was still bright red from the many cuts in his mouth. Kings. This whole idea's gosh, and I'm the worst choice that could have been made. "You didn't say no, though, did you?" Logen gave him a grim look. "So that another jerk, perhaps even worse than Bethod, sits on this throne and lets the North bleed further? Maybe I can achieve something good this way." "Perhaps," Dow returned the gaze. "But some men aren't made to do good." "Are you talking about me again?" Crummock chuckled, stepping through the door, followed by Dogman and Grim. "It's not always about you, Crummock," Dogman said. "Did you sleep well, Logen?" "Aye," he lied, "like a dead man." "And now what?" Logen stared at the throne. "South, I'd say." "South," Grim grumbled, and it was impossible to tell from his tone whether he thought it a good or bad idea. Logen ran his tongue over the torn flesh in his mouth, checking again for no good reason how much it hurt. Calder and Scale are out there somewhere. Bethod surely sent them to get help. From the other side of the Crinna, from the high valleys, or from wherever. Crummock chuckled softly. The good work never ends." "Sooner or later they'll cause trouble," Dogman said. "There's no doubt about that. Someone should stay here and keep watch, and track down these two jerks as soon as possible." "I'll do that," said Black Dow. "Sure?" Dow shrugged. "I don't like ships, and I can't stand the Union. I don't even need to go there to figure that out. And I still have a lot of scores to settle with Calder and Scale. So I'll pick a few Carls from those who are left and pay them a visit." He showed an ugly grin and clapped Dogman on the arm. "Good luck to the rest of you down there with the Southerners. Try not to get yourselves killed." He looked at Logen with narrowed eyes. "Especially not you, hey, Bloody Nine? We wouldn't want to lose the next king of the Northmen right away, would we?" And with that, he swept out of the hall, arms still crossed over his chest.
"How many men are left?" "Maybe 300, if Dow takes a few." Logen let out a long sigh. "Then they'd best get ready to march. We wouldn't want Wild Fury to leave without us, after all." "Who would even want to go?" Dogman asked. "After all the people have been through these last months, who would want more slaughter now?" "Men who don't know what else to do, I suppose," Logen said with a shrug. "Betho had gold hidden here, didn't he?" "Aye, a bit." "Then distribute it. A decent chunk for every man who comes with us. Part now, the rest after our return. I assume a lot of fellows will take such an offer." "Perhaps. Men are quick to make bold boasts for money. But whether they'll fight as boldly when the time comes, I'm not sure." "We'll see about that." Dogman stared at him for a long time, looked him straight in the eyes. "Why?" "Because I gave my word." "So what? That didn't bother you before, did it?" "No, not in the slightest, and that's the problem." Logen swallowed, and the taste in his mouth was disgusting. "What else is there to do but try to do better now?" Dogman nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on Logen's face. "You're right, Chief. Then south we go." Grim said, and the two went through the door, leaving only Crummock behind. "South to the Union, eh, Your Majesty? South and kill some brown men in the sun?" "South." Logen carefully moved first one cramped shoulder below his cramped neck, then the other. "Are you coming too?" Crummock pushed off the wall and stepped forward, his knuckles rattling around his thick neck. No, not me. I've enjoyed our time together, but everything must come to an end, mustn't it? I've been too far from my mountains for too long, and my women will miss me." The chieftain of the mountain people stretched his arms wide, took another step forward, and hugged Logen tightly. A little too tightly for Logen's taste. "They can have a king if they want," Crummock whispered in his ear, "but I can only say I don't want him, especially not a man who killed my son, eh?" Logen felt a cold shiver run over him, from the roots of his hair to his fingertips. "What did you think? That I wouldn't know?" The mountain man leaned back to look Logen in the eyes. "You butchered him in front of the whole world, didn't you? You slaughtered little Rond like a sheep for the spit, and he was completely helpless." They were alone in the great hall, just the two of them and the shadows and Scarling's throne. Logen flinched as Crummock's arms tightened around him, around the bruises and wounds the Feared had inflicted. Logen didn't even have the strength to fight off a cat, and they both knew it. The mountain man could have crushed him, ending what the Feared had begun. But Crummock only smiled. "Don't worry, Bloody Nine. I got what I wanted, didn't I? Bethode is dead and done for, as are his Feared and his witch and this whole very idea of the united clans. All turned back to mud, where they belong. As long as you're at the helm, it'll probably be 100 years before the people of the North stop killing each other. And in the meantime, perhaps we can enjoy a little peace up there in our mountains, can't we?" "Of course you can," Logen croaked through gritted teeth, grimacing as Crummock pressed even harder. "You killed my son, that's true, but I have many other children. You have to weed out the weak, don't you know that? The weak and the unlucky. You don't drive a wolf into your flock of sheep and then complain that it's torn a lamb, do you?" Logen could only stare at him. "You're really crazy." "Perhaps I am, but there are worse out there than me." Again he leaned close to Logen, and his gentle breath brushed over his ear. "I'm not the one who killed the boy, am I?" Then he released Logen and slapped him on the shoulder, like a friend might do, but there was no friendship in it. "Never come back to the high places, Ninefingers. That's my advice. I might not be able to treat you so kindly again." He turned and walked away slowly, waving a thick finger over his shoulder. "Never come back to the high places, Bloody Nine. The moon is a little too fond of you for my taste. The right decision." Jazal trotted on a beautiful dun over the cobblestones of the streets, followed by Bayaz and Marshal Varuz. A 20-man detachment of watch knights, led by Bremerd and Gorst, kept behind them in full battle gear. It was strangely unsettling to see the city, usually teeming with people, so deserted. Only a few ragged street children, nervous city guards, and suspicious commoners were on the streets, hastily making way for the king and his loyal followers as they rode past. Most citizens who had remained in Ottawa, had Jazal suspected, barricaded themselves in their bedrooms. He would have loved to do the same, had Queen Therese not beaten him to it in that regard. When did they reach the city? Bayaz demanded to know over the clatter of hooves. The vanguard appeared before dawn, Jazal heard Marshal Varuz shout back, and further Gurkish units have been advancing all morning from the road to Keln. There were a few skirmishes in the districts before the Casimir Wall, but that didn't significantly delay them. They have already half encircled the city. Jazal jerked his head. So fast? The Gurkish like to come well prepared, Your Majesty. The old soldier urged his horse next to Jazal's. They have already begun to erect a palisade around Ottawa, and they have brought 3 large catapults, the same ones that proved so useful during the siege of Dagosca. By noon, we will be completely encircled. Jazal swallowed. There was something about that word, encircled, that unpleasantly constricted his throat. The riders now fell into a measured pace as they approached the westernmost city gate. It was the very gate through which he had returned to the city in triumph not long ago, before he was crowned High King of the Union. And this absurd coincidence did not particularly please Jazal. In the shadow of the Casimir Wall, a crowd had gathered, even larger than the one that had greeted him after his peculiar victory over the peasants. Today, however, hardly anyone was in a celebratory mood. Instead of smiling girls, there were now grim-faced men. Instead of fresh flowers, old weapons. Polearms protruded everywhere at all angles from the crowd, like an unruly forest, points and blades gleaming. Pikes and pitchforks, cleavers and boat hooks, brooms from which the brushwood had been removed and replaced with knives nailed to the handle. A small group of royalists had been supplemented by a few squinting city guards, some puffed-up merchants with leather vests and polished swords, and bent workers with ancient longbows and hard expressions. Nothing better had been available. The men were accompanied by citizens of both sexes and all ages, who had coincidentally gathered here and were equipped with an astonishing variety of mismatched armor and weapons, or with nothing at all. It was hard to tell who was a soldier and who was a citizen, if there was any difference between them at all. They all looked at Jazal as he dismounted, and his golden spurs clinked. Watched him, he noticed, as he strode among them, his well-armed bodyguard rattling behind him. "Are these the defenders of this district?" Jazal quietly asked Lord Marshal Varuz, who kept a little behind him. "Some of them, Your Majesty, accompanied by willing townspeople. A moving sight." Jazal would have gladly exchanged the moving sight for more capable soldiers. But he suspected that a leader should always project an indomitable impression to his people. Bayaz had impressed that upon him so often. Must that not apply doubly, if not triply, to a king in the face of his subjects? Especially for a king whose grip on his recently acquired crown could at best be described as loose. Therefore, he walked upright, raised his scarred chin as high as he dared, and swung his gold-embroidered cloak aside with his gloved left hand. He strode through the crowd with that confident gait that had always been his own. One hand rested on the jewel-encrusted hilt of his rapier, and with every step he fervently hoped that no one perceived a glimmer of the depths of fear and doubt behind his eyes. The crowd began to murmur as he passed, and Varuz and Bayaz hurried behind him. Some made gestures of bowing, others made no effort to even appear to. "The king! I thought he'd be taller. Jezal the bastard!" Jezal quickly turned his head, but it was impossible to determine who had just uttered that. "That's Luthar! A great hurrah for his majesty!" A half-hearted grumble followed. "This way," said a pale-faced officer in front of the gate, apologetically pointing to a staircase. Jezzel ascended with clinking spurs, manfully taking 2 steps at a time. As he stepped onto the battlements of the gatehouse, he pursed his lips disapprovingly. Standing there was none other than his old friend Superior Glokta, bent over his stick and, as always, disgustingly toothlessly grinning. "Your Majesty," he rasped contemptuously and with unmistakable irony. "What an almost overwhelming honor." He pointed with his stick to the parapet on the other side. "The Gurkish are in that direction." Jezzel was already formulating an appropriately venomous retort in his mind as his eyes followed Glokta's stick. He blinked, and the muscles of his face relaxed. Wordlessly, he walked past the cripple. His scarred jaw gradually dropped, and his mouth remained open. "The enemy," rumbled Varuz. Jezzel tried to imagine what Ninefingers' Logen would have said at the sight that now lay at his feet. Oh gosh. On the patchwork of damp fields, on the roads and between the hedges, between the farms and villages and the few clumps of trees before the city walls, thousands of Gurkish soldiers swarmed. The wide paved road to Kelm, winding south through flat farmland, was a single surging, shimmering river of marching men. Gurkish troops in formation streamed towards Ottawa and then spread out to encircle the city with a wide ring of people, wood, and steel. Tall standards rose above the seething throng, golden symbols shimmering in the watery autumn sun. The standards of the Emperor's legions. Jezzel counted 10 of them at first glance. "A rather decent array of men," Bayaz said with remarkable understatement. Glokta grinned. "The Gurkish don't like to travel alone." The palisade, which Marshal Varuz had spoken of earlier, was already taking shape. A dark line stretching about 100 paces before the city wall through the muddy fields. In front of it, a shallow ditch had been dug. This barrier was more than sufficient to prevent supplies from reaching the city from outside. Further away, several camps were being erected. Large groups of white tents rose in orderly squares, and between them, the tall, dark plumes of smoke from kitchen and forge fires already ascended into the bright sky. All of this conveyed the unsettling impression that it had been built not just for a short time, but for permanence. Ottawa might still be in the hands of the Union, but even the most patriotic liar could no longer deny that the hinterland was already fully and completely controlled by the Emperor of Gurkel. "One must admire their organization," Varuz said grimly. "Yes, their organization." Jezzel's voice suddenly sounded as creaky as an old floorboard. Making a brave face in the face of this sight seemed more insane than courageous. A dozen riders had detached themselves from the Gurkish lines and were now trotting at a leisurely pace towards the city. 2 long pennants waved in the wind above their heads, red and yellow silk embroidered with Cantic script in golden thread. A white flag was also present, though so small it was barely noticeable. "Negotiators," growled the first of the Magi, shaking his head. "They are nothing more than an excuse for old fools who like to hear the sound of their own voice and prattle about fair treatment before they begin the slaughter. As for old fools who like to hear the sound of their own voice, you are certainly the absolute expert." That was what Jezzel thought, but he kept it to himself as he watched the Gurkish riders approach in grim silence. A tall man was at their head, gold gleaming on his pointed helmet and polished armor, and he rode with that upright, arrogant posture that betrayed from afar that he was accustomed to giving orders. Marshal Varuz made a grim face. "General Malzaget. You know him? He commanded the Emperor's troops during the last war. We harried each other for months. More than once we negotiated with him. A most cunning opponent. But you ultimately prevailed, didn't you?" "Ultimately, yes, Your Majesty." Varuz looked less than happy. "But back then I also had an army at my disposal." The Gurkish commander trotted up the road, past the small clusters of abandoned houses huddled before the Casimir wall. Before the gate, he reined in his horse and looked up with a proud gaze, one hand casually resting on his hip. "I am General Melzigert.
the chosen representative of the glorious Uthmanul Dosht, Emperor of Gurkel. I am King Jezal I. Of course, the bastard. It was pointless to deny it. Exactly, the bastard. Why don't you come in, General? Then we can speak face to face, like civilized men. Malzagurt's eyes slid to Glokta. Excuse me, but your government's reaction to unarmed envoys of the Emperor has not always been of civilized conduct. I think I will remain outside your walls, for the moment at least. As you wish. I assume you already know Lord Marshal Varuz? Of course. It seems an eternity since we wrestled in the dry desert lands. I'd like to claim I missed you, but that would be a lie. How are you, my old friend, my old enemy? Quite well, Varuz growled. Malzagurt gestured to the great display of military might arrayed behind him. And that, under these circumstances? I don't know your other companion. It is Beyaz, the first of the Magi. A smooth, quiet voice. It came from one of Malzagurt's companions, a man dressed entirely in plain white, somewhat like a priest. He seemed barely older than Jezal, and he looked very good with his dark, perfectly smooth and even face. He wore no armor, no weapons. There was no ornamentation on his clothing or his simple saddle, and yet the others seemed to treat him with great respect, almost with fear. Ah, the general looked up and stroked his closely cropped gray beard. So that is Beyaz. The young man nodded. It is. A long time has passed. Not long enough, Mamoon, you very snake. Beyaz clung to the battlements with bared teeth. The old magist was so good at playing the role of the nice uncle that Jezal had forgotten how terrible his sudden wrath could be. Startled, he stepped aside and almost raised a hand to protect his face. The Gurkish adjutants and standard-bearers flinched back, and one even audibly vomited. Even Malzagurt lost a considerable part of his heroic composure. But Mamoon looked up at the gatehouse as calmly as before. Some among my brothers thought you would flee, but I knew better. Khalul always said your pride would one day be your end, and here is the proof. It seems strange to me now that I once thought you were a great man. You look old, Beyaz. You have dwindled. Things appear smaller when they are high above you, growled the first of the Magi. He plunged the tip of his staff into the stones at his feet, and his voice was now filled with a terrible threat. Come closer, devourer, then you can judge my weakness more accurately while you burn. There was a time when you could destroy me with a word, I do not doubt that. But now your words are merely empty air.
Your power has waned with the slow years, while mine has never been greater than now. I have 100 brothers and sisters behind me. What allies do you have, Beyaz? His gaze swept over the battlements with a mocking smile. Only those you deserve. I may yet find allies who will surprise you. I doubt that. Long ago, Khalul revealed to me what your last desperate hope would be. Time has proven him right, as always. So you have traveled to the farthest ends of the world, chasing shadows. Dark shadows, indeed, for one who always called himself so upright. I know you have failed. The priest showed 2 rows of perfect white teeth. The seed has vanished from the course of history long ago, buried dark hours' journey beneath the earth, sunk deeper than the bottomless sea. Your hopes sank with it. Only one choice remains for you. Will you come with us willingly and be judged by Khalul for your betrayal? Or must we come in and take you? You dare speak to me of betrayal, you who betrayed the highest principles of our order and broke the sacred commandment of use. How many have you murdered to gain your power? Mamoon merely shrugged. Very many. I am not proud of it. You left us the choice between various dark paths, Beyaz, and we made the sacrifices that were necessary. It is pointless to argue about the past.
Now that we stand on opposite sides of a great chasm after all these centuries, I do not believe that either of us can convince the other. The victors will decide who was right, as it always has been, even in the years before the old time. I already know your answer, but the prophet has instructed me to ask you this question. Will you come to Sarkant and answer for your great crimes? Will you let Khalul judge you? Judge? Beaz snarled. He wants to judge me, that conceited old murderer? His harsh, barking laugh echoed from the city wall. Come and get me if you dare, Mamun. I will be waiting for you. Then we will come, Khalul's first apprentice murmured, looking grimly from beneath his finely arched brows. We have prepared for it for many years. The two men stared grimly at each other, and Jezal also grimaced. He didn't like the sudden feeling that the whole affair was really just an argument between Beaz and this priest, and that he, though he was king, had merely accidentally overheard his parents' conversation like a child, with little ability to influence the further course of events. "State your terms, General," he called down. Malzagert cleared his throat. "Firstly, if you surrender the city of Adua to the emperor, then he is prepared to allow you to remain on the throne as his subject, of course, owing him tribute." How generous of him! What about the traitor, Lord Brock? We were of the opinion that you had already promised him the throne of the Union. We are not obligated to Lord Brock in any way. After all, it is not he who holds the city, but you. And we have little respect for those who turn against their old masters, added Mamun, casting a grim look at Beaz. Secondly, the citizens of the Union will be allowed to continue living according to their laws and traditions. They will continue to enjoy their freedom, or at least to the extent they have done so thus far. Your generosity astonishes me. Jezal had intended to put contempt in his voice, but ultimately it didn't sound ironic at all. Thirdly, the general called out with a nervous side glance at Mamun, the man known as Beaz, first of the Magi, will be handed over to us, bound and in chains, so that he can be brought to the temple of Sarkant and judged by the prophet Khalul. These are our terms. Should you refuse, then the emperor has decreed that Midderland shall be treated like any other conquered province. Many people will be killed, and many more enslaved. We will install Gurkish governors, your Agriant will be transformed into a temple, and the current rulers will be taken to the prisons beneath the emperor's palace. Jezal had almost opened his mouth to refuse spontaneously. Then he paused. Harrod the Great would undoubtedly have contradicted even in the greatest distress, and probably even expressed utter contempt for the envoy. The mere thought of negotiating with the Gurkish went against every one of his long-held convictions. But when he thought about it a little, the terms were much more generous than he had ever expected. As Uthmanul Dasht's subject, Jezal might even have more decision-making power than if Beaz were looking over his shoulder all day long. He could now save several lives with a word, real lives of real people. He raised his hand and ran his fingertip over his scarred lip. On the endless plain of the old empire, he had endured enough torment to now think long and hard before exposing so many people, including himself, to similar pain. Above all, the mention of the prisons beneath the emperor's palace made him hesitate. It was bizarre that such an important decision fell to him of all people, a man who, just a year ago, would have proudly admitted to knowing nothing and being perfectly fine with it. But now Jezal doubted that people burdened with such decisions truly knew what they were doing. At best, one could try to maintain that appearance, and perhaps occasionally try to give the wildly rushing river of events a small push in one direction or another, desperately hoping it would prove to be the right one. But what was the right one? Malzagert shouted. I must make my preparations. Jezal grimaced. He was tired of Beaz constantly dictating to him, but at least the old jerk had played a part in putting him on the throne. He was tired of being overlooked by Therese, but she was his wife after all. Aside from everything else, his patience was wearing very thin. He simply didn't want to be pushed around at gunpoint by an inflated Gurkish general and his stupid priest anymore. "I reject your terms," he called out carelessly from the parapet. "I reject them entirely and completely. It is not my habit to give up my advisors, my cities, or my sovereignty just because I am asked to, and by a bunch of Gurkish sons of difficult people with no manners and even less sense. You are not in Gurkul here, and your arrogant demeanor suits you even less here than that ridiculous helmet. I suspect you will be taught a hard lesson before you leave these shores again." General Malzigert frowned. He quickly exchanged words with an adjutant, as he apparently hadn't quite understood the subtleties of the last remark. But once the meaning became fully clear to him, he made an angry, short hand gesture and barked an order in Kantic. Jezal saw men with torches in their hands running between the scattered buildings in front of the gates. The Gurkish general cast a final glance up at the gatehouse. "Very Rossigs, beasts." With that, he tugged on his horse's reins and galloped away, his officers following him. The priest Mamun remained for a moment, and sorrow lay on his perfect face. "So be it. We will prepare. May God forgive you, Beaz." "You need forgiveness more than I do, Mamun. Pray for yourself." "I do, every day. But in my whole long life, I have never been able to find a sign that God is forgiving by nature." Mamun turned his horse and rode from the gate back towards the Gurkish lines, through the abandoned houses, whose walls were already hungrily licked by flames. Jezal took deep, ragged breaths as his eyes slid to the countless men moving in the fields. Really, his big mouth always got him into trouble. But now there was no turning back. He felt Beaz's paternal hand on his shoulder, that guiding movement that had angered him so often in recent weeks. He had to clench his teeth not to shake it off. "You should give a speech to your subjects," said the Magus. "What?" The right words could be crucial now. Harrod the Great could spontaneously to the people.
"Have I told you about the day he—" "All right," Jezal cut him off. "Then I'll do that." With the enthusiasm of a condemned man going to the scaffold, he stepped to the parapet on the other side. At his feet, the crowd had gathered in all its confusing diversity. Jezal had to force himself not to fiddle with the buckle of his belt. For some reason, the thought of his trousers slipping down in front of all these people tormented him. A silly thought. He cleared his throat. Now someone had seen him and pointed up at him. "The king! King Jezal! The king speaks!" The crowd swayed back and forth, flowing apart in front of the gatehouse, a sea of hopeful, fearful, needy faces. Gradually, the noise in the square subsided, and breathless silence spread. "Dear friends, dear countrymen, dear subjects." His voice was imbued with a pleasant command. A good start, very rhetorical. "Our enemies may be numerous, very numerous." Jezal cursed inwardly. Such an admission could hardly rouse the courage of the masses. "But I implore you all, take heart. Our defenses are strong." He struck the solid wall beneath his hand. "Our bravery is insurmountable." He tapped his polished breastplate. "We will stand firm." That was better. He discovered that he actually possessed a natural talent for public speaking. The crowd was now beginning to warm to his cause, he felt it. "We don't have to hold out forever. Lord Marshal West is already on his way to rush to our aid with his troops." "When?" someone shouted loudly, followed by a wave of angry murmurs. Jezal, thrown off balance, cast a nervous glance at Beaz. When will they be here? When?" hissed the first of the Magi Glokta, and the cripple made an abrupt movement, apparently directed at someone standing below in the crowd. "Soon! You can rely on that!" Really, Beaz, that had been a terrible idea.
Jezzel had not the slightest idea how to inspire courage in the agitated people. What about our children and our homes? Will they burn our houses? Will it come to that? A whole series of anxious interjections rose up. Don't be afraid. I implore you, please. Really, it was not for him to beg. He was the king. The troops are on their way. Jezzel spotted black figures making their way through the throng, practicals of the Inquisition. To his relief, they pushed straight in the direction from which the interjections have come. They have already left the north. They can be here any day to teach these Gurkish dogs a lesson. When will? Black clubs flashed up and down amidst the crowd, and the question was interrupted by a high, shrill scream. Jezzel did his best to drown out the unrest. In the meantime, shall we allow Gurkish scum to ride undisturbed over our fields, over the fields of our fathers? No, someone roared, to Jezzel's great relief. No, we will show these Kantic slaves how free citizens of the Union fight back. A volley of lukewarm shouts of affirmation. We will fight bravely like lions, fiercely like tigers. Now he was gradually warming up, and the words came out of his mouth as if he really meant them. Perhaps it was also so. We will fight as in the days of Herod, of Arnold, of Casimir. Loud applause erupted. We will not rest until these Gurkish devils are driven back across the sea. There will be no negotiations. No negotiations, someone shouted. Very be the Gurkish. We will never surrender, Jezzel barked, striking his fist on the parapet. We will fight for every street, for every house, for every room. For every house, someone shrieked in wild excitement, and the citizens of Adua shouted their approval. Now that Jezzel felt the mood was on his side, he drew his sword with an appropriately warlike clang from its sheath and held it high above his head. And I will proudly draw my sword by your side. We will fight for each other. We will fight for the Union. Every man, every woman, heroes all. This was followed by deafening applause. Jezzel swung his blade, and a shimmering wave propagated over the crowd as spears were raised into the air, brought to breastplates, and struck to the ground with their shafts. Jezzel smiled broadly. The people loved him and were more than ready to die for him. Together they would win. He felt it. Well done, Beaz whispered in his ear. Well. Now Jezzel's patience was at an end. He turned to the Magus with bared teeth. I know how it was done. I need your constant. Your Majesty, that was Gorst's squeaky voice. How dare you interrupt me? What the gush is... Jezzel's outburst was interrupted by a red glow he noticed from the corner of his eye, followed by a thunderous explosion. He snapped his head around and saw flames erupting in the distance from the sea of roofs to his right. Down in the square, people gasped in fright as if with one mouth, and then a wave of nervous movement swept through the crowd. The Gurkish bombardment has begun, Varuz said. A streak of fire rose over the Gurkish lines into the white sky. Jezzel followed its trajectory with an open mouth as it shot towards the city. It struck some buildings, this time to Jezzel's left, and bright fire blazed high into the air. The terrible crash reached his ears only a moment later. Loud shouts echoed from below, orders perhaps, or cries of panic. The crowd now began to stream in all directions simultaneously. People ran towards the wall, hurried to their homes, or wandered aimlessly, creating a wild crush of pushing bodies and swaying polearms. Water! Someone screamed. Fire! Your Majesty, Gorst was already leading Jezzel back to the stairs. You should return to the Agriant immediately. Jezzel flinched as the next ear-splitting explosion occurred, this time even closer than the previous ones. Smoke was already rising in oily plumes over the city. Yes, he murmured, allowing himself to be led to safety. Then he realized he still had his sword drawn, and almost a little guiltily slid it back into its sheath. Yes, of course. Fearlessness, Logen Ninefingers had once explained, is foolish boasting. Between plague and leaves.
Glokta trembled with laughter, wheezing gurgles sloshing through his empty jaws, and the hard chair creaked under his bony rear. His coughing and rattling echoed dully from the bare walls of his gloomy living room. It sounded a little bit like he was crying, and perhaps it was a little bit so. Every twitch of his twisted shoulders drove nails into his neck. Every tensing of his chest sent flashes of pain down to the toes he still had left. He laughed, and the laughter hurt, but the pain only made him laugh louder. Oh, what irony! I giggle with hopelessness. I gurgle with despair. Bubbles of saliva flew from his lips as he let out one last long whimper, like the death throes of a sheep, only far less dignified. Then he swallowed and wiped his teary eyes. Oh, I haven't laughed like that in years. Not since the Emperor's torturers went to work, I'd almost say. And yet, it's not so hard to stop. After all, there's nothing really funny here, is there? He picked up the letter and read it again. Lord Superior Glokta, my clients at the banking house Volent and Bulk are more than dissatisfied with your progress. Some time has passed since I asked you to inform us about Archlector Salt's plans, especially concerning his constant interest in the university. Since then, we have received no further news from them. You may believe that the sudden appearance of the Gurkish before the walls of our city might have changed my client's expectations. However, this is not the case in the slightest. Nothing will change their expectations. You will report to us within a week, or we will be forced to inform His Eminence of your divided loyalty. Surely I do not need to specifically point out that it would be wise to destroy this letter. Malthus Glokta stared at the letter for a long time in the light of the single candle, his ruined mouth agape.
Is this what I endured the many months of torment in the darkness of the Emperor's prisons for? Tortured my brutal way through the Cloth Dealers Guild? Carved a bloody path through the city of Dagaska? To end my days so disgracefully, caught between a bitter old bureaucrat on one side and a bank of treacherous swindlers on the other? All my twisting and turning, lies, haggling, my pain, all the corpses along this path, just for this? A new wave of laughter shook his body, which promptly cramped, making his aching back tremble. His Eminence and these bankers deserve each other. Even as the city burns around them, they cannot pause for a moment in their games. Games that could prove fatal for poor Superior Glokta, even though he has only tried to do his crippled best. He had to wipe a little snot from under his nose, so much had he laughed at that last thought. It almost seems a shame to burn such a silly document. Perhaps I should take it to the Archlector instead. Would he understand the joke? Would we laugh about it together? He reached out, held a corner of the letter to the flickering candle flame, and watched as the fire licked at one side of the sheet and crept over the letters while the white paper curled into black ash. Burn, just as my hopes, just as my dreams, just as my glorious future under the Emperor's palace went up in smoke. Burn, as Dagaska burned, thanks to the Emperor's wrath, and Adwa will certainly burn too. Burn, as I would like to see King Jezel the Bastard burn, and the first of the Magi, and Archlector Salt, and Valent and Bulk, and the whole very— Ouch! Glokta raised his singed fingertips, then shoved them into his toothless mouth. His laughter had abruptly ceased. Strange. No matter how much pain we experience, we never get used to it. We always strive to escape the pain. We never come to terms with it. A corner of the letter still lay smoldering on the floor. He glared at the piece of paper and extinguished the fire with a forceful jab of his stick. The sharp smell of burnt wood hung heavy in the air, like 100 burnt dinners. Even here in the Agrient, a faint gray haze was visible, making the buildings at the end of each street suddenly merge into one another. Fires had been raging in the outer districts for several days, and the Gurkish bombardment had not lessened in the slightest, day or night. Even now, as Glokta strode along, his breath whistling through the gaps between his teeth because it was an effort to put one foot in front of the other, a muffled bang could be heard, indicating that another fire projectile had struck somewhere in the city, and he felt the tiny rumble of a tremor through the soles of his boots. The people in the street froze, looking up in fright. Those few unfortunates who found no excuse to flee the city before the Gurkish came. Those unfortunates who were too important or not important enough. A handful of optimists who believed the Gurkish siege would be just a passing fad like a thunderstorm or short pants. Now they realized their fatal mistake too late. Glokta limped on, his head bowed. The explosions that had shaken the city in the darkness over the past week had not robbed him of an hour's sleep. After all, I haven't slept simply because my mind was always circling, like a cat in a sack, desperately trying to find some way out of this predicament. I'm also used to explosions since my vacation in glorious Dagaska. For him, the pain that traveled through his rear and spine was a much greater cause for concern. What arrogance! Who would ever have imagined that one day Gurkish boots would trample over the fertile fields of Midderland? That the pretty farms and dreamy villages of the Union would be illuminated by Gurkish fire? Who would ever have thought that beautiful, flourishing Ottawa would transform from a piece of paradise straight into a piece of gosh? Glokta noticed that he smiled. "Welcome, people, welcome. I've been there all along. How nice that you are all here now to keep me company." He heard armored boots stamping down the street behind him, shuffled aside too late to make way for a hurrying column of soldiers, and was roughly pushed onto the grassy verge, his left foot slipping on the slick ground and sending a painful stab down his leg. The column marched on heedlessly, and Glokta gave them a grim look. People no longer have the necessary fear of the Inquisition. They are all too afraid of the Gurkish for that. With a pained face and a curse on his lips, he moved away from the wall again, craned his neck, and limped on. Crown Judge Moraviel is framed by the largest window of his echoing office. His windows faced west, the direction from which the greatest force of the Gurkish attack is expected. Over the rooftops, columns of smoke rose in the distance, into the pale sky, combining to form a dirty curtain of clouds that made the autumnal twilight seem even gloomier. Moravia turned as he heard Glokta's toeless foot creak on the dark floorboards, and his furrowed old face twisted into an inviting smile. "Ah, Superior Glokta, you cannot imagine how pleased I was when your visit was announced. I have missed you greatly since you were last here. I so appreciate your candid style, and I admire the dedication with which you devote yourself to your work." He made a casual gesture towards the window. "The law, I must admit, tends to be a little sleepy in times of war. But even while the Gurkish besiege the gates, His Majesty's Inquisition continues its noble business, does it not? I assume you are here once again at His Eminence's behest." Glokta paused, but only out of habit. "I must turn my twisted back on the Inquisition. What would Sult call me? A traitor? Undoubtedly, and worse. But every man must first be true to himself. I have made my sacrifices. No, Your Grace, I come on behalf of Sand Don Glokta." He limped to a chair, pulled it out from under the table, and dropped into it without being asked. Such niceties I have long since left behind. To be quite honest, I need your help. To be quite honest, you are my last hope. My help? Surely you have powerful friends yourself. I have had the unfortunate experience that powerful men cannot afford friends. That is, unfortunately, all too true. One does not reach my position, or even yours, without understanding that every man ultimately fights for himself. Moravia gave him a benevolent look from above as he took his seat in his high-backed chair. That does not reassure me in the slightest, however. His friendly demeanor is as deadly as Salt's grim one, I believe. Our friends are always those who can be useful to us. Considering this, what help can I offer you? And above all, what offer can you make me in return? For that, I must elaborate a little. Glokta winced as a cramp seized his leg, and he tried to stretch it straight under the table. "May I speak openly with you, Your Grace?" Morovia thoughtfully stroked his beard. "Truth is a rare and precious commodity. It astonishes me that a man of your experience would give it away so easily. And then to someone from the other side of the fence, so to speak. I was once told that a man lost in the desert must take the water he is offered, no matter where it comes from. Then you are lost. Speak quite openly, Superior, and we shall see if I can offer you something from my canteen. Not exactly a promise of aid, but at least the best I can expect from a man who, until recently, was among my bitterest enemies. So now, my confession." Glokta relived the memories of the past few years. And what dirty, shameful, ugly memories they are. Where do I even begin? It has been some time since I began to investigate irregularities in the dealings of the Honorable Clothiers Guild more closely. I remember that unpleasant business well. In my investigations, I discovered that the clothiers were receiving money from a bank, from a rich and powerful bank.
Valant and Glokta carefully watched Morovia's reaction, but the Archlector did not even blink. "I am aware that such a banking house exists. I suspected it was involved in the Clothier's crimes. Magister Count explicitly pointed this out to me before his unfortunate end. But His Eminence did not wish me to investigate in that direction. Too many difficulties in difficult times." Glokta's left eye twitched, and he felt it begin to tear. "Excuse me," he murmured, wiping it with a finger. "Shortly thereafter, I was sent to Dagoska to take over the city's defense. Your extraordinary foresight in that endeavor was a source of some discomfort for me." Morovia moved his jaw muscles in displeasure. "My congratulations. You performed your task admirably. The credit for that is not mine alone. The task the Archlector had given me was insoluble. Dagoska was riddled with traitors and encircled by the Gurkish." Morovia snorted. "My deepest sympathy. If only someone had had sympathy for the city back then. But everyone there was busy pushing each other aside, as is always the case. Dagoska's defenses were in a state that made it impossible for me to fulfill my duties. Without money, I could not expand them further, and His Eminence proved to be less than generous. His Eminence did not loosen a single tired mark. But in my greatest need, an unexpected patron approached me. A rich uncle? What a lucky coincidence! Not quite. Glokta ran his tongue over the salty spot where his front teeth had once been. My rich uncle was none other than the banking house Valant and Balk. Morovia frowned. They advanced you money? Only thanks to their generosity was I able to prevent the Gurkish from taking the city for so long. So, considering that powerful people have no friends, what did Valant and Balk receive in return? Fundamentally? Glokta looked the Archlector squarely in the face. Whatever they wanted. Shortly after my return to Dagoska, I investigated the death of Crown Prince Renault. A terrible crime, for which the Gurkish envoy, who was hanged for it, was completely innocent. Morovia showed the slightest hint of surprise. If you say so? Undoubtedly. But the death of the heir to the throne created other problems related to the election in the open council, and His Eminence was satisfied with that simple answer. I tried to clarify the matter, but I was prevented from doing so. By Valant and Balk. So, you suspect these bankers are involved in the Crown Prince's death? I suspect them of all sorts of things, but unfortunately there is a lack of evidence. As always, too many suspicions, too little proof. Banks, Morovia grumbled. They are made of air. They spin money from assumptions, lies, and promises. Secrets are their currency, even more than gold. I have since found that to be true as well. But a man lost in the desert. Yes, please continue. To his surprise, Glokta found that he was gradually enjoying himself. He almost stumbled over his words. They now gushed out of him so quickly. Now that I am throwing away all the secrets I have hoarded for so long, I cannot stop. I feel like a miser on a lavish shopping spree, terrified and at the same time liberated, tormented and yet delighted. It's probably a bit like cutting your own throat, I imagine. A wonderful feeling of relief, but you can only experience it once. And just like cutting your own throat, this matter will end with my ugly death. Well then, it's been coming for some time, hasn't it? And not even I myself could claim I haven't deserved it 10 times over. Glokta leaned forward. Even here, even now, I feel the need to speak what comes next, very softly. Archlector Salt is not happy with our new king. Above all, he is dissatisfied with the influence Bayaz exerts over him. Salt has found his power greatly curtailed. He believes you are somehow behind this whole affair. Morovia frowned. Does he? He does, and I'm not sure I wanted to rule out that possibility entirely. He has tasked me with finding ways to get rid of Bayaz. His voice dropped to a whisper. Or to depose the king. Should I fail, then I suspect he has other plans, plans that somehow involve the university. You are accusing His Eminence the Archlector of high treason? Moravia's eyes shone as bright and hard as a pair of newly forged nails. Suspicious and yet so eager. Have you found anything that could be used against the king? Before I could even consider that, Valant and Balk quite forcibly stopped me. They found out so quickly. I must unfortunately admit at this point that someone in my immediate vicinity is apparently not as trustworthy as I always hoped. The bankers not only demand that I disobey His Eminence, they also insist that I shadow him myself. They want to know all his plans. I have only a few days left to satisfy them, and Salt no longer trusts me. He wouldn't even let me see the contents of his latrine, let alone the contents of his thoughts. Oh my goodness, Morovia slowly shook his head. Oh my goodness. Added to my problems is the fact that I have reason to fear that the Archlector is much less in the dark about the events in Gargoska than it first appeared. If someone has talked here, then perhaps with both sides. He who betrays a man once finds it easy to do it a second time. Glokta let out a long sigh. So it looks now. All secrets have been betrayed. The Gosh pit is emptied. My throat is slit from ear to ear. That's the whole story, Your Honor. Well, Master Superior, you're really in quite a pickle. A rather deadly one, to be precise. Morovia stood up and walked slowly through the room. Let's assume for a moment that you really came for my help and not to put me in an embarrassing position. Archlector Salt has the means to cause really serious trouble, and the excessive self-centeredness necessary to try exactly that at such a time. I wouldn't dispute that in the slightest. If you could provide me with solid evidence, then I would, of course, be quite willing to present it to the king. But without such, I cannot proceed against a member of the closed council, certainly not against the Archlector. A signed confession would be best. Salt's signed confession? Glokta repeated softly. Such a document would solve a lot of problems for both of us. Salt would be gone, and the bankers would no longer have you in their hands. Of course, the Gurkish would still be camped outside our gates, but you can't have everything. The Archlector's signed confession. And perhaps I should also fetch the moon from the sky while I'm at it. Or you set another stone rolling, one large enough to trigger an avalanche, perhaps the confession of someone else close to him. As far as I know, you are the expert when it comes to confessions. The Lord Inquisitor looked at Glokta from under his heavy brows. Am I misinformed about that? I cannot conjure evidence out of thin air, Your Grace. He who gets lost in the desert must grasp at every straw offered to him, however thin they may be. Find evidence and bring it to me. Then I can act, not a moment sooner. You surely understand that I cannot take risks for your sake. It is hard to trust a man who first chose one master and now looks for another. Chose? Glokta felt his eyelid twitch again. If you believe that I chose any part of the ridiculous shadow of a life you see before you, then you are greatly mistaken. I chose glory and success. Unfortunately, what was in the box was not what was on the lid. The world is full of tragic stories. Morovia went back to the window, turned, and looked at the gradually darkening sky. Especially now. You can hardly expect yours to impress a man of my experience. I wish you a good evening. Further comments seemed pointless. Glokta swayed forward, then used his stick to get to his feet and limped to the door. But a tiny glimmer of hope now peeks into the damp dungeon of my despair. I just need a confession of high treason from the head of His Majesty's Inquisition.
And Master Superior, why can't anyone ever finish talking before I've stood up? Glokta turned back around, so he was facing the room, and his spine burned. If someone near you talks, then you must silence them. Only a fool would think about fighting traitors from the closed council before he has eradicated the weeds in his own lawn. Oh, don't worry about my garden. Glokta gave the Lord Inquisitor his most disgusting smile. I'm already sharpening my shears. Mercy. Adua burned. The two westernmost districts, the 3 courts in the southwest corner of the city and Bogan further north, were full of gaping black wounds. Smoke still rose from some, thick columns shimmering faintly orange at their base. They spread in oily flakes, driven west by a stiff wind, drawing a dirty curtain before the setting sun. Jezal watched in solemn silence, his hands clenched into numb fists on the battlements of the chain tower. Nothing was to be heard up here but the wind tearing at his ears, and occasionally the faintest sound of distant battles, a war cry or the screams of the wounded. Or perhaps it was just the screech of a seabird sailing high on the breeze. For a sentimental moment, Jezal wished he were a bird himself, able to simply fly from the tower, hover over the Gurkish outposts, and escape this nightmare. But escape would not be so simple. The first breach in the Casimir wall was made 3 days ago. Marshal Varuz lectured in a monotonous voice. We repelled the first 2 attacks and held the 3 courts overnight, but the next day they made another breach, and then another. This gosh gunpowder has overturned all the very rules. A wall that would otherwise have held for a week, they can now destroy within an hour. Khalul always liked to play with his powders and vials, Bayaz murmured unhelpfully. They invaded the 3 courts in large numbers that night and advanced into Bogan shortly after. Since then, a single continuous battle has raged throughout the entire western part of the city. The tavern where Jezal had celebrated his tournament victory over Filio was in this district. The tavern where he had sat with West and Jallenhorm, Caspa and Brint before they had traveled north and he had had to depart for the old empire. Was this building burning now? Was it already a blackened ruin? We fight them man to man in the streets by day. Every night we make sorties. Not a step of ground is given up without first being soaked with Gurkish blood. Perhaps Varuz intended to sound rousing, but he only succeeded in making Jezal feel ill. That the streets of his capital were soaked with blood, no matter whose blood it was hardly his primary goal as king of the Union. The Arnault Wall is still unconquered, although some fires have already broken out in the center of the city. The flames almost reached the 4 corners last night, but the rain extinguished them, at least for the moment. We fight for every street, every house, every room, just as you instructed us, Your Majesty. Good, Jezal croaked, but he almost choked on the word. When he had so carelessly rejected General Malzagurt's terms, he hadn't been sure what he actually expected. Vaguely he had imagined that someone would soon come to their rescue, that some heroic deed would occur. But now the bloody business was in full swing, and there were no signs of imminent salvation. Probably, where the dark smoke rose, some heroic deeds were indeed performed. Soldiers bringing injured comrades to safety in the soot-laden darkness. Nurses patching wounds by flickering candlelight.
Townspeople rushing into burning buildings to pull out coughing children. Heroic deeds of the everyday and less glorious kind, a kind that was not crucial to the final outcome. "Are those our ships in the bay?" he asked softly, already fearing the answer. "I wish it were so, Your Majesty. I never thought I'd have to say this, but the Gurkish have gained the upper hand at sea. So many very ships have never been seen. Even if most of our naval force weren't currently busy bringing the army back from England, I wouldn't be sure what we could do against them. As it stands, our men will have to land outside the city. That's very unpleasant, and it could get a lot worse. The harbor is a weak point. Sooner or later, the Gurkish will try to land troops there." Jezal looked uneasily towards the water. Entire armies of Gurkish who could advance directly from their ships into the heart of the city. The Mittenweg cut through the center of Adua and led directly from the bay to the Agriant, a road inviting and wide enough to allow an entire Gurkish legion to march up in the shortest possible time. He closed his eyes and tried to breathe calmly. Before the Gurkish attack, he had not had a moment's peace from the opinions and views of his advisors. Now that he truly needed advice, this flow had suddenly dried up. Salt barely showed himself in the closed council anymore, and when he did, he limited himself to glaring angrily at Moravia. The Lord Inquisitor himself had little to offer, except constantly complaining about the hopeless situation they all found themselves in. Even Bayaz's supply of historical examples seemed gradually exhausted. Jezal had no choice but to bear the responsibility alone, and he now knew how heavy it weighed. Presumably, he assumed, the situation of those who were actually wounded or homeless or dead was even worse. But that was small comfort. "How many dead are there already?" he asked involuntarily, like a child who can't stop scratching a scabby spot. "How many have we lost?" The fighting along the Casimir Wall was fierce. The skirmishes in the occupied districts were even worse, and losses on both sides were extremely heavy. "I estimate the number of dead on our side at least 1,000. Jezal swallowed a mouthful of bitter spit. He thought of the poorly equipped defenders he had seen near the western gate, in a square that had probably since been overrun by Gurkish legions. Ordinary people who had looked up to him with hope and pride. Then he tried to imagine what 1,000 corpses might look like. First, he pictured 100 lying side by side in a row. Then 10 such rows, one after another. 1,000. He chewed on his thumbnail, which he had already bitten down to the quick. "And, of course, many more injured," Varuz continued, twisting the knife in the wound once more. "We also have very little space to accommodate them. 2 districts are already partly occupied by the Gurkish, and the enemy is catapulting its incendiary devices almost into the heart of the city." Jezal's tongue sought the gap between his teeth, which was still slightly sore. He remembered the pain he had suffered on the endless plains under the merciless sky, how the stings had shot through his face while the wheels of the cart squeaked and rumbled. "Open the Agriant for the wounded and those who have lost their homes. Now that the troops are not in the city, we have space. The barracks can offer thousands shelter and food." Bayaz slowly shook his bald head. "That is dangerous. We do not know whom we are letting in, whether there might be Gurkish spies or Kalul's agents among them. Not everyone is what they claim to be." Jezal gritted his teeth. "I am ready to take this risk. Am I the king here or not?" "You are," Bayaz growled, "and you would be well advised to act like it. This is not the time for sentimentality. The enemy is advancing on the Arnault Wall. In some places, he may be only 2 miles from our location here." 2 miles? Jezal repeated, his eyes nervously darting west again. The Arnault Wall loomed disturbingly close as a thin gray line between the buildings, and from up here it looked like a terrifyingly flimsy barrier. A sudden fear seized him. Not the guilty feeling he had for the people who might be where the smoke was rising, but a genuine and entirely personal fear for his own life.
A fear he had felt when he stood between the stones and the two warriors had approached him with murderous intent. Perhaps he had made a mistake by not leaving the city while he still could. Perhaps it was not too late to. "I will stand or fall with the people of the Union," he cried, as enraged by his own cowardice as by the Magus. "If they are ready to die for me, then I am ready to die for them." With that, he turned his back on Beaz and quickly looked in another direction. "Open the Agriant, Marshal Varuz. You can also house the wounded in the palace if necessary." Varuz cast a nervous glance at Beaz, then bowed stiffly. "Then we will set up infirmaries in the Agriant, Your Majesty. The barracks will be opened for the people. For now, we should keep the palace closed, at least until the situation worsens." Jezal barely dared to imagine what a worsened situation might look like. Good, good, see to it. He had to wipe away a tear from under his eye as he turned away from the smoldering city and walked towards the long staircase. The smoke, of course. Only the smoke. Queen Therese sat alone by the window of her large bedchamber. Countess Schiller still lurked somewhere in the palace, but apparently she now understood to avoid Jezal. Therese had sent the other ladies-in-waiting back to Styria before the Gurkish had blockaded the harbor. Jezal wished with all his heart that he could have sent his queen home as well, but that was unfortunately not possible. Therese did not even look in his direction as Jezal closed the door. He laboriously suppressed a heavy sigh as he walked through the room with boots muddy from the drizzle and skin smeared with soot. "You're tracking dirt in here," Therese said, without looking around, her voice as icy as ever. "War is a dirty business, my dear." He saw from the side how her face contorted with disgust as he uttered the last two words, and he wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry about it. Then he dropped into an armchair opposite her, without taking off his shoes, well aware of how angry that would make her. On the other hand, he knew he couldn't do anything that wouldn't make her angry anyway. "Must you come to me like this?" she snarled. "Oh, I simply couldn't stay away. You are my wife, after all. I didn't choose this. Neither did I, but I'm willing to make the best of it. Believe it or not, I would actually have preferred to marry someone who doesn't hate me." Jezal ran a hand through his hair, laboriously reining in his anger. "But let's not argue. I have to fight hard enough out there, more than I can bear. Can't we at least behave civilly towards each other?" She looked at him for a long time with a thoughtful expression. "How can you?" "How can I what?" "Keep trying." Jezal showed a hint of a grin. "I had hoped that eventually you would at least admire my perseverance." She didn't smile, but he thought he detected that the hard line of her mouth softened a little. He barely dared to conclude that she was finally thawing a bit, but he was ready to rejoice over the smallest glimmer of hope. Hope was a rare commodity these days anyway. He leaned a little closer to her and looked her seriously in the eyes. "You have made it clear how little you think of me, and for that I can hardly condemn you. I don't think much of myself, you can believe that. But I am trying with all might to become a better person." Therese's lips curved into a small, sad smile, but at least she did smile. To his great surprise, she reached out and gently touched his cheek. He held his breath, and his skin tingled where her fingertips rested. "Why don't you understand that I detest you?" she asked. He felt a chill run through him. "I detest how you look, how you feel, how your voice sounds. I detest this land and its people. The sooner the Gurkish burn everything down here, the happier I will be." She withdrew her hand and turned back to the window, and faint light illuminated her perfect profile. Jezal slowly rose. "I think I'll find another room to sleep in tonight. It's too cold in here." Finally. It can be a terrible curse when a man actually gets everything he has dreamed of. If the sparkling treasure turns out to be cheap trinkets, then he no longer even has his dreams to comfort him. All the things Jezal had believed he craved, power, fame, a life of true greatness, they were nothing but dust. Now he only wanted things to be as they once were, before his wishes were fulfilled.
But there was no way back. Never. He had nothing more to say. Stiffly, he turned and walked to the door. Buried and forgotten. When the battle is over, if you are still alive, you dig. You dig graves for your dead comrades, as a last mark of respect, no matter how little you may have had for them. You dig as deep as you deem necessary, you throw them in, you cover them up. They rot and are forgotten. That's how it has always been. There would be a lot of digging when this battle was over. A very, very lot on both sides. 12 days had now passed since fire first fell from the sky, since the wrath of God had descended upon these arrogant Rozigs and laid their proud city in black rubble of ash. 12 days since the killing began, on the walls, in the streets, between the houses. For 12 days, in the cold sunlight, in the drizzling rain, in the suffocating smoke, for 12 days Pharaoh had always mingled in the light of the flickering fires amidst the throng. Her boots slapped on the polished tiles, leaving black marks on the immaculate corridor. Ash. The 2 districts where the fighting raged were now completely covered with it. She had merged with the thin rain into a viscous mass like black glue. The buildings that still stood, and the black ruins of those that no longer existed, the people who killed and those who died, everything was covered with it. The contemptuous-looking guards and the servants with their pinched faces glared at her and the tracks she left, but she had never given a gosh darn about what these people thought of others, and she wasn't about to start now. Soon they would have so much ash here that they wouldn't even know what to do with it. The whole city would be nothing but ash if the Gurkish gained the upper hand, and meanwhile it looked as if exactly that would happen. Day and night, despite all the efforts of the ragged defenders, despite all their dead left among the ruins, the Emperor's troops gradually advanced further into the city, towards the Agrient. Yulwei sat in the great hall when she arrived. He had folded himself into an armchair in a corner, and the armlets hung limply from his slack wrists. The serenity that always seemed to envelop him like an old blanket was now gone. He looked worried, exhausted, his eyes deep in dark hollows. A man facing his failure. A look Pharaoh had grown accustomed to in recent days. Pharaoh Maljan, back from the front. I've always said you'd kill the whole world if you could, and now you have the chance. How do you like the war, Pharaoh? Quite well. She clattered her bow onto a polished table, pulled her saber from her belt, and took off her quiver. Only a few arrows were left. Most of those she had were now stuck in Gurkish soldiers, out among the blackened ruins on the edge of the city. But Pharaoh couldn't bring herself to smile. Killing Gurkish was like eating honey. A little bit awakened the desire for more, but too much caused nausea. Corpses had always been a pathetic reward for all the effort it took to move someone from life to death, and yet she couldn't stop. Are you hurt? Pharaoh pressed the dirty bandage on her arm and watched blood seep into the gray cloth. No, she said. It's not too late, Pharaoh. You don't have to die here. I brought you here. I can still guide you away. I go where I please, and I take with me whom I want. If you stop killing now, who knows? Maybe God will still find a place in heaven for you. Pharaoh was getting annoyed with Yulwei's sermons.
She and Beyaz might not have seen eye to eye, but at least they understood each other. Yulwei didn't understand anything. Heaven? She asked contemptuously, turning away from him. Maybe I'd like hell much better. Have you ever thought of that? She shrugged as she heard footsteps in the corridor outside. She could already feel Beyaz's anger even before the door opened and the old, bald Rozig stormed into the room. That little jerk! After all I've done for him, how does he repay me? Kwai and Sulphur shuffled through the door behind him like 2 dogs devoted to their master. He contradicts me before the closed council. He orders me to mind my own business. Me! How does that limited simpleton even know what my business is and what isn't? Trouble with King Luthar the Great, Pharaoh growled. The Magus looked at her with narrowed eyes. A year ago, there was no bigger blockhead in the whole world. As soon as you put a crown on his head and let a bunch of old liars flatter him, the little jerk thinks he's Stolicus. Pharaoh shrugged. Luthar had never lacked self-confidence, king or not. You should just think more carefully about whom you put a crown on. That's the problem with crowns. Someone has to wear them. You can only drop them somewhere in the crowd and hope for the best. Beaz cast a grim look at Yulwei. What about you, brother? Were you outside the walls? I was. And what did you see? Death. A great deal of death. The Emperor's soldiers are pouring into the western districts of Adwa, and his ships are clogging the bay. Every day more troops come along the road from the south, tightening the Gurkish grip on the city. I can learn that much from the idiots on the closed council. What about Mamoon and his 100 words? Mamoon, thrice blessed and thrice cursed, the wondrous first apprentice of the great Khalul, God's right hand? He waits. He and his brothers and sisters, they have a large tent outside the city limits. They pray for victory, they listen to sweet music, they bathe in fragrant water, they relax in comfort, and they indulge in their pleasures. They wait for the Gurkish soldiers to overcome the city walls, and they eat. He looked up at Beaz. They eat night and day, in open defiance of the second commandment. Boldly they mock the solemn words of use. They prepare for the moment when they want to drive you out, that moment for which Khalul made them. They believe it won't be long now. They polish their armor. Do they? Beaz hissed. Then let them be condemned. They have already condemned themselves, but that's no help to us. Then we must visit the house of the Maker. Pharaoh's head snapped up. There was something about this large, austere tower that had fascinated her since her arrival in Adwa. Again and again she noticed her eyes drawn to the colossal building, rising like a mountain and untouchable above the smoke and the madness. Why? Yulwei asked. Do you intend to lock yourself in there, as Canadius once did when we thirsted for our revenge? Will you hide in the darkness, Beaz, and this time will it be you who is thrown down to be shattered on the bridge? The first of the Magi snorted. You know me better than to believe that. If they come for me, I will face them openly. But there are still weapons in the darkness, 1 or 2 surprises from the Maker's forge that we could use against our cursed friends outside the walls. Yulwei looked even more worried than before. The divider? A blade on this side, Kwai whispered from a corner, and one on the other side. Beaz ignored him as usual. It cuts through everything, even a devourer. Will it cut through 100 devourers? Yulwei asked. Mamoon alone would be enough for me. Yulwei unfolded his limbs and rose with a sigh from his armchair. Very well, go ahead. I will enter the house of the Maker with you, one last time. Pharaoh ran her tongue over her teeth. The thought of going in there was irresistible. I will come with you. Beaz stared at her. No, you won't. You can stay here and sulk. That's always been your greatest talent, hasn't it? I wouldn't want to deprive you of the opportunity to really play it out again. You will come with us, he snapped at Kwai, and you have to mind your business, don't you, Yoru? I must, Master Beaz. Good. The first of the Magi strode through the door, followed by Yulwei, and the apprentice wizards scurried after him. Sulphur did not stir. Pharaoh glared at him, and he grinned back, his head leaning against the wainscoting, and his chin raised to the stuccoed ceiling. Aren't these 100 words your enemies too? Pharaoh wanted to know. My worst and bitterest enemies. Then why don't you fight? Oh, there are other ways of fighting than wallowing in the dirt down there. There was something in those eyes, one dark, one light, that Pharaoh didn't like the sight of. And there was something hard, hungry behind his smile. Although I'd like to stay here a bit longer and talk with you, I must go now to keep the wheels turning. He twirled a finger in a circle in the air. The wheels must turn, mustn't they, Muljin? Then go, Pharaoh snarled. I'm not stopping you. You couldn't even if you wanted to. I would wish you a good day, but I suspect you've never had one. With that, he strolled out, and the door clicked shut behind him. Pharaoh darted through the room and pulled back the window latch. She had done what Beaz told her once before, and it had brought her nothing but a wasted year. Now she would make her own decisions.
She pushed aside the curtains and slid onto the balcony. The wind drove curled leaves before it and whipped the drizzle across the lawns. A quick glance up and down the damp path showed her there was only one guard, wrapped in his cloak, looking in the wrong direction. Sometimes it's best to seize the first opportunity that presents itself. Pharaoh swung her legs over the railing, braced herself, and jumped into the void. She grabbed the slippery branch of a tree, swung herself over to its trunk, then slid onto the damp earth and crawled, keeping close to the ground behind a neatly trimmed hedge. Soon she heard footsteps, then voices. Beyaz's voice and Yulway's, talking to each other over the howling wind. Very, but these old fools love to flap their lips. Sulphur? Yulway was now heard. Is he still with you? Why shouldn't he be? His studies got into dangerous waters. I told you that, brother. And Khalul isn't so picky in choosing his servants. They moved out of earshot, and Pharaoh had to hurry behind the hedge, crouching to keep pace with them. I don't like this habit, Yulway said, of taking on forms, changing skin. A cursed art. You know how Juvens felt about it. I have no time to worry about the feelings of a man who has been underground for centuries. There is no third commandment, Yulway. Perhaps there should be. Stealing another's face, the tricks of Glustrad and his devil spawn, arts they borrowed from the other side. We must use all weapons at our disposal. I have no love for Mamoon, but he is right. They are called the 100 Words because they are 100 in number. There are 2 of us, and time has not been kind to us. Why are they still waiting then? You know Khalul, brother, always cautious, watchful, deliberate. He will only risk his children when he has no other choice. Through the gaps in the bare branches, Pharaoh watched the 3 men as they passed the guards and walked through the gate in the high palace wall. She gave them a short lead, then followed behind them, shoulders raised as if she had an important task to perform. She felt the hard stares of the armed men flanking the gate, but they were used to her coming and going as she pleased. For once, they were silent. Between the large buildings, past the statues, through the boring gardens, she followed the 2 Magi and their apprentice across the Agriant. Carefully, she kept her distance, hiding in doorways, under trees, or walking behind the few people hurrying along the windy streets. Sometimes, above the buildings of a square or at the end of a street, the house of the Maker rose like a great mountain. At first, blurred gray behind the veil of rain, but then growing blacker, huge, and clearly outlined the closer they came. The 3 men led her to a dilapidated building, from whose sunken roof crumbling turrets rose. Pharaoh knelt down and watched them, hidden behind a corner, while Beyaz struck the rickety door with the end of his staff. "I'm glad you didn't find the seed, brother," Yulway said as they waited. "It's better if it remains buried. Will you still think that when the 100 Words swarm through the streets of Agriant and lust for your blood? God will forgive me, I will think. There are worse things than Khalul's devourers." Pharaoh's nails dug into her palms. A figure stood before one of the dirty windows, watching Yulway and Beyaz. A tall, slender figure with a black mask and short hair. The woman who had hunted her and Ninefingers long ago. Pharaoh's hand instinctively went to her saber, before she realized she had left it in the palace. She cursed her foolishness. Ninefingers had been right. You could never have too many knives. The door swung open, trembling. A few words were exchanged, and the 2 old men entered, followed by Kwai, who lowered his head. The masked woman watched them for a while longer, then stepped away from the window, back into the shadows. Pharaoh leaped over a hedge to the door, which was just about to wobble shut, jammed her foot into the gap, and slid sideways through the crack, stealing into the deep shadows on the other side. The door slammed shut on its screeching hinges with a rattle. It went along a long corridor, adorned on one side with dusty paintings and interspersed with windows on the other. All the way, Pharaoh's neck tingled, and she expected at any moment to see the black masks step out of the shadows. But nothing came, except the echo of footsteps ahead of her and the endless drone of the old men's voices. "This place has changed," Yulwei said, "since the day we fought against Canedius. On that day, the old time ended. It rained then. I remember it. I lay wounded on the bridge in the rain. I saw them fall, the Maker and his daughter. From high above they plunged down. Hard to believe I smiled then when I saw it. Revenge is a fleeting thrill. We carry doubts within us to the grave." Pharaoh snorted contemptuously when she heard that. Forgetting her revenge, she would gladly live with the doubts. "Over the years, regret has grown in both of us," Bayaz murmured. "More and more as time passed. But one thing is strange. I could have sworn as I lay there that Canedius fell first and Ptolemy second." Memories can deceive, especially when a man has lived as long as both of us. The Maker threw his daughter down, then I sent him after her. And so the old time ended. "So ended," Yulwei murmured. "So much was lost. And now we have come so far." Kwai's head snapped around, and Pharaoh pressed herself against the wall behind an old crooked cabinet. Then the apprentice followed the others. Pharaoh waited with bated breath until the men had gone around a corner and out of sight. In a dilapidated courtyard, she caught up with the three again, a courtyard overgrown with dried weeds and strewn with slate shingles that had fallen from the surrounding roofs. A man in a dirty shirt led them up a long staircase to a large gate in the high wall of the agrient. He carried a ring of rattling keys in his gnarled hands and grumbled something about eggs. After they had entered the tunnel behind the gate, Pharaoh crept across the open square and up the stairs, where she paused just below the top steps. "We'll be back soon," she heard Bayaz say. "Leave the door open." "It will always be locked," another voice replied. "That's how it's meant to be. All my life it has always been locked, and I do not—" "Then wait here until we return. But don't go away. I have better things to do than sit here on the wrong side of your locked door." Keys turned. Old hinges screeched. Pharaoh's fingers closed around a loose stone and gripped it tightly. The man in the dirty shirt pulled the gate shut as she crept up to the top steps. He grumbled angrily to himself, rattling his keys and metal grinding. There was a dull thud as the stone struck the bald spot on his head. He gasped, lunged forward, and then Pharaoh grabbed his limp body under the arms and gently laid him on the ground. After she had put the stone aside, she relieved the man of his keys with a crooked finger. As Pharaoh raised her hand to push open the door, a strange feeling came over her. Like a cool breeze on a hot day, first surprising, then refreshing. A shiver, but not at all unpleasant, ran down her back and made her hold her breath. She pressed her hand against the weathered wood, its fibers warm and inviting against her skin. Then she pushed the door open just enough to see through. A narrow bridge swung from the wall of the agrient, no more than a step wide and without railing or parapet. On the other side, it met the walls of the House of the Maker, a towering cliff of bare rock, shimmering black in the rain. Bayaz, Yulwei, and Kwai stood before a gate at the end of this stone path. A gate of dark metal, adorned in the center with bright circles. Rings of letters that Pharaoh did not understand. She saw Bayaz pull something from the opening of his shirt. And then the circles began to move, to turn, to swirl, and her heart pounded in her throat. The doors swung open silently. Slowly, almost hesitantly, the three men disappeared into this black rectangle and were no longer to be seen. The House of the Maker stood open. Gray water splashed far below against hard rock as Pharaoh followed them across the bridge. The rain kissed her skin and the wind tugged at her. Far away, plumes of smoke rose over the smoldering city, high into the dirty sky. But her eyes were fixed on the gaping entrance straight ahead of her. She paused for a moment on the threshold, her hands clenched into fists. Then she stepped into the darkness. On the other side of the gate, it was neither cold nor warm. The air was so still and flat and silent that it seemed to weigh heavily on Pharaoh's shoulders and press against her ears. A few muffled steps, and all light had faded. Wind and rain and open sky were just dreams, lying in dark memory. She felt as if she had traveled 100 miles beneath the dead earth. Time itself seemed to have stopped. Pharaoh crawled towards a wide gate and peered through. The hall beyond was like a temple, but even the great temple of Shapha, where thousands prayed to God every hour, would have fit entirely within it. Compared to it, the great domed hall where Jezzel-Den Luthar had been crowned seemed tiny. The hall was so vast that even the gigantic buildings of ruined Alkis appeared small beside it. A palace, crowned by solemn shadows, populated by gloomy echoes, bounded by angry, unyielding stone. The tomb of giants long dead. The tomb of forgotten gods. Yulwei and Bayaz stood in the middle of the room, tiny, insect-like figures in a sea of shimmering darkness. Pharaoh pressed herself flat against the cold floor, trying to filter their words from the many echoes. "Go to the armory and fetch some of the maker's blades. I will go upstairs and bring that other thing." Bayaz turned away, but Yulwei held him by the arm. "First, you must answer me a question, brother." "What question?" "The one I always ask." "Again? Even now?" "Very well, if it must be. Ask me." The two old men stood still for an endless time, until the last echoes faded and only a silence remained, heavy as lead. Pharaoh held her breath. "Did you kill Juvens?" Yulwei's whisper hissed through the darkness. "Did you murder our master?" Bayaz did not flinch.
I made mistakes, long ago. Many mistakes, I know that. Some out in the ruined West, some here in this place. Not a day passes that I do not regret them. I fought with Khalul. I ignored my master's wisdom. I spied in the Maker's house. I fell in love with his daughter. I was proud and vain and quick-tempered, all that is true. But I did not kill Juvens. What happened that day? The first of the Magi spoke the words as if they were a text he had long since rehearsed. Cneidius came to seize me, because I had seduced his daughter, because I had stolen his secrets. But Juvens did not give me up. They fought, I fled. Their wild battle lit up the sky. When I returned, the Maker was gone, and our master was dead. I did not kill Juvens. Again, a long silence followed, and Pharaoh stared, transfixed, at the two men. Very well. Yulwei let his hand slide from Bayaz's arm. Then Mamun lied. I made mistakes, long ago. Many mistakes, I know that. Some out in the ruined West, some here, in this place. Not a day passes that I do not regret them. I fought with Khalul. I ignored my master's wisdom. I spied in the Maker's house. I fell in love with his daughter. I was proud and vain and quick-tempered. All that is true. But I did not kill Juvens. What happened that day? The first of the Magi spoke the words as if they were a text he had long since rehearsed. Cneidius came to seize me, because I had seduced his daughter, because I had stolen his secrets. But Juvens did not give me up. They fought, I fled. Their wild battle lit up the sky. When I returned, the Maker was gone, and our master was dead. I did not kill Juvens. Again, a long silence followed, and Pharaoh stared, transfixed, at the two men. Very well. Yulwei let his hand slide from Bayaz's arm. Then Mamun lied. Khalul lied. We will fight them together. Good, my old friend, good. I knew I could trust you, just as you trust me. Pharaoh curled her lips. Trust. It was a word only liars used, a word the truthful did not need. The first of the Magi's footsteps were now audible as he walked towards one of the many archways and disappeared into the twilight beyond. Yulwei watched him, Then he sighed heavily and crept in another direction, his bracelets clinking on his thin wrists. Gradually his footsteps faded, and Pharaoh was left alone with the shadows, enveloped in silence. Slowly, cautiously, she crept forward into the gigantic void. The floor shimmered intricate lines of bright metal embedded in the dark rock. The ceiling, if there was one, was hidden in the darkness. About 20 paces above them, a high gallery ran around the walls. Another could be made out high above that, and yet another and another, lost in the dim light. Above all this hung a beautiful structure. Rings of dark metal, large and small, shimmering discs and glowing circles, covered with strange characters. They all moved. One ring circled another, and in their center was a black sphere, the only point of complete stillness. Pharaoh turned around and around on her own axis, or perhaps she stood still, and the room revolved around her. She felt dizzy, drunk, and breathless. The bare rock rose high, black, raw stones, fitted together without mortar, no two alike. Pharaoh tried to imagine how many stones made up the tower. Thousands, millions. What had Bayaz said back then on the island at the end of the world? Where does the wise man hide a stone? Among 1,000 others, among 1,000,000 others. The rings high above her moved gently. They tugged at her, and the black sphere in the center tugged the most. Like a hand beckoning her closer, like a voice calling her name. She dug her fingers into the dry cracks between the stones and pulled herself up, hand over hand, ever higher. It was quite simple, as if the wall wanted to be climbed. Soon she could swing her legs over the metal railing of the first gallery, then further, higher and higher without pause. She reached the second gallery, drenched in sweat in the dead air. Then, gasping for breath, she reached the third. Finally, she grabbed the railing of the fourth and swung herself over. There she stopped and looked down. Far below her, at the bottom of a black chasm, the entire world lay spread out on the round floor of the hall. A map, its coastlines inlaid in shimmering metal into the stone. At Pharaoh's eye level, almost filling the entire space within the gently curved gallery, and hanging on wires no thicker than threads, the great mechanism slowly turned. Pharaoh looked darkly at the black sphere in the center, and her palms tingled. It seemed to float there, unattached. Pharaoh should have wondered how that could be, but only one thought dominated her: how much she wished to touch this sphere. She simply had to. She had no choice. One of the metal circles swung closer to her and shimmered dully. Sometimes it's best to seize the first opportunity that presents itself. With a jerk, she jumped onto the railing, paused briefly in a crouch, and gathered herself. She didn't think. Thinking would have been madness. And then she jumped into the void with outstretched arms. The whole apparatus wobbled and swayed as she caught the outermost ring. For a short time she dangled breathlessly from the metal piece. Slowly and very carefully, her tongue pressed against her palate, she gradually pulled herself higher with her arms, finally pushed her legs over the ring and pulled the rest of her body after. It wasn't long before the ring brought her close to a wide disc, into which many grooves were carved, and she climbed over, her whole body trembling with exertion. The cold metal shuddered under her weight, swayed, bent, and trembled with every movement, threatening to hurl her into the empty nothingness. It's possible Pharaoh knew no fear, but a fall of about 100 paces onto the hardest of stone floors commanded even her greatest respect. And so she slid on, from one ring to the next, and she dared hardly to breathe. She told herself there was no abyss at all. She was just climbing trees, sliding back and forth between the branches, just as she had done as a child before the Gurkish had come. Finally, she could grab the innermost ring. She clung to it wildly and waited until its movement brought her close to the center. Her legs crossed over the thin metal. She hung down, still holding on with one hand, and the other stretched out towards the shimmering black sphere. In the perfect surface of this sphere, she saw her rigid face, her ready hand, swollen and distorted.
With every nerve, teeth clenched, she stretched further forward. Closer, even closer. Only one thing mattered: to touch this thing. The tip of her middle finger finally tapped against it, and as if a soap bubble had burst, the sphere suddenly vanished as if in a mist. Something was in free fall, very slowly, as if sinking in water. Pharaoh watched it move away from her, a darker spot in the ink-black darkness, gliding down, further and further down. Then the thing hit the floor with a crash that seemed to shake the Maker's house to its foundations and filled the hall with thundering echoes. The ring Pharaoh was hanging from trembled, and for a trembling moment she almost let go. When she had pulled herself back up, she noticed that the structure was no longer moving. The whole apparatus was still. It seemed to take an eternity until she managed to climb over the motionless rings to the uppermost gallery and begin the long descent from the towering wall. When she finally reached the floor of the cavernous hall, her clothes were torn, her hands, elbows, and knees scraped and bloody, but she barely noticed. Hastily she hurried through the great hall, her footsteps echoing loudly, towards the center of the room, where the thing that had fallen was still lying. It looked like a piece of dark stone with an uneven surface, perhaps the size of a fist. But it was not stone, and Pharaoh knew that. She felt something leaking from it, flowing out, like a tide in exciting waves. Something that could not be seen or touched, and yet it filled the entire room to its darkest corners. Invisible and irresistible, it washed over her and pulled her forward. Pharaoh's heart beat violently against her ribs as her steps approached the thing. Her mouth filled with hungry saliva as she knelt beside it on the ground. Her breath burned in her throat as she reached for it with a tingling palm. Then her fingers closed around the scarred, uneven surface. Very heavy and very cold, as if it were a piece of frozen lead. She slowly lifted it, turning it over and over in her hand, watching fascinated as it shimmered in the darkness. The seed. Bayaz stood in one of the passages, his face twitching in an ugly mixture of joy and horror.
"Get out, Pharaoh, now! Bring it to the palace!" He recoiled, raising an arm as if to shield himself from a blinding ray of light. "The box is in my chambers. Put it in and close the box very tightly. Do you hear? Close it very tightly." Pharaoh turned away, grimacing unhappily as she realized she didn't know which of the passages led out of the Maker's house. "Wait!" Quay ran across the hall towards her, his luminous eyes fixed on her hand. "Stop!" He showed not the slightest fear as he approached, only a terrible kind of hunger, strange enough that Pharaoh took a step back. It was here, all along. His face looked pale, slack, and full of shadows. The seed. His white hand crept through the darkness towards her. Finally, give it. Suddenly he crumpled like discarded paper, was torn from his feet and hurled across the room, all so fast that Pharaoh could only take a surprised breath in that time. Quay struck the wall with a resounding crash just below the lowest gallery. She watched open-mouthed as his shattered body bounced off and fell to the floor with limp, twisted limbs. Bayaz stepped forward, the staff held firmly in his fist. The air around his shoulders shimmered ever so slightly. Pharaoh had killed many men, of course, and shed no tear over it, but the speed with which it had just happened shook even her. "What have you done?" she hissed, as the echo of Quay's deadly impact on the distant wall still rumbled. "What I had to do. To the palace with you, immediately." Bayaz pointed with one of his thick fingers at a passage, and Pharaoh saw a very faint glimmer of light behind it. "Put the thing in the box. You can't imagine how dangerous it is." Although there were few people who had a greater aversion to following orders than she, Pharaoh had not the slightest desire to remain in that place any longer. She stuffed the lump of stone into her shirt. It was as if it belonged there, pressed against her stomach. Cool and soothing, and yet Bayaz had said it was dangerous.
She took a step, and as her boot touched the ground, a piercing giggle floated from the other side of the hall, from where Quay's shattered body had impacted. Beaz didn't seem surprised. "So," he cried, "finally you show yourself. I've suspected for some time that you weren't who you seemed to be. Where is my apprentice, and when did you take his place?" "Months ago." Quay was still giggling as he slowly rose from the polished stone floor. "Before you embarked on that foolish journey to the old empire." There was no blood on his smiling face, not even the slightest abrasion. "I sat beside you by the fire. I watched you as you lay helpless in the cart. I was with you all the way, to the end of the world and back. Your apprentice remained here. I left his half-devoured body in the bushes for the flies, not 20 paces from where you and the Northmen slept soundly." Beaz shifted the staff from one hand to the other. "I thought right away that his abilities had significantly increased. You should have killed me when you had the chance." "Oh, there's still time now." Pharaoh shivered as she watched Quay stand up. It suddenly seemed very cold in the hall. 100 words, perhaps. 1 word? Beaz's lips curled. "Which of Kalul's creatures are you? The East Wind, one of his very twins?" "I am none of Kalul's creatures." A faint flicker of doubt crossed Beaz's face. "Who are you, then?" "We once knew each other well, in a long past time." The first of the Magi grimaced. "Who are you? Speak!" "Assuming forms." A woman's voice, soft and deep. Something happened to Quay's face as he slowly stepped forward. His pale skin began to sag, distorting. A gruesome and treacherous trick. His nose, eyes, lips began to melt and ran from his skull like wax from a candle. "Do you no longer remember me, Beaz?" Now another face appeared beneath, a hard face, white as pale marble. "You said you would love me forever." The air was icy cold. Pharaoh's breath condensed before her mouth. "You promised me we would never part, when I opened my father's gate for you." "No!" Beaz staggered back a step. "You seem surprised. Not as surprised as I was, however, when instead of taking me into your arms, you threw me from the roof, my beloved? And why? So you could keep your secrets? So you would appear noble?" Quay's long hair had turned chalk white. It now framed the face of a woman, terribly pale, whose eyes were 2 luminous black points. Ptolemy, the Maker's daughter. A spirit resurrected from the faded past. A spirit who had walked beside them for months in a stolen form. Pharaoh could almost feel her icy breath, connecting with the air, cold as death. Her eyes slid from the pale face to the passage and back to the other side of the room, torn between the desire to flee and to find out more. "I saw you in your grave," Beaz whispered. "I myself piled the earth over you." "You did, and you wept as you did it, as if it hadn't been you who cast me down. But I had touched the other side. In these 2 hands I held him while my father worked, and he had changed me. There I lay, in the old embrace of the earth, between life and death, until I heard the voices that Glustrad also heard long ago. They offered me a trade, their freedom for mine. You broke the first law. Commandments mean nothing to those who are buried. When I finally freed myself from the earth that embraced me, the human part of me was gone. But the other part, that which belongs to the underworld, that part does not die. It stands before you. Now I will complete the work that Glustrad began. I will open the gates that my grandfather sealed. This world and the other side shall be reunited, as they were before the old time, as they always should be.
She stretched out her open hand, and such a bitter cold emanated from her that shivers ran down Pharaoh's spine to her fingertips. "Give me the seed, child. I have made a promise to the betrayers of secrets, and I tend to keep my promises." "We shall see about that," hissed the first of the Magi. Pharaoh felt a tug in her stomach and saw the air around Beaz begin to shimmer. Ptolemy stood 10 paces from him. In the next moment, she struck him with a sound like thunder. His staff shattered, and splinters of wood flew around. He let out a startled stutter as he himself flew through the darkness, tumbled, and finally landed face down on the floor like a bundle of rags. Pharaoh stared at him as a wave of cold air washed over her. Suddenly she felt a nauseating, terrible fear that horrified her all the more because it was so unfamiliar to her. She stood paralyzed. "The years have made you weak." The Maker's daughter now moved slowly and silently towards Beaz's unconscious body, her white hair playing around her like small waves on an almost frozen pond. "Your high arts cannot harm me." She bent over him, and her dry white lips parted in an icy smile. "For everything you took from me, for my father." She raised her foot over Beaz's bald head. "For myself." Suddenly she burst into luminous flames. Dazzling light shone into the farthest corners of the vast hall, brightness penetrating into the cracks between the stones. Pharaoh stumbled back, holding a hand over her eyes. Between her fingers, she saw Ptolemy twitching madly on the floor, flailing her arms and legs in a wild dance, while white flames enveloped her body, and her hair flew behind her like a tongue of fire. She fell to the ground, darkness enveloped her again, and smoke rose in a foul-smelling cloud. Yulwe stepped out of one of the passages, his dark skin gleaming with sweat. He carried a bundle of swords under a lean arm, swords of dull metal, like the one Ninefingers had carried, and each was marked with a silver letter. "Are you all right, Pharaoh?" The fire had brought no warmth with it. Pharaoh's teeth chattered, so cold had it become in the hall. 100 words, perhaps? 1 word? Beaz's lips curled. "Which of Kalul's creatures are you? The East Wind? One of his very twins?" "I am none of Kalul's creatures." A faint flicker of doubt crossed Beaz's face. "Who are you, then?" "We once knew each other well, in a long past time." The first of the Magi grimaced. "Who are you? Speak." "Assuming forms." A woman's voice, soft and deep. Something happened to Quay's face as he slowly stepped forward. His pale skin began to sag, distorting. "A gruesome and treacherous trick." His nose, eyes, lips began to melt and ran from his skull like wax from a candle. "Do you no longer remember me, Beaz?" Now another face appeared beneath, a hard face.
Go." Yulwe cast a suspicious glance at Ptolemy's body as the last flames died. Pharaoh finally found the strength to move, taking a few steps backward. She felt a hollow sensation spread in her stomach as she watched the daughter of the Maker rise, the ashes of Quai's clothes sifting from her body. Then she stood there, tall and deadly slender, naked and as bald as Beaz after all her hair had burned to gray dust. Her corpse-pale skin showed no marks and glowed flawlessly white. And it always goes one step further. She stared at Yulwe with her flat black eyes. "No fire can burn me, sorcerer. You cannot stop me." "But I must try." The Magus threw his swords into the air. They turned, spun, their blades shimmering as they separated in the darkness and slid impossibly sideways. Then they began to fly in a swirling circle around Yulwe and Pharaoh. Faster and faster, until they were just a blurred wall of deadly metal. Close enough that they would have severed Pharaoh's hand if she had stretched it out. "Don't move," Yulwe said. That went without saying. Pharaoh felt the anger welling up in her, hot and familiar. First I'm supposed to run away, then I'm not supposed to move? First the seed is at the end of the world, and then it's here in its midst? First she's dead, and now she's stolen someone's face? You old jerks need to get your stories straight." "They are liars," Ptolemy hissed, and Pharaoh felt the cold of her icy breath brush across her cheek, chilling her to the bone. "They just use others. You cannot trust them." "But you?" Pharaoh snorted contemptuously. "Really yourself?" Ptolemy nodded slowly. "Then die with the others." She stepped aside, balancing on her toes, and rings of white frost spread wherever her bare feet touched the ground. "You cannot juggle your knives forever, old man." Behind her white shoulder, Pharaoh saw Bayaz slowly get to his feet, holding his arm, his rigid face scratched and blood-smeared. Something hung in his limp fist, a long piece of various metal tubes with a hook at the end. Dull metal, shimmering in the darkness. His eyes rolled towards the distant ceiling, and the veins in his neck stood out with effort as the air around him began to shimmer. Pharaoh felt the familiar tug in her stomach, and her eyes were drawn upward, to the large apparatus hanging above their heads. It began to tremble. "Gosh," she murmured, taking a step back. If Ptolemy had noticed, she gave no sign. She went to her knees and then leapt high into the air, a white streak above the spinning swords. For a short time she hung in the air, then she dropped onto Yulwei, knees first. She slammed into the ground, and the impact made the room tremble. A stone splinter grazed Pharaoh's cheek, and she felt an icy gust of wind on her face and stepped back. The daughter of the Maker frowned. "You do not die easily, old man," she hissed as the echoes faded. Pharaoh could not say how Yulwei had managed to avoid her, but he danced away, his hands moving in slow circles, his armlets clattering, and the swords still hissed through the air behind him. "I have practiced my whole life. You do not die easily either." The daughter of the Maker stopped in front of him and looked him in the face. "I do not die." High above them, the huge apparatus twitched, and the suspension gave a sharp sound as the cables snapped and whipped through the darkness. With an almost dreamlike slowness, the device fell. Shimmering metal twisted, shrieked, and bent as it plummeted. Pharaoh turned and ran. 5 breathless steps, and then she threw herself to the ground and slid flat on her stomach across the polished stone. She felt the seed press against her belly, and the draft of the circling swords sharply brush across her back as she slid directly beneath them. The great mechanism struck the ground behind her, causing a noise like the music of hell. Each ring sounded like a giant cymbal or the gong of a giant. Each had its own insane tone, a screaming, clanging, rumbling of tortured metal, loud enough to make every one of Pharaoh's bones vibrate. She lifted her head and saw a large disc fly past her, striking the ground with its edge and sending bright sparks flying. Another shot through the air, spinning wildly like a coin. Pharaoh gasped, rolled sideways, and slid backward as the round thing landed beside her. Where Yulwei and Ptolemy had stood opposite each other lay a mountain of twisted metal, broken rings, bent rods, and tangled cables. Pharaoh straightened up, dazed, while discordant echoes still wafted through the hall. Around her, splinters had struck and now protruded from the polished floor. The entire hall was strewn with fragments that shimmered in the shadows like stars in the night sky. She had no idea who was dead and who might still be alive. "Out!" Bayaz snarled at her through gritted teeth, his face a mask of pain. "Out! Go!" "Yulwei," she murmured, "is he—" "I will return later and see to him." Bayaz waved his good arm in her direction. "Go!" There is a time to fight and a time to flee, and Pharaoh knew one very well from the other. The Gurkish had taught her that, deep in the desert lands. The passage trembled and shook as she ran towards it. Her own breath roared in her ears. She leapt over a shimmering metal wheel, and her boots struck hard on the smooth stone. She was almost through. Then she felt a bitter cold at her side, and terrible dread overcame her. With a jerk she recoiled. Ptolemy's white hand missed Pharaoh by a hair's breadth, tearing a large hole in the stone wall and throwing dust into the air. "You are going nowhere." Perhaps it was time to flee, but Pharaoh's patience was now finally at an end.
As she sprang up, she was already swinging her fist, putting all the rage over her wasted months, her wasted years, her wasted life into it. Her knuckles struck Ptolemy's chin with a sharp crack. It was like hitting a block of ice. She felt no pain as her hand broke, but she felt her wrist give way and her arm go numb. Too late to worry about that. She had already swung with her other hand. Ptolemy grabbed her arm in midair before it struck her, pulled Pharaoh close, and pressed her helplessly to her knees with terrible, irresistible force. The seed! The hissing words froze on Pharaoh's face, tearing the breath from her mouth in a weak moan, and her skin burned where Ptolemy held her. She felt her bones twist and her forearm snap sideways like a breaking twig. A white hand crept through the shadows towards the bulge in Pharaoh's shirt. Suddenly, light flared, a gleaming curve of light that illuminated the entire hall for a dazzling moment. Pharaoh heard a piercing scream, and then she was free, lying writhing on her back. Ptolemy's hand had been cleanly severed just below the wrist, leaving a bloody stump. A large wound gaped in the smooth wall, reaching deep into the floor. Molten stone seeped out, bubbling and hissing. Smoke curled from the strange weapon in Biaz's hand as he sprang from the shadows, and the hook at its end still glowed bright red. Ptolemy let out an icy scream and struck at him with crooked fingers. Biaz roared wildly at her, his eyes narrowed to slits, his bloody mouth wide open. Pharaoh felt her stomach turn so violently that she doubled over and almost sank to her knees. The daughter of the Maker was snatched into the air and swept away, one of her white heels dragging a long scratch across the map on the floor, carving a notch into the stone and tearing out the inlaid metal. The wreck of the great apparatus behind Ptolemy was torn to pieces, and the shattered parts flew shimmering through the darkness like leaves in the wind. Ptolemy was a figure flailing with arms and legs in a storm of flying metal. A hail of bent fragments rattled, clattered, and slammed against the stone around her. Rings, nails, splinters like dagger blades bored into the wall, making the semicircular wall look like a giant bed of nails.
Biaz's eyes bulged from their sockets, and his emaciated face gleamed with sweat. "Die, demon!" he roared. Dust sifted down, and stones began to move. Cold laughter echoed through the hall. Pharaoh stumbled back, her heels scraping over the smooth stone, and she fled. Her broken hand trembled against the tunnel wall, her broken arm hung at her side. A square of light flickered towards her, the door to the Maker's house. She staggered out into the open. The light was piercingly bright after the shadows in the Maker's house, and the thin rain felt warm after Ptolemy's icy touch. The seed weighed heavily in her shirt, pressing rough and comforting against her skin. "Run!" she heard Biaz's voice from the darkness. "To the palace!" Pharaoh swayed across the bridge, placing uncertain feet on the wet stone, and beneath her the cold water lurked. "Put it in the box and seal it tight!" Behind her, a thunderous roar echoed, metal crashing against metal, but she did not look back. Hastily she pushed through the open door in the wall of the Agriont, and almost stumbled over the gatekeeper, who still sat leaning against the wall, just as she had left him, holding his head with one hand. He recoiled as she leaped over him and ran down the steps, 3 at a time, then hurried across the dilapidated courtyard, giving no thought to any masked figures or anyone else. Such enemies now seemed a most pathetic threat. She still felt the icy breath on her neck. Nothing else mattered. It was only about leaving that feeling far behind. She slid to the door, fumbled with the ball of her broken hand at the latch, stormed into the drizzle, and hurried along the wet streets, the same way she had come. The people in the streets and squares hastily moved out of her way, and seemed horrified by her sight, desperate and bloody as she was. Angry voices echoed behind her, but she ignored them, ran around a corner onto a wide street between gray houses, and almost slipped on the wet pavement. A large crowd of downtrodden people clogged the street. Women, children, old men, dirty and ragged. "Out of the way!" she screamed, clearing a path. "Move!" The story Biaz had told on the endless plains gnawed at her. how the soldiers had found the seed in the ruins of Olcus, that they had withered and died. She pushed and kicked and punched her way through the people. Move! Finally, she broke free and ran down the empty street, her broken arm pressed against her body, against the thing in her shirt. She ran through the park, where every cool gust of wind tore leaves from the trees. The high wall of the palace rose where the lawn ended, and Pharaoh hurried to the gate. The 2 guards stood left and right, as always, and she knew they were watching her. They had let her out, but they were not as willing to let her back in, especially now, returning so dirty and bloody, caked with grime and sweat, and running as if a devil were on her heels. "Wait a minute, you!" Pharaoh tried to push past, but one of them grabbed her. "Let me go, you really stupid Rozigs," she hissed. "You don't know what's going on." With that, she tried to wriggle free from the grip, and a gilded halberd clanged to the ground as one of the guards wrapped his arms around Pharaoh. "Then explain it to us," it rasped from behind the other's visor. "Why are you in such a hurry?" His gloved fist reached for the bulge in her shirt. "What do you have there?" "No," Pharaoh snarled and writhed, stumbled against the wall, and pushed one of the guards into the passageway. The other's halberd swung down elegantly, and its shimmering tip lowered to Pharaoh's chest. "Hold still," the man growled, "or I will." "Let her in, immediately!" Sulphur stood on the other side of the gate, and this time he wasn't smiling. The guard turned his head to him doubtfully. "Immediately!" Sulphur roared, "in the name of Lord Baaz." The 2 let her go, and Pharaoh swore as she broke free. Then she ran through the gardens and into the palace, her steps echoing through the corridors, and servants and guards suspiciously made way for her. She found the door to Baaz's chambers and pushed it open, then stumbled into the room. The box stood open on a table near the window, an inconspicuous block of black metal. She walked towards it, unbuttoned her shirt, and pulled out the thing she had kept hidden beneath it. A dark, heavy stone the size of a fist. Its matte surface was still cool, not a bit warmer than when she had first taken it in her hand. Her skin tingled pleasantly, as if under the touch of an old friend. It made her somewhat angry to even think that she should let go of the stone now. So this was finally the seed. The other side incarnate, magic in its purest form. She remembered the desolate ruins of Olcus, the dead land stretching around the city, 100 miles in every direction. Enough power to send the emperor and the prophet and his cursed devourers and the entire Gurkish people and much more to hell. A power so terrible that only God alone should possess it, and this power she now held in her delicate fist. She looked at it for a long time. Then Pharaoh slowly began to smile. Now she would get her revenge. The sound of heavy footsteps in the hallway abruptly brought her back to reality. She dropped the seed into its nest, tore her hand away from it with effort, and slammed the lid of the box shut. As if a candle had been extinguished in a dark room, everything suddenly seemed more muted, weaker, deprived of its tingle. Only at that moment did she notice that her hand was completely healed. She looked at it with a frown and stretched her fingers. They moved as effortlessly as ever, and there was no swelling on the knuckles she had been sure were shattered. Her other arm was also whole, the forearm straight and smooth, and where Ptolemy's fingers had broken it, nothing was left to see. Although her wounds always healed quickly, for bones to mend themselves in such a short time, that was not right. Baaz dragged himself through the door, his face contorted. Dry blood clung to his beard, and a thin film of sweat covered his bald skull. He breathed raggedly, his skin was pale and twitching, and he held one arm pressed against his side. He looked like a man who had fought a demon all afternoon and barely escaped with his life. "Where is Yulwe?" The first of the Magi returned her gaze. "You know exactly where he is." Pharaoh remembered the echoing roar as she had run from the tower. As if a door had been slammed shut. A door that no blade, no fire, no sorcery could ever open. Baaz alone held the key.
You didn't go back. You sealed the gates with both of them still inside. Sacrifices must be made, Pharaoh, you know that. I made a great sacrifice today. My own brother. The first of the Magi limped across the room towards her. Ptolemy broke the first law. She made a pact with the betrayers of secrets. She wanted to use the seed to open the gates to the underworld. That would have made her more dangerous than all of Kalul's devourers combined. The Maker's house must remain sealed, until the end of all time if necessary. A development not without irony. She began her life imprisoned in that tower. Now she has returned there. History moves in circles, as Javan always said. Pharaoh frowned. Gosh on your circles, Rozigs. You lied to me about Ptolemy and the Maker and everything else. And? She looked even more grim. Yulwe was a good man. He helped me in the desert. He saved my life. And me too, more than once. But good people can only travel a certain distance on dark paths. Bayaz's bright eyes slid to the cube of dark metal under Pharaoh's hand. Others must walk the rest of the path for them. Sulfur came through the door, and Bayaz now drew the weapon from beneath his cloak that he had brought from the Maker's house, gray metal shimmering in the soft light from the windows. A relic from the old time. A weapon that, as Pharaoh had seen, cut stone like butter.
Sulfur took it from him with nervous respect and carefully wrapped it in old oilskin. Then he opened his satchel and let the old black book slide out, which Pharaoh had seen before. Now? He asked softly. Now. Bayaz took it from him, placed his hand gently on the scarred cover, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, he looked Pharaoh directly in the face. The paths we must now walk, you and I, are truly dark. You have seen that now. She found no answer to that. Yulwe had been a good man, but the gate to the Maker's house was sealed, and he was in heaven or hell. Pharaoh had buried many men in various ways. Another mound of earth in the desert was nothing out of the ordinary. She was tired of only being allowed to exact her revenge bit by bit. Dark paths did not scare her. She had walked them her whole life. Even through the metal of the box, she felt a very faint whisper speaking to her. I only want my revenge. And you shall have it, as I promised you. She stood opposite Bayaz. They looked each other in the face, and she shrugged. What difference does it make then? Who killed whom 1,000 years ago? The first of the Magi smiled wretchedly, and his eyes shone brightly in his pale, bloody face. You speak my mind. The Hero of Tomorrow. The hooves of Jezal's gray warhorse clattered obediently over the black earth. It was a beautiful animal, exactly the kind he had always wanted to ride. Horseflesh worth 7,000 marks, there was not the slightest doubt. A steed that lent any man in its saddle, however insignificant he might be, the prestige of a king. Jezal's shimmering armor was made of the finest Styrian steel and inlaid with gold, and he wore a cloak of the finest Soljuk silk, trimmed with ermine fur. The hilt of his sword was set with diamonds that sparkled as soon as the sun broke through the clouds above their heads. He had foregone his crown today, and had only put on a simple golden circlet, whose weight rested considerably less heavily on the sore spots that had formed on his temples, the outward signs of kingship. Even as a child, Jezal had dreamed of others obeying